Minnesota, Venezuela. We're doing it. Oh, God. Oh, what time is it? Oh, why is he streaming? It's another surprise stream. Get the fuck in here. Somebody told me I was talking to the old couch fucking Joe damn Vance. I said, should I stream? He said, are you tired? Will you make mistakes? Will you call people bad words? And I said, yes. And he said, hit live. Go live. Tell them to put slugs in chat. We're going to do it. We're gonna fucking do it. Yes. Folks, we're going live. It's like Thursday or some shit. I don't fucking know. Hey everybody, what's up? I'm turning this up for me, not for you, only I can hear it. Folks, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. I'm your host, unequivocally Westside Tyler Bell. And you're watching the internet's most unpredictable live stream, both in terms of content and arrival time. I have small blemish, right? It's good to get a better camera with a good lens that zooms right up on your face so everybody can see how old you are. How old are you, Cesare? Never ask me that. Never ask me that. Oh, folks, welcome back to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. I am Tyler's side, sleepy side Tyler Bell. I'm here to talk to you guys. I had a bunch of coffee earlier today, and now I'm getting sleepy, but I really wanted to talk because I know I got my head's racing. I've been writing all day. I'm supposed to be working on other projects, and I just decided to start looking up Venezuela. I've been researching Venezuela all day. I can tell you, nothing will put you on the hunt for the truth harder than an American president saying that the invasion was for oil. I would have told you. If you'd asked me up to the point where he said, is it for oil? I'd be like, I don't know, Venezuela has oil. It's probably for oil. The second Donald Trump said, we're going to take control of their oil, I was like, it's something else. I need to know what the fuck it is. It's not that. Whatever, it's not the oil. We don't care. And I'll tell you right now, that's the case. Video coming soon. I will not be dressing up as Daniel Day-Lewis, but I will probably reference to some degree there will be blood. This is not going to be, it's a little bit more of a serious topic. The other one was serious too, but it was about a video game and not like real life people. So I might not be doing ContraPoints dress up. I don't know. Donate and see. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. The other video that I'm working on, I will be playing dress up. I'm going to make little commercials. It's going to be fun. I give you a hint. It's about gold. There's gold in them there hills, which nobody's talking about. Dude, this is. I hate everybody. I hate everybody left of right at this point. I swear to fucking God, I was so pissed. I'm sorry, dude. The content drought is there's a term. I'm gonna call it content drought psychosis, because, like, dude, there's so little to watch. All the people I said I would never watch their shit again, it's like they come up and I'm like, well, what is this fucking idiot gonna make me mad about? And it's like, oh, it's like going home again and listening to a fucking moron. Time just keeps on going. But, like, I don't know, the new cream of the crop, I've been paying attention because Asmongold's fighting with Destiny's fighting with Asmongold, is making fun of Hassan, who is just being left out of the adult kids table, which is really just the case. We're going to talk about FD Signifier made a video, and he shouted me out. Thank you. I look like this in it. Except for 10 years younger. I can't even remember where that photo is. I was like, oh, isn't that from my website? And then I looked at my website, and it wasn't immediately there, so I have no idea where the fuck I took that photo, I swear to God, 10 years ago. It might be on the dust jacket for my book, I think. That might be one of my author. I cannot fucking remember where that photo is. Because understand, it looks like you've not seen that photo of me, but that's every photo of me that I take of myself, except for the one where I'm staring up at a light at an apartment that I rented with my wife in Virginia. That everyone's like, wow, that's really intense. Like, that is a hall light, a shitty hall light in West Virginia. I'm just really fucking good at photography, okay? So eat shit. I'm in there, and everybody keeps asking why I look like Ben Shapiro. And understand this. If you saw me next to Ben Shapiro, you would be afraid that I was going to reach down like a fucking triceratops. No, a tyrannosaurus. Fuck! My wife just laughed at me. Reach down like a tyrannosaurus with little itty bitty arms, only my arms are massive, and bite his fucking head off because it would fit in my mouth. I am a big boy. Fuck you. I'm huge. Huge. Hi. My dog got excited. He went, what's going on? There's noise. There's loudness. Bug the dog is here, everybody. Bug the dog. Bug the dog gets a treat because Bug the dog does what Sweet Cheeks the rabbit doesn't do, which is bug the fuck out of me. Yeah. Here you go. And he can have his one little yam treat he gets whenever I stream. So don't worry, he's not getting spoiled. And neither are you. Oh my God. Is it about the precious metal things? Absolutely. So, spoilers aside, you can ignore all the everything that anyone says about Venezuela if they're like, it's about oil. I'm just going to break this down for you. I'm going to put it in a real video because with editing and shit, idiots will pay more attention to me. Venezuela still has the largest reserve of oil on earth because their oil is dog shit. Tyler, what does that mean? You're a fucking probably some sort of leftist liberal. Your whole life, you've hated oil and hydrocarbon extraction and fracking. And like most lefties, you have created in your mind a point of pride about not knowing shit. You people do this all the time, and I fucking hate you for it. Oh, I hate you. Oh, how I loathe you. You get so fucking excited about not knowing about something and being ignorant of it that when it comes up, you sound like an asshole. Everyone who's like, we really want Venezuela's oil is a fucking idiot. You're fucking stupid. You're just repeating something that some idiot said. If that idiot's probably Hasanabi. Venezuela has possibly the most dog shit oil on earth. Now, the bitumen, yes, we're going to be talking about bituminous coal, which is asphalt and tar. Bituminous, I can never say that word right. I'm going to explain hydrocarbon extraction to you assholes, and I'm going to explain oil field mechanics, and I'm going to explain oil. Tyler, what's your expertise? Hey, bitch, I was a fucking oil field reporter in fucking Williston, North Dakota, 10 years ago before I met my wife. It was out on them long, flat, suicidal prairies, and I've seen the flares, and I know what a horse head is, and I've seen fracking IRL, by which I mean a pipe shook, and they're like, a mile down, it's getting crazy, all right? There's a lot of fiberglass and water down there. If you don't know about brine, understand you have nothing to say. You have nothing to say about oil to me. If I just said the word brine and you have no fucking idea what I'm talking about, and you're like, chicken? Make chicken, right? Shut the fuck up, know your place in the conversation, which is silence with your hands under your ass, no typing until I'm done about oil. Oil comes in basically a series of ranges, really, okay? You have light and you have heavy, you have sour and you have sweet. America, fun fact, because we stole it from the fucking Native Americans, has the best oil on the planet in Texas. It's Texas light sweet. It's part of one of the 3 types of, benchmark oils, okay? What you're going to be talking about whenever you hear people talking about price per barrel of oil anywhere else is Brent crude. Named for Brent, Scotland, I think it is. It's dog shit oil. Brent crude is the shit you can get from fucking anywhere. OPEC has Brent crude. Everywhere has Brent crude. It's dog shit fucking oil, okay? Heavy to light, light to heavy, sour to sweet. What does that mean? Light oil is that fucking Texas tea. They hit oil, Texas tea, black gold, earthquake. I drink it up. You can drink up light sweet oil. Light means it is not heavy. It means it doesn't have shit in it. It has some shit in it, but not a lot. It's mostly just the fucking oil, which means you can turn it into gasoline and diesel. Fuck yeah, it turns into money raw. Texas, I'll do cattle and oil trading. Fucking cool. Sweet to sour. Okay, well, actually, I'll finish heavy. Heavy means it's got tons of shit in it. There's light, medium, heavyweight. Brent tends to be heavy and sour. We'll get to sweet and sour. Venezuela's oil is extra heavy, which I didn't know was a thing until I had to hear about it today. It has so much fucking shit in it because it's mixed in with, it's underneath the water first and foremost. We'll get to that. It has so much shit mixed in with it. It's basically solid. It's a sludge. To get it out of the ground, instead of just sucking it up, milkshake. You have to pour fucking diluent into the ground or use a series of other ways to get it to fuck. It's fucking expensive. What can you turn it into? Gasoline and diesel? You fucking wish. I mean, technically, the extraction process will render some of that shit. You're mostly going to make asphalt out of it. It's road oil. That's why nobody fucking wants it. And that's why Venezuela is poor as shit. They went, we got oil. And everyone went, no, the fuck you don't. The ocean has oil, you stupid cunt. You don't have fucking anything. You don't have fucking anything. Yeah, well, if you want some of our ocean oil, you have to, nope, thank you, bye. And now you're fucking poor as shit. Venezuela was run by morons. I am finding out that the Venezuelan operational authority may be some of the stupidest human beings in the history of mankind. Because they fucking gambled their entire country on offshore heavy oil. You could have just killed yourself and saved your fucking people the trouble of starving. How fucking stupid can you be? Do not if you're a socialist, don't claim Venezuela. I don't care what sob story they tell you about fucking anything. Holy fuck, they are stupid. That is a stupid fucking country. Holy shit, you're fucked. I didn't understand how cooked Venezuela was until I realized they gambled it all on oil that's not as good. Not as good as the shit from fucking North Dakota, from the Bakken. Now, North Dakota oil is lighter and sweeter than Venezuelan crude oil. Now, I'm going to get to light to sweet, or sour to sweet. Sweet means, oh, wonderful. This is not full of sulfur and tans, whatever the fuck, TAN, don't worry about it. Sulfur and tan eats metal. That's all you need to know. And it creates hydrogen sulfide. I can't remember what the hell it is. It's murder gas. You guys ever seen Dr. Stone? You know, he's like, hey, don't bend down here because the sulfur murder gas is here. That's what comes up when you fucking pull it out of the ground. And it goes up until it fucking finds something it's lighter than. If you are near the sulfur, they have sulfur detectors everywhere in the Bakken. If you're near it and that detector goes off, you got to climb up and don't breathe until you're high enough to take what still might just be your last breath on earth. That comes out of the ground every fucking time you touch sour oil. The more sour it is, the more of that there is. Bakken oil is lighter and sweeter than Venezuelan oil. I'm going to keep saying that. Bakken oil is so dangerous to transport. In typical oil containers, we had to get specialized ones because all oil transportation in overland routes out of fucking North Dakota started being called Bakken bombs because the oil was so fucking volatile and so corrosive it would eat through the fucking lining of the train cars and cause explosions upon derailment. That is what you're pulling out of the ground in North Dakota. And it is some of the hardest oil to get out of the ground. Some of the hardest. The only time it's valuable to pull fucking Bakken oil out is if the price per barrel of Brent crude is pushing way past like $75, $80 per barrel. When I went there, right before I went there, the price per barrel, because of OPEC fuckery and whatnot, had skyrocketed to like $134 per barrel. Drill, Baby drill. It's time to fucking rock and roll. The second they started pulling all that fucking those barrels out, and we got up to 1.7, whatever the fuck it was, million barrels per day, which didn't take long because everybody was like, oh, fucking 178 per Brent crude price. I'll be there. We fucking jacked the prices down worldwide till the Brent crude market cratered at 50 fucking dollars per barrel, right? $50 price per barrel, which is nothing. Nothing. That is fucking cheap ass shit. At which point, a fucking shale oil formation like the Bakken, right? Dangerous ass fucking oil to pull out, expensive, shitty place to go to, permafrost almost, very cold, mosquitoes everywhere, but still on land. No one's gonna drown, hopefully, pulling out Bakken crude. Hopefully no one drowns. Venezuelan oil is heavier and sourer than fucking Bakken crude, and it's under the fucking ocean. Almost fucking all of it is under the ocean and fucking deep. You're wading out into hip deep waters. We got horse heads out in fucking southern Illinois. You can see them in fucking tidal pools and floods where we used to have swamps. It goes down further, the swamp's still there, and the horse heads will be in water that rises up and down. We're talking offshore, the most expensive way to extract oil, because you got to float out boats and fucking piers and shit to drill down for some of the worst oil on earth. Tyler, does it get worse? Yes. There's probably in the ballpark of pushing 1 trillion barrels of oil down there total. That doesn't mean that there's $1 trillion worth of fucking oil or 1 trillion barrels worth of oil to sell. That means that it's down there. It's not up here. That's all that it means. So if you can go and try to poke into it, then maybe you can have yourself some. There will be no drainage. You will be trying to work that shit up like an oversized boba for fucking pennies on the dollar, hoping your Brent crude price stays fucking solvent and that nothing goes wrong. Nothing. No sunken tankers, no leaks, no deaths, no fires. And I'm going to tell you, this is going to sound crazy to you. There's fires all the fucking time. Fucking time on oil fields. And it's pretty catastrophic. Tyler, can't salt water put out fire? Honey, don't even ask that question. Starting, no. Finishing, oh my God, no, it can't. It cannot put out fucking fires. You do not want to start putting salt water on fire, especially the salt water from around an oil platform. It's just going to be burning, dude. This is not even to get into gas flaring, which I will tell you about soon. Heavier, sourer than the worst oil essentially in America. It is also of 15% by the U.S. Geological Survey. This is 2009, before everything went to shit in the country. 15% recoverable. That is a low number. It probably went up now, which is why people who want to make Trump look greedy are saying 300 million barrels of oil. Okay. Or 300 billion barrels. 300 billion barrels of oil are recoverable. Okay. That's generous. The U.S. Geological Survey in 2009 gave it a 15%. 15% recoverability. It's full of water, which means it's full of salt water. It is fucking so full of shit that anything that you pull it all up. You can't pick down there. You can't see where the fucking tube goes. You suck everything up that comes up. So everything that's down there, chunks of rock, fucking sand, more sand, additional sand, some sand, a little bit of gravel, sand, all of that comes up too, along with natural gas, which was nice and tight under the ground, but now, because it's no longer under what we call metamorphic forces, wants to explode. Not expand, explode. Like a bomb. You remember There Will Be Blood? Out of the fucking ground? Yeah, we fixed that by flaring these days. You just burn gas. What kind of gas? Well, it's natural gas. That's a specific type of gas, actually. But this case, it's just whatever the fuck is coming out that's flammable. Why? Well, if you just let it out into the atmosphere, it's basically like creating a cloud of explosive poison. This way, it gets hot and it goes up and away from us for a while. Well, what else can you do with the gas? Sometimes you just put it right back down like a fart that's going to push out a turd, and you try to use it as fucking as pressure to push more oil up. Well, if you do that, won't the pressure be high? Yes. Would it cause explosions? Yes. What if that happens underneath the fucking oil platform? Yes. It is fucking dangerous as shit to do offshore oil drilling, especially for certain types of oil. Venezuela's is the worst. The worst, bar very few other types. I mean, you have to kind of really go out of your way to find worse oil, which is why there's so much of it. No one fucking wants it. Venezuela's not good at defending it. They're not like, hey, oh buddy, we have $1 billion here per day. You can't get to it. No one wants that shit. No one wants it. They could barely beg people to fucking take it out of the ground. And the best refiners, because we have other places that pull out that same kind of oil, are us. And then Maduro lost his fucking mind and thought he could negotiate with nothing, and then fucking lost his negotiation and destroyed his fucking country, and ooh, boo-hoo-hoo. We're all sad. I don't know, maybe you should learn fucking Statecraft instead of fucking doing TikTok dances, you fucking idiot. And he doomed his fucking people over some bullshit. The oil is ass. It fucking sucks. Can you get people in there? Can they make money? Yes and yes. It is a highly, highly speculative industry. It is going to require investments in the dozens, if not hundreds of billions, to be effective. All of the shit that Venezuela has, and I've been looking at preliminary reports, is ass. They have leftovers of leftovers of leftovers. They can't sell the oil. They've been trying. No one wants it. They basically allow Venezuela to incur debt as like a, hey, fuck you to America, and then let them pay it off. But they can't ever pay it off because the oil sucks. And their entire economy is based on extracting oil at rates and prices that would be equivalent to finding surface light sweet crude in fucking Montana in 1834. The kind of oil returns they thought they were going to get, that their people in the media are pushing right now, have not existed on Earth in like a century. That shit's just not there. Like that when you're talking about like, oh, we're going to make $1 billion tomorrow because we're going to stick 4 tubes in the ground and just pull out oil we can sell everywhere. Hey, dunk, 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 dunk. It sprays out in a big fountain. It doesn't fucking happen anymore. It's sludge. If you're lucky, it's sludge. Otherwise, it's a tar mass that's so dense you have to pour basically fucking industrial solvent into the earth by the fucking metric ton in order to disintegrate it. Like you're fucking swishing your mouth with water after you had a bunch of like peanut butter. It is such dog shit oil. I was laughing. I was beside myself. Because I give people the benefit of the doubt. If I don't give a fuck about your country, I don't care about Venezuela. Didn't. Now I have to because it's the fucking soup du jour. That's it. You didn't care about my people before this? No, I didn't. Got my own shit going on. Sorry. And then I read about it, and I have never been more embarrassed for a people in my life. Like, I don't pity people, okay? I don't do that. I don't do whatever this lefty thing is, where it's like, you know, if smallest violin for 2.5 hours. If everything would have gone different, things would be different right now. Okay, looking back at it, anyone on Earth, and probably a lot of people on Earth, should have told them, that's a bad idea. Possibly the worst idea, economically, I've ever heard in my life. Like, next level incompetence. Like, beyond... This is before they start doing currency manipulation and shit. To base any economy off of that much oil is crazy, because you have to first off understand this and know your place when I'm talking to you. Understand, I don't care if you're from there or anything. I don't give you. Literally shut the fuck up. Oil has 2 rules. ever. Boom and bust. Everyone knows this. Every oil man that has ever drilled for oil will tell you, boom and bust are the only two rules. You get in before the boom and you get out before the bust. That's it. You cannot base your economy on hydrocarbon extraction. You can't, because you always extract once people need it at a rate that's faster than they can use it. And then you build a surplus and you destroy the oil economy, and then the production goes down until people start needing it and the supply goes up. It's always a slinky that goes like this. Always. It's such a strong economic indicator that you can literally watch the slinky go. It looks like this when you look at boom bust fucking oil economies. Every fucking time. Because the only thing that makes oil worth extracting, you think it's always it's the most important thing ever. The only thing that makes oil worth extracting is a high price per barrel. A higher price per barrel than the cost of extracting it and getting it to that market. If this is $64 and this is $70, this oil is worthless. If this is 64 and this is 100, this oil's, if this is 64 and this is 54, this oil's no good, okay? Or this is great. It's $20, right? $10. You have to have this production price be way lower. This goes all the way up. $100 to get this out of the ground? Nope. 110? Nope. 105? 100? 95? 85? No. Until you get it down underneath 64 and by enough that there's a profit, they won't pull it. So we have oil reserves all over America that we haven't tapped into. That's why people always found new oil reserves. If you purchase them, it's speculation, but if it's the kind of oil that you can't sell, it's just literally there to do market fuckery with basically like OPEC. The second you need to put them back in their fucking place and reduce overall fucking global demand for oil. Oil and hydrocarbon extraction as markets are so fucking complicated and yet simple that it is it's almost like miraculous that I never hear anyone that has ever said the words socialism may be good know a fucking thing about it. They'll drive. Hassan has a Porsche that he made the money for the Porsche off talking about how bad the Iraq war was and how America does blood money for oil. Has no idea where the oil comes from. No idea. It's just clueless. Nobody does. No one knows how any of their cars go anywhere. They're just like, there's oil there. It's always the same price. If you get oil, you're rich now. Which is crazy that a whole country thought that was the case and murdered itself off. They could have done a lot of shit. I think I keep hearing this story. They're like, yeah, fucking Hugo Chavez gave some of the oil to Native American reservations. He gave it to Native American reservations to help them through the winter. Yeah, because nobody would buy it. He gave them shit no one wanted. He re-gifted oil. That's crazy. He hit them with the fucking white elephant re-gift. What are you gonna do with this oil no one wants to buy? It's gonna go bad because it goes bad. And it's fucking sour oil. You can't keep it in the barrels. It'll melt through them and cause chemical fires. I've seen it happen. I took pictures. And I was just gonna assume everything there is improperly stored because fuck, they are incompetent. Hey, what are we gonna do with it? Fucking give it to those Native Americans. We can look good. We'll make America look stupid. And then we can get this toxic, corrosive barrels of oil that nobody wants to buy out of our fucking country. Oh my God. It's an electric Porsche, Tyler. He's saving the planet. Oh, I thought the other ones before were just a T-can, so no oil was ever used at any point in its manufacturing. Damn, dude, how did he got a car with no polymer in it at all? That's crazy. I love it when you did like the old joke of seeing an electric car get delivered by a fucking diesel burning monster of a fucking 16-wheeler. Just 17 fucking electric cars bouncing on the back of a 17-wheeler, just fucking rolling coal. Chavez was a moron, but charismatic. Maduro doesn't have the vibes. I mean, god damn, dude. I've never been shocked. I've never been more shocked hearing about the sordid fucking past of a country in my life. Dude, they have to fucking hate him. All the people that left have to be like, I fucking hate this dude. I would not defend Maduro if you gave me $1 million at this point. Because holy shit, the fucking hit you have to take to your fucking soul is crazy. And this is going into what the video is going to be about, which is Donald Trump's. You called Donald Trump a gangster so much, he's going to start doing gangster shit. That's it. That's the whole thing. And the thing about being a gangster is, if it's all in a fucking game, nobody gives a shit. And it's crazy because there's always white suburbanite types that don't get this. If you don't understand why it's fine to just fucking run Maduro's pockets, it's because he's a little bitch gangster. That's it. I can tell. He's just a gangster that nobody had tried. He had territory. He was relying on the police in the neighborhood, and someone with a fucking bigger bank showed up and went, I want your shit. And Maduro said no, and Maduro had to get told. That's it. There's no complexity here. There's no rule of law. None of that matters. Anybody that's talking about law and rule and internet, shut the fuck up. This is men shit. I don't know what to tell you. Like greasy, stinky fucking apes beating each other over the head with fucking rocks. That's all this is. Hey, you're not following the rules and no one likes you. Yep, that's right. Well, give me everything that you got in your fucking pockets or I'm going to put a bullet in you. What? I said fucking let me run your fucking pockets right now. Let me see that shit. No. Okay. Pop, 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 pop. And then pop. One more. Fucking that's for talking back. And then you take all of his shit. What are you going to do? You going to go to the cops? You going to go to UN? No. Fucking bitch, you want to fucking act like a gangster, you better be ready to fucking slap metal. Because that's what Donald Trump just said. That's all that is. It doesn't matter. Tyler morality, sorry. Tyler international law, suck a dick. This is just old school gangster shit. What happened? No one likes him. No one would stick up for him. And no one's going to come fucking run me and, come by my neighborhood and try to pull one on me over this. I'm gonna fucking rob this motherfucker. And that's it. He got robbed. You got robbed like a fucking bitch, dude. It's the most humiliating shit in the fucking world. I would kill myself before I ever admitted I was in fucking Venezuela's military after this. Imagine waking up the day after fucking the United States military Delta Force, fucking Marine Joint Special or fucking Army JSOC just came into your fucking country in fucking Black Hawk deep penetration fucking assault helicopters, killed fucking 20 of your guys and more Cubans because you can't even fucking staff your own fucking presidential palace, rocked your shit, pulled you fucking inside out. And then you get online the next day and you see Bad Empanada like, Americans slaughtered them. They had no chance. They came in, the American devil with its big dick came in and fucked Venezuela in half. Like, oh God. I can't imagine. We need to come on. Let's wait for it. Where's China? Is China gonna go? Who was Colombia? I'm sorry. Does anybody want? No? Yemen? You want to fucking hop in a fucking outboard and buzz across the fucking Pacific and impress Hassan with your ability to take over a cruise ship or something? Do we have any unarmed passenger vessels that someone can get one over on? Because when it comes to fucking big dick gangster shit, you got fucked. And that's what the world is. People are like, what about NATO? What about the UN? Bro, that's for countries that have shit to make sure they don't sign any more stupid fucking contracts with countries that don't and then end up fighting each other in ways that matter. That I hate to break it to you, but if you don't have anything and you don't have a military and you run your country like a fucking schlub, then eventually someone's going to come and get you. If it's not us, it's going to be someone else. Look at fucking Russia. Ukraine was stupid as fuck. They gave up their goddamn nukes. They should have held on to that shit. Then they would still have the Donbass. Or nobody would. You get it? They gave it up. You fucking stupid shit to do. Don't ever trust anybody else with a gun. Fundamentals of statecraft. If I went back 3,000 years and talked to whoever the fuck was running China at the time, I was like, hey, if I told you in the future that there was 3 countries and all of the countries had access to a great dragon that would burn anything at the press of at the wave of a hand, But one of the countries gave up their access to their great dragon in pursuit of peace, but the other countries didn't. Do you think that third country is wise for pursuing peace? And that guy would go at me and go, "This is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. What are you talking about?" They had a wave of a hand, it would burn everything. Yeah, and they gave it up. Why? For peace. Do they know the wages of war? Do they know the wages of peace? Fundamental shit. And I just fucking can't with people anymore. I can't with this pussy shit. I cannot with the fucking lefties doing think pieces and maulding and shut the fuck up, dude. Learn to shoot a gun. Start a fucking rebel army or something. But this I don't know if you know this, but look at this. I don't know. Have you noticed this, America? I don't want to live in America anymore. It's a fascist dictatorship. You've seen this. I'm gonna glare at a camera after I put my makeup on again. And you should understand that this isn't going away anytime soon. I'm gonna say some bad words about you. I don't know if you know this, America, but have you seen this? Can we get Donald Trump on the phone? Can we get a live reaction cam for when he sees this finger? It's wagging it right at him. And it's not going to stop until he stops. Okay. Can you shut the fuck up? I'm done. Dude, the worst of all of them is people like Bada Banana. Oh my God. Dude, can somebody clip and send this to him? Dude, just respond to me. I need to know how you defend cuckoldry. You a imperialist? America's never gonna do anything about having a military that can force their will on the entirety of the planet. They should be more like Venezuela. Get fucked in the middle of the night and do nothing about it. Like, what is this? Let's all tell stories about how much we love these people that fucking took an L and lost everything they had. What the fuck are you on, bro? Go to the rifle range. Get a job that gives you lots of money. Go to places and accumulate power. If someone is on this earth with a rock and they say they're going to kill you with it, figure out a way to make sure they die before they even fucking try it, or they learn that that's a bad move to make. Because this fucking, how many more think pieces do I get to hear about people? Not only am I going to wag my finger, I'm going to tell you bad things that happened to you or deserved. Now that something that's bad's happened to someone else, do you think when something bad happens to you, anyone will have any pity? No. That's why we have the guns, you stupid fuck. That's why we don't have fucking healthcare. Because we have fucking EA-18 fucking growlers, baby. You ever seen that shit? It's a fucking F-18 Hornet that can block radio signals from miles away. It shoots rockets that seek radar to blow up anti-aircraft shit. Dude, I would take so many of those before I took hopes, prayers, and fucking dental if I knew America was around. But you guys all wanted a fucking pussyfoot. Well, we're gonna have nice stuff. You don't even have the nice stuff. We got the most unsellable oil field on earth and no military to defend it. Okay. Look, I'm going to get online tomorrow. I'm going to tell a lot of Americans that the next time there's a terrorism in their country, they deserve it. Okay. All the last times there were terrorisms in our country, 1 million of whoever the fuck did it died after. I would suggest not doing that. It would be my least possible option. like what in the fuck? Oh my God, it's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking cucked, bro. Ask Machiavelli that wanted better to be feared than loved and all that jazz. I mean, yeah, it's always nice to be loved up until you're like, oh fuck, dude, did you just stab me in the eye with a knife? What? That's fucking crazy. Yeah, I just, I felt like it would be good for my career in the moment. Like, oh, fuck. So fucking goofy, dude. America needs something new. At least in Canada, we have the NDP, which is like the actual Socialist Party. It's a shame they lost so much support in the last election to prop up the Liberals. I mean, God damn, dude. Me drinking a beer watching Tyler wiggle his finger like a Twizzler. What are you doing? What was that? You just getting comfy? Okay, I love you. I love you. I'm not mad at you. I'm making fun of people on the internet. You're a dear, sweet boy. I love you. We went to the fucking vet today to get my rabbit's teeth ground down. Sorry, I know other people in the world had other things going on, but we did that and my dog's upset. I'll have you know that I will wag my finger directly into the balkanization of my country and I won't compromise as I mean, fucking right. I mean, like 500K had nothing to do with the Twin Towers. It doesn't matter if it didn't have anything to do with it. That's the repercussion. Mass reprisal in that direction. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the point. No one cares. No one cares. The fucking, oh God, I feel bad about the human cost. No one gives a fuck. You don't. You're not doing anything about it. No one cares. People just want to be punished with like some words so that they can say, I feel bad about it. And then they can go on in their fucking day. No one fucking gives a shit. None of y'all do. You don't. No one's fucking working to stop any of this stuff by doing the most simplistic things. Just learn about what the fuck you're talking about even. How many of you guys are mad at the American military? You never heard about the EA fucking 18 Growler until right now. Jesus fucking Christ. Wasn't Machiavelli the one that got stabbed though? Machiavelli was making... Machiavelli was a satirist. Of course he got fucking stabbed. Machiavelli was trying to do the thing that every fucking lib does, which is write such scathing satire that it corrects or lampoons the behavior of someone until they change. And it always ends up just being complimentary because the thing that you find ridiculous about another person, they may find to be their finest traits. Like every fucking time. Should I argue we can have the best military and provide free healthcare for all? I think we can too. But apparently the other countries can't. They all refuse to have militaries. They refuse to build up their fucking militaries. France builds up enough to go mass murder the occasional fucking group of fucking Islamic terrorists in the fucking Seychelles or whatever the fuck. Whatever it is they're up to. But as far as like holding America to account, as opposed to being like, you talk about the first, second, and third world. I just fucking finally figured out what that is. The first world is America and Western allies. The second world is Russia and Russian allies, which no longer exists. And the third world is anybody else that's unaffiliated. That's it. All those people just happen to also be extremely poor and from the global south because everyone else is not. You know what I mean? And so, like, Russia fucking went away a bit. And Germany went away, and everybody else is just like, why don't we just fucking give peace a chance? Because America's gonna fucking take care of all this stuff, right? America would say, yeah, we'll do it. And like, you let one country build up the strongest military in the history of the earth. Why would America and any American politician that knows anything about world history ever vote to decrease the size of the military, if you think about it? We know what happens if you don't have it. The same thing has happened all of history. Like, oh shit, you guys called us barbarians? Oh, and we're fucking uncouth and uncivilized? Yeah, well, guess what? You're one of us now because we fucking killed your boss and we own all your corn. Like, it's driving me crazy. Who are you going to make guilty enough in your mind that's going to hear this and go like, shit, I should turn my back on the keys to the universe like a fucking Hallmark special. Like, what is the end game for these think pieces, especially think pieces that come from people that barely know what the fuck they're talking about? No understanding of the military, no understanding of world history, no ability to predict any of these events coming up. None. Like the shot, like how long ago? I saw the clip of Assad saying like Trump's not going to invade Venezuela. I called that shit in like the third fucking month of his presidency. I was like, oh, there's the war he's going to start. I knew he was going to start some war before he got elected. It's what I would have done if I was in his position, because it's the best way to not lose the presidency and then have to go to jail. You just stay president forever by invoking the War Powers Act. How do you do that? You start a fucking war. How do you start a war? You just come up with a fucking reason and then start shooting motherfuckers. And if everybody likes you or they don't care who you shoot, then you get to keep fucking doing it. Sometimes you make an enemy. It's called false flag operations and shit. In this case, Nicolas Maduro was like, he's just like Saddam. He's just a picture perfect cunt. Fuck him. As a leftist, I don't give a fuck about any solidarity with a moron. I can't have solidarity with losers. If you're like, no, Maduro's doing everything fine, bro, you got nothing to say to anybody. You should just find the comfiest brick wall that's near you and just like practice for the day someone makes you smell it with a fucking Makarov to the back of your head or whatever you imagine it's gonna be when it comes. Because you're fucking cooked. There's no argument against it. The only argument is, that doesn't feel good, or that makes me sad, which is not an argument against a bullet. It's just not. You know what the argument for a bullet is? Not being where the bullet's going and then throwing another one back in that direction. Hey, pop. Fuck. It's absolutely fucking goofy. I love how the Australian military is feared around the world despite being smaller in size of the NYPD. Is it? I don't think that the people of Tripoli give a fuck about the Australian military. As I've heard, I don't think the people of Tripoli give a fuck about the Australian military. Is it really a war or a steamroll, though, theoretically? It's not even a war. It's done. It's done. Before the protesters could arrive to protest in Los Angeles, put in their fucking best hair and makeup on, it was done. Where is it going to go? Sorry, let me continue that. The actual, and let me get this word right, Arca Corinaro, I can't remember how to say that right. Venezuela. Orinoco. Okay. The real thing is the Orinoco mining arc. All right. CSIS, Center for Strategic and International Studies, they're talking about this, but of course, that's a little bit of a hard fucking... People that rely on Taylor Lorenz for their news are not going to be checking out anything like this. Closer look. Asset level, gold. Okay. Gold reserves. Estimated. So, the Orinoco. I gotta say that right. The Orinoco mining arc, or the Arca Orinoco. And don't worry, I'm gonna be making a video on all this stuff, and I'm gonna be using the actual sources I have to put it all together. So if you want to fucking like blast this video or something, just understand I'm gonna put out a much better one than this, and you're probably not gonna have a fucking leg to stand on after it. The Orinoco mining arc is a literal arc, right? Like a curve on the map in Venezuela, in the Amazon rainforest, largely full of precious metals, a lot of basically untapped or mostly untapped natural resources. Maduro created a massive humanitarian crisis along the Colombian-Venezuelan border by opening up the arc, the Orinoco mining arc, to exploration in Venezuela and basically legalizing mining there. Now, all the mines are technically illegal for various reasons. This is the international law thing. Everyone in South America has agreed that the Amazon rainforest is very precious and shouldn't be mined. Okay, well, if you can't fucking stop him, then that's a cute law you have with no enforcement authority. So suck a dick is actually what you should do if you have a problem with that, because you'll at least have gotten to suck a dick. That's pretty much the fucking response. The mining they're doing is also illegal in terms of it is insanely unethical. There's slaves. There's been reports of child brides, mass human trafficking. Venezuela is a slave state, as all states that have diminishing ability to enforce anti-slavery laws within their fucking borders become. It's just the nature of things. Tyler, what about Libya? Okay, yeah, there you go. This is just already happening there with or without American intervention, because drug gangs, etc., realize that, hey, what I do is crime. I would like to have a lot of money And the crime I can commit instead of trafficking drugs is pulling all these precious metals out of the ground, because it is not necessarily illegal to own a precious metal and transport it. So it's much easier to launder. They pull the fucking precious metals out of the Arca, send it down to Brazil or Colombia to launder them and make their money, and then they continue the thing. This is hands cut off exploitation of indigenous peoples, yada, yada, yada. It's been happening for forever, at least 10 years since Maduro opened up the mining down there because he was going to do it. And essentially, one of the ways that his government has been surviving, because his government doesn't have enough military force to stop him from getting kidnapped, much less actually patrol the borders of the fucking state and some of the most hostile terrain on earth, is by accepting bribes from these criminal gangs, right? So you bribe me, basically kind of like kick up a little bit, I'll let you kind of rock and roll, and we'll give you sort of like diplomatic immunity, yada, yada, yada. It is what it is. People have been talking about this fucking forever, but this is a typical lefty thing in that, you know, if someone has just called themselves a socialist and they have like one picture of them doing like this with like kids around them, then everything that's ever been bad about them is just like CIA propaganda or something. Okay. Cute. I'm sure that's going to uncut the hands off. All sorts of good shits in there. This thing says Venezuela's got more gold reserves than the Russian Federation and a little less than France, Italy, Germany, the United States, which are some of the top producers, I assume. Endowment is highly concentrated, largely undeveloped. Roughly 30% of unidentified gold reserves are contained within a single project, Siembra Minera, which remains in the pre-feasibility and scoping stage. Okay, I have no idea when this is. I'm not gonna read all. This is from a few days ago. Okay. I've been reading about all the fucking mineral resource extraction down there. They've got gold, they have diamonds of, I think, actually up to gem quality, which is good because blood diamonds are not just for jewelry, people. Blood diamonds are for making microchips, if you didn't know that, because you're like, oh, I'm upset about blood diamonds. I really care about Africa, but you didn't actually know, and you think that the only time blood diamonds exist is when you see a rapper wearing, like, a chain, and you're like, oh, are those blood diamonds? I'm nervous. Actually, they're probably already in some of your Milwaukee drill bits. Sorry to say. They're diamonds. They have to sell all of them if they can. Stupid thing on my fucking forehead. So we got blood diamonds, we got blood gold, which is great because we haven't had that in South America to this extent since, you know, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. So I might get to talk about one of my favorite books and movies starring Humphrey Bogart. Bauxite is down there, which is used in aluminum processing, and there's apparently tons of that, along with a series of rare earth elements. This shit is instant money, and it's easy to fucking get to. Anyone who's like, it's about oil, is just being fucked with because they're stupid. This is the new trick, by the way. And it works great because somehow the voices on the left have turned into Taylor Lorenz and Hassan Piker and assorted ne'er-do-well people who are possibly fucking illiterate. And they don't do research into things. They just make assumptions and they make accusations and they just say words that their audiences will want to hear, and that cannot help you. It can only hinder you. Because what people are going to say if they don't fucking stay focused is, this is an oil war. And then the oil, we're going to find out, is going to take a bunch of money, probably donated from us to the fucking Venezuelans to develop. And then that gets built up, yada, yada. It's like, well, it wasn't for oil because it was actually very hard to do. And you guys kept saying that. Oh, you kept saying it was a war for oil. It's for the fucking resources in the south fucking west of the country. That's what it is. It's for all the minerals underneath the fucking Amazon rainforest. The reason this is scary, and this is going to be the main point of this video, is so far Donald Trump has done this while learning every possible lesson that can be learned from the failures of Kissingerian interventionist politics. That is, mass bombing, mass murder, terror, and violence in order to achieve political ends. He's basically refined the American method to what it should have always been and what people have been complaining about, even on the right, it should have always been. You can see this in the messaging. It is resonating very strongly with his base. Why did the Iraq war last more than 5 minutes? Literally to enrich fucking Karl Rove and fucking Dick Cheney and Halliburton by turning fucking Iraq into the same, and Afghanistan into the same weapons testing grounds and fucking detached need of third party war support resources that Israel-Palestine is. Americans didn't like that, and unlike Israel, Americans vote in their elections and got pretty fucking pissed off about it on both sides. So we don't want to do that ever again. It became the fucking quagmire of the early 2000s. It was a waste of money. We didn't get much in the way of resources because we invested too much and got too little. It's fundamental business, which is what Donald Trump has been saying the entire time. If you can't talk about the morals of this, you have nothing to say because no one cares. I understand that. If you're like, I don't feel good about this and I feel bad about it, your chance to vote was last year and very likely you lost the election that would have changed things. So you have to look to the future and do things that will work. No one saying moral is going to change a fucking thing about what people do. If you guys want gold, just go into the Arctic, Klondike, Yukon mining grounds. They're pulling so much gold out of that frozen hell, my lord, 10K. I mean, they've always had gold in the Klondike, right? That was the joke from fucking thing. Let me continue, though. This is the point. This entire endeavor is to legitimize American interventionism. That's the only reason we're doing it. It is not for the oil. Tangentially, it's for the minerals, but it's going to be pitched as an anti-greed initiative. We are going to save the world from the ills of socialism because, and this is if there's any war at all, it's going to be with FARC again, and good luck there. If there's any war at all, or any combat at all, it's going to be with the Colombian Armed Forces, Revolutionary Armed Forces, FARC, which operate some of these illegal mining camps along the border and facilitate drug traffic in and out of that area. If you feel good or bad about FARC, I don't give a fuck. I'm not talking about how you feel about anything or the realities of the situation as, observed by you, person who's probably learning about this at the same time I am. We're talking about casus belli and what can be sold, all right, which is going to be perception-based. What they are going to try to do, and I'm telling you this using the small amount of predictive power you've used me be right with a number of times, because it's just the most obvious thing. They're going to go into Venezuela minimally. It's not going to be like with fucking South Vietnam and shit, where it's going to be hyper unpopular and a foisted on the people type shit, and they're going to be completely hands-off. Completely hands-off, because unlike Vietnam, and, East Asian interventionism, which happened at a time when East Asia was becoming anti-colonial and there was a lot of growth to be had kind of no matter what system got put in. So if communism was the first one there, you were like, no, this shit's fucking based. It's very good. We love it. Unlike those systems, Venezuela has had time to be cooked. They have been pot boiled in the failures of socialism and the failures of Maduro brand socialism to integrate with the world market for so long that any fucking change at all is probably going to be massively, massively economically beneficial to their country. You kind of can't do anything there that won't benefit them. Now, there's fights. If it goes wrong, it goes wrong. I'm telling you what I think the plan is, okay? The oil and stuff is going to be used to show that Venezuela can integrate with the countries around it. Right now, the area around that, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but those oil fields are actually a conflict zone between them and the neighboring country of Guyana. They've done peace accords basically because Maduro was threatening to fight with Guyana, which has a much smaller military. I think at the time, it's not really well built up, but Guyana wants to do kind of capitalism with that shit, and Maduro wants to do Maduroism. Now, there is no Maduro, but that's still kind of a conflict area. If America basically builds bonds between those two countries, I'm the best negotiator. This place was a conflict zone for a long time. There's a lot of angry words said, but I think that we can get peace and prosperity. There's a lot of money to be made. You turn those into a joint, unified cooperative between these countries that all have a claim to it and basically build up all of the countries' abilities because you're going to put them in debt to you. You build up their ability to actually put that fucking oil out, most of which they're going to be using at home because they need more of it. They don't produce a lot. Venezuela's not even to 1 million barrels per day, which is pathetic for a whole country. It's psychotic. 1 million barrels per day is one state in America. That's North Dakota. They fall below that when the other, basically I think all 50 states have some degree of hydrocarbon extraction. when the other 50 states stop producing whatever is needed to make up that difference. It's a whole thing. They're going to use that to probably build togetherness and unity. It's going to be a cooperative project. They're going to go in slow. It is not going to be an occupying force. More than likely, we're going to have no boots on the ground. We've already shown we don't need it. There's no reason to do it. If there are people in the country that go against us in any way that's significant or really go against what the new Venezuelan force is, America's going to be offshore. We're going to come in, do a babysit shot on someone, abduct this guy, that guy, this guy, that guy with minimal casualties, and then you get the same effect as you would putting boots on the ground and doing fucking awe and terror, yada, yada, but it's overnight. A few people get inconvenienced. Maybe there's one or two periphery kills, and life goes on. Everybody will forgive a death if they make money. There is no one that's above that spiritually. None of you. The people that think there are, you're all people that have had cereal. You've had cereal in your bowl every morning for the entirety of your life. Trust me. Once people that have been making nothing and starving start getting food and making money, they are going to quickly forget all of the fucking troubles that they had before, and they're going to start going, fuck, have you ever worn new shoes? This shit fucking slaps. Bro, you guys had beef burgers? I couldn't afford this shit before. I got a beef burger with cheese on it. This is fucking cool. Venezuelans already have some of that. Some of them do. A lot of them don't. The ones that don't are the ones that matter because they're the ones that you can flip to your side. The major conflict area is going to be those resource extraction areas in that shared territory between a bunch of South American states, not all of whom are friends. Controlling that area and bringing stability to that region, not by sacrificing American lives and shitloads of American money, but by just generally supporting people until they can get in there and being extremely aggressive in negotiations, being extremely controlling about what goes where and who does what in the countries. That is going to be the endeavor. Now, is that going to fail? Maybe. Is it going to succeed? I don't know. But I will tell you right now, if it succeeds, it will be the death of saying socialism is good ever. Because it's already impossible to say socialism is good in America without going into like telling people that it's abstractions, and I don't mean specifically yada, yada, yada. People just go, no, socialism is bad. Have you heard of Vuvuzela? Vuvuzela, Vuvuzela. You have to do it, you have to cut yourself off from the world economy in a way that makes your people suffer, and then eventually your state collapses anyway. It's not great. All the places that have capitalism that suck are places like France and the Netherlands, where the people that are complaining about fucking capitalism are from. You know what I mean? Like, if there's enough sharing there, it'll go good. Do we extract all these resources? Sure. More importantly, a lot of these resources are going to enemy nations of ours. So one of the reasons when Ukraine saw this happen, they went, hey, I don't have fuck all to say about that, because some of the oil that was going out of Venezuela is going to Russia, which needs resources. Russia, China, their friends in their regions need these rare earth minerals either for their own production or to alleviate the pressure of their own production capacity because they have enough for themselves, but their friends want some, so we need them going that way. If we lock them out of what they need, then we put pressure on them without ever having to fuck with them. It's kind of like the Belt and Road Initiative, but with a fucking machine gun belt. All right? Completely different. If we actually work with Venezuela, put in our fucking puppets, but build the state, people aren't going to care that they're puppets. They're just not going to give a fuck. There's always going to be some fucking rebel, but if you do it right, and there's not a lot of people who can, because the fucking George W. Bush is a stuttering fucking inbred idiot. Bill Clinton is a fucking weird mumbling pervert. George W. Bush's dad is a fucking old fucking boring fuck off hickory stick. Okay? Cocksucking fucking Donald Trump is loved worldwide by the kinds of pieces of shit that would buy this hook, line, and sinker. Argentina is very secure with Javier Milei because fucking Donald Trump just gave them money. I have friends, I take care of my friends. I have enemies, I destroy them. Great fucking policy. One of the oldest fucking effective policies on earth. No better friend, no worst enemy. If it works, it works. You can't fucking say anything about it. You can whine, but we're past the point of whining. That's the point. And here's the ultimate trap. This is the scariest part about it. The scariest part. The kinds of lefties you have now that don't read or do research, lazy, spoiled, rich cunts like Hassan, who I have to bring up constantly because some people just need to be fucking told, are going to put themselves in a position, he's already doing this, where they're going to gamble on the collapse of Venezuela for their own benefit. Because they have to. They have to keep selling the idea of these failed states as better than any other thing aside from giving that failed state the warrant of heaven and some other thing happening to fix it that was not in the cards and most importantly didn't fucking happen. A hypothetical. They're going to go and get clipped. They are going to get fucking recorded. They are going to go on shows and talk, and they are going to speak bad about Venezuela. They're going to talk shit about Venezuelan repatriation. They're going to talk shit about Venezuelan leadership. And if Venezuela doesn't fall, that's it. That is fucking it. They're done. They're cooked. They're fucking roasted because you're going to get perceived as, if you aren't already, a person that just wants people to die so you can look good on twitch.com/Hasanabi Live. That's it. It is, if they pull it off, it is the death of those types of conversations and the annihilation of people that have that in their past as a method of statecraft. Ignorance, self-satisfaction, smugness, raw fucking arrogance, and a desire to see people suffer so you can say you were right. That is all people are going to see. That's all that's being sold with a lot of these individuals right now anyway. It's why I fucking can't stand them. To a degree, I get it. Because their audiences are spoiled morons. Very often, even if they're from one of these countries or there's some sort of foreigner that's talking about it, there's still the upper middle class of a foreigner from that region. Right? And that's who they're speaking to. People that are just really upset, not because really deep down the morality of the issue is bad, or they understand the tactics, or they understand the economics at play, or they understand, the historical reasons why this should and shouldn't happen, or they have any predictive capacity on good or bad things happening. They just really want all of the power that America has accrued through being American, but because they aren't the right kind of American to wield that power, they're fucking pissed about it. But they would be doing the same fucking thing, the exact same fucking thing, if they had the driver's seat, and everyone can see it. It's written plainly on your face. A lot of people don't even hide it. Bana Banana's entire fucking community and their ancillaries at this point are just doing like, I don't know why I should feel bad if Jews are pogromed because sometimes Jews in fucking Miami, Florida let fucking Benjamin Netanyahu come visit. Like, dude, you're getting played. At the very best, you're getting played. At the very worst, you're fucking like some sort of fifth columnist. I don't get it, but there's nothing that you do, say, none of your methods of organizing, none of the money you've raised, none of the points that you've done, none of your research, none of your videos, none of your advocacy, none of the people that you talk to, none of the ways that people learn how to talk to other people or lead or organize from you are going to get anybody anything other than killed at worst and ignored at best. And you're fucking done. We're so far past the fucking like sweet and light days of a Hillary Clinton possible presidency. What if the SJWs make it impossible for me to say raccoon without the R and the A at the beginning? I feel like it's going to be a massive imposition on my freedom of speech. Like, we're not there anymore. We're to the point where it's like, oh, actually, ICE can just kill you and no one's going to do anything about it. No, you're not. You're going to show up with cameras again. Jimmy Kimmel's going to fucking pull out a t-shirt. I think that things are bad. People are making statements, but we're not all participating in the same halls of power. That's over. It's over. It's a new world order. It's done. You're done. Sorry, you lost. That type of talking to people, that way of communicating, this lazy laissez-faire, dude, I just want to get my fucking dick sucked in Germany and then make $1 million saying socialism good. That shit's cooked, bro. It's done. You better have something valuable. something concrete for people to rally around. All right. You got to show that you're fucking participating to some fucking degree, because this shit's fucking weak, bro. As a matter, from now on, all I got to say is respond to every fucking Hassan supporter with just, you don't give a fuck about dead Palestinians until they cut it out. Just respond. Mass. Go ahead. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter. Tell him all the time, you don't give a fuck about dead Palestinians. He doesn't. He won't do anything that fixes the issue. He just sits around and jerks himself the fuck off all day and goes to China and does money spreads. He's not here. He's not even tuned into the conversation. They're so fucking cooked. They're so fucking cooked. They missed this and talking about this months before it happened. Yeah, almost a year. They're so fucking cooked that they're still defending, well, Kamala Harris' presidency would have been the same. No, I didn't. I just meant on Israel. I just meant on Israel it would be the same. Stupid fuck. That's the fucking loss that you took. That was the single issue. You're a single issue voter, but it's not a single issue world. So Venezuela no longer has a Nicolas Maduro because Donald Trump is president. This is how adults think. This is being over 30, at least for me. I'm pushing 9 years past it. I'm almost 40. This is what being an adult is like. Damn, the world's bigger than my immediate problem. I guess the entire earth can't be described with the amount of thought that can be fit on the back of a fucking cereal box. Insanity. Cooked. You're fucking done. You're going to start getting killed. I'm telling you, people are already fucking dying in this country and abroad. And it's going to end up with them winning because you people are stupid as fuck. You're lazy. You're pathetic. People didn't get in my comment section. You're an imperialist. Bro, I'm going to survive the purge. The fuck are you doing? What are you on YouTube? Can you do a push-up? Can you do an L-shaped ambush? Do you know what an explosively formed penetrator is? Do you know how to make your own explosives? Do you know how to grow food? Can you build a house? Could you be useful? No, you guys are fucking cooked because you're stupid. You're self-absorbed cunts. You're dislikable shits. The only thing that you can do is say, I gave you $10 on the internet. I gave you $20. Oh, I'm not going to give it to you again. Dude, that doesn't matter. What are you talking about? Asmongold owns you, little bro. Dude, Asmongold might own people by the end of next decade because commentators like Hassan are lazy, self-involved, and stupid. Understand that. The power that you could have, the authority that you could access, the ability to actually grow and build something that you are clogging up right now could lead to somebody like Asmongold owning literal slaves by the end of next decade. And you morons are comfortable having little fuck. I know what I did today. I liked Bad Empanadas status on Jews. Bye. Pop. That's what it's. Are you going to think about that? You think you're going to hear before that little fucking whine in your ear and everything starts going dark, you lose all the feeling in your right eye? Before that, pop! Are you going to go like, damn, I really should have fucking, oh man. Maybe I shouldn't have liked the 16th random fucking Bad Empanada crypto Jew post. Pop! You're not even here. You're somewhere else. Whatever fucking country you're in. The American flag is going to fly over the entire fucking world because you fucking idiots. You're so dislikable. You're so fucking loathsome. The super chat is practice. Base. Thank you for $10. Next decade seems like a very conservative estimate right now. I know. Just remember, you were not King Louis the 14th. You are not the Sun King. You are not the center of the world. I like when Daddy Tyler talks down to us. Jesus Christ. My wrinkles are not getting more pronounced. Okay. I'm going to read some chat. But I had to get that off my chest. I was just getting irritated today. I was getting irritated. I was seeing posts on Instagram that's like, it doesn't matter what Maduro did. It doesn't matter who Maduro was. If you support the deposition of Maduro, you're no better than a Nazi. I think you could be better than a Nazi. What do you... A Nazi? A Nazi. Dude, at least give me an Italian fascist. No better than a Mussolini supporter. I was like, okay, I mean, maybe I could work with that and still disagree. Mass murders. Well, I guess actually it doesn't really count because I think the kind of people that share that are like Hassan and Bad Empanada fans, and they're all. I don't know how sure at this point they all are about that 6 million figure in Germany circa 1940 something. It's getting a little wishy-washy over there. Far be it for a Turk to just suddenly forget a few million people that may or may not have been slaughtered in the early 1900s. I would be shocked to find out a Turk just lost track of like 1 million dead something or others from the turn of the century. That's probably never happened in Turkey before. That's probably not happening in Turkey right now. Oh my God. This is just a class solidarity with provocatory privilege. I don't know if I said that specifically in my video, but it makes me sound smarter. Thank you, I guess. Dude, I'm going to fucking put out rules. I swear to God. I need rules. Like Fight Club. One of them is going to be, if you don't have a skill, like a trade skill, at a fucking journeyman level, you're not allowed to talk politics. I don't care to hear it. I just don't care. I don't know what you could say that I would give a fuck about. Noam Chomsky, I don't give it. He was on Epstein's plane. I don't give a fuck. I'll talk to the guy that fixed the wheels on Epstein's fucking Pervert Express plane. Whoever the aviation mechanic was, that was just like, what in the fuck are the people? Who is getting on this plane while he's like trying to fucking switch out the transmission fluid? I care more about whatever that guy has to say about politics than anything Noam Chomsky has to say. Fucking withered old fucking bag going on there, fucking touching on young kids. I don't know if he did it or not. I don't give a fuck. It would burn everybody that went to Epstein Island. If you went to Epstein Island, you should do the right thing and kill yourself. Doesn't matter if you fuck the kids or not. Just do it. It's time. Everyone will understand. Just write in your suicide note, I didn't do anything to the kids, but it's too weird to continue living after this. And everyone will go, see, that's a fucking real one, okay? That's going to be one of the rules. It's going to be, what skill do you have? And you're going to have to demonstrate it. It doesn't have to be something extreme, but you're going to have to be like, oh, I can draw. Okay, I better see line art. Like, high quality spatial awareness. I can fucking cook. Okay, let me see you throw an egg sandwich together there, Scooter. Okay, cool. If you can't do that, I don't give a fuck. I don't care anymore. I don't give a shit. Because what the fuck good are you? Even if we had you, I keep getting all these fucking people with like I get more disabled people in my comments than I have ever met at the fucking hospital. Disabled people saying they're disabled and they're upset with me. First off, understand this. I am literally physically disabled. I have a disability. I have a series of disabilities. I got brain damage and shit. Huzzah. That's why I'm a stuttering, angered mess half the time. Tyler, why are you so upset? Because the part of me that calms down got turned into sludge. That's why. It's that heavy, sour oil leaking out my fucking ear. All right? How in the fuck are y'all as disabled as you can be to be fucking miffed about your disability, but none of you have, you're too disabled for YouTube comments? How is that possible? How did we handle accessibility for the YouTube comment section before we handled it for you getting a fucking job? It's crazy to me. Like we just like, no, we took the bars out in the middle of the double doors, right? We got Braille on shit. We're putting fucking alt text. All these blind motherfuckers are like flying planes by now, you know? Deaf people are doing audiograms. It's great. But somehow, whatever the fuck disability that somehow everybody that's in the YouTube comment sections, a lot of Reddit people seem to have the vague disability. They're just a disabled person. I've talked to real disabled people. I know tons of them. They never say, I'm disabled. They're usually like, oh yeah, fucking leg's gone. Or they never mention it. You know? Or they're fucking, it's super obvious. But as a disabled person. Okay, hold on. Let me just say, first and foremost, thank God you've overcome whatever the fuck is wrong with you so that you can use the YouTube comment section. Jesus Christ. I know it's a living hell for you, whatever you have to go through on a day-to-day basis, but thank God you got to the YouTube comment section with the accessibility tools provided to you by, I don't know, Alphabet, that company's called now, so that you could still be as stupid as all of the abled people and say some shit I don't give a fuck about. Welcome. You know, what the hell? Where the fuck are all these disabled people coming from with this vague disability? Never hear what it is. It's always like, hey, I don't know. You said something about disabled people on your program. I'm allowed to. I can say it. Okay? Literally, I'm not fucking kidding. I'm a real disabled person. I try not to bring it up at every fucking chance I get to win arguments, but in the case of talking down to other disabled people, I will. Where the fuck are y'all coming from? And what the fuck? You have to tell me what disability you have from now. You gotta out yourself. I don't care. I'm saying no more. I'm a person of color. You better tell me what color it is. I want to hear. Give me your position on the fucking Peter Griffin chart. There's too many people of color with first name, last name numbers out there. As a black lesbian. Oh shit! Wow, you actually fucking you went into the backstory. Are you really? It's a highly specific thing. I don't know. Did you get my videos on accident? I don't know if you see me. How the fuck are you here? Why are you leading with that? I know black lesbians. They usually say, my name is Jennifer. Or, hello. Or, I don't care about this. All of a sudden, no. Is a person of color. Yada, 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 yada. Never anything I've ever heard anybody complain about. Just, I'm very concerned about your white people words. Just, like, bro, I went to college in fucking urban Cincinnati, okay? I went to the University of Cincinnati. I am familiar with white shenanigans, okay? If you are a white person, I can sense you through your fucking text most of the time. There are people that sneak by on occasion. Say the fuck most cracker shit in the world. Like, you ever piss off somebody that's actually a person of color? They just tell you to go fuck yourself. Okay, dislike. Hey, kill yourself, homie. Bye. I'm gonna write you 6 fucking paragraphs as a vague person of color. Okay, what? Huh? What does this have to do? It's always like, I got some great ones on the mouthwashing video. As a trans person of color. What in the fuck does that have to do with mouthwashing? Why did you have to leave with that? Are you mad about, they're all white except for Daisuke, I think. What the fuck are you talking about? Did I not catch who's trans in mouthwash? Why is this relevant? I just need you to know. I brought my walking stick and have tied my onion to my belt before I enter this conversation. Like, I don't give a fuck. If it's relevant to the conversation, let me know. But tell me about yourself. It's like the least important thing. You know what I mean? It's never like, hey, I'm a black dude from Chicago. Hey, as a fucking Vietnamese American from San Francisco. Hey, dude. As a pretend Irish guy from Boston. I never get, no, it's not that. Sometimes I do get those, and those people have something to say. Hey, I'm a black guy, and I live in Memphis, Tennessee, and this thing happened. I saw it occur. I live in that neighborhood. Okay, cool. That was relevant as fuck to the conversation. Hey, I'm just a white guy from the fucking Midwest. I live in the middle of Indiana, and I have ideas about being white in the middle of Indiana. Okay, that's like a person. As a person of color, the entirety of it, let me just make myself, this. Can I get some more white people? As a fucking white person and diminish your value of talking. That's what I need to see. I'm white so you can ignore me, but where's the courage for this posting? Hey, I'm a white guy. So just ignore this post if you want to. There's probably a lot of people that would thank you for that. They go, oh, fuck, scroll that down. But all these, this is the problem right now. Everybody wants to lead without who they are. Because, that's your problems that you're going through. Okay, sure. And that's fine. But I can't tell who the fuck anyone is on the internet. I want real static shit. Who do you do? Who do you do? What do you do? What kind of activities do you engage in? What kind of skills do you have? Can you shoot a gun? Dude, hey, as a person that likes shooting guns, I love that. The fucking hobby shit. Oh, hey, I've been doing HEMA for 15 years. Like, how the hell do you get so much deeper into this? That's so relevant. I've been doing HEMA for 15 years, and Shadiversity is a fat loser. Okay? I believe you. All right. Okay, cool. That was relevant to the conversation. There's too much of this. And so much of it's wrapped up in the way that all of these people that have been my sort of predecessors online go about with their conversations and shit. It's just this like constant need to ignore the fact that you don't have anything to bring to conversations. So you have to talk about some ancillary aspect of yourself. You know what I mean? And the people that are making the conversational points are encouraging this by not having anything to talk about themselves. The reason there are so many people doing this and leading with, you know, whether it's true or not, their disability status, their minority status, whoever they are, is because we've let too many people in the left not have anything going for them aside from their base physical characteristics or how nice they are to people with base characteristics. That's all I hear after the fact. And I think that's why so many people introduce themselves as such. It's like, well, you know, Vosh, you know, as a black Vosh viewer, dwindling number, what a niche person. You know, as a white Asmongold fan, non-dwindling number. as a Latino Nick Fuentes stan, you know what I mean? So many of these streamers have got nothing going on. And I think this is one of the biggest reasons we fall behind the right, is because they're like, every time I see one of your comment sections or something, it's like everybody is talking about shit that really doesn't matter, because it doesn't ultimately. It shouldn't have to, unless it's cogent to the conversation. But you have people like leading in with this on stuff that has nothing to do with it. And then you get to hobby videos. It's like, dude, I've been competition shooting for 15 years. Hey, you got soft hands, brother. I do 700 miles overland in fucking semi trucks every day, bro. You don't know about rolling cone and F-350. I've been Mopar my whole life. Fuck F-350s. Whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? People have no personality outside of these protected characteristics, because it's the only way that we judge value in these groups. And you only judge that value based on how much fucking pain someone's been in. And it makes all the conversations fucking awful. I just don't even care about it. It's like, okay, man, that sucks for you, or congratulations, I'm not sure which kind of deal. And I just want you to be like, who the fuck are you? Because if you get comfortable supporting streamers who want you to lead and be in their communities as, you know, like, hey man, I got a list of blacks. I got a list of Jews. I got a list of Muslims. I got a list of Africans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which I see so many of these fucking streamers do. They'll fucking bust out their like Jew friend list. They'll bust out their black friend list in a fucking heartbeat to be like, hey, hold on now. I say, fuck that. Dude, how many carpenters do you know? You know what I mean? Like who do you got in your community that's like doing shit? Artists, awesome. STEM lords, cool. I'm always on the lookout for some fucking mathematicians. I need them around, because I'm not good at that shit. I can't graph stuff. Dude, shout out fucking Fanatic in my community teaching me how to do basic fucking spreadsheet shit that my wife's already told me to try to teach me. And I forgot that too. Fucking guiding me like a fucking lost child through a fucking windstorm. I want people. People. It doesn't mean you have to ignore where the fuck you're from. But like, god damn it. It's not really even on the fucking viewers at this point. I think I want to make this into a larger point. Stop letting fucking streamers do this shit to their fucking fan bases. Stop letting streamers turn everybody into like, hey man, hey bro, fucking, I got these kind of people here. I'm not in trouble for this. You know what I mean? Like, I have a lot of this kind of people. I don't think I should be criticized for that. You know, I got plenty of this in my audience. Like, dude, I want, when I say that, I want fucking HEMA people. You know what I mean? Like, you like fucking, hey, it's something valuable. Because there's only so much your fucking physical, unchangeable characteristics about yourself can really help in a conversation. God bless trans women, but not all of them understand the fucking basics of chemistry and biology and shit that go into that stuff. A lot of it, or not the basics, but the advanced stuff, right? It's like, oh, hey, they're going to have this conversation. You got to put some fucking ding dong that is just a barista at Starbucks on the fucking line for 50 years of fucking medical knowledge. Not like they're fucking going to be completely lost, but then all of a sudden it's like, I got plenty of trans people in here that have said that the thing that I say about trans people is accurate. It's like, well, first off, they like you because you're their streamer. You are turning them into a fucking cushion for criticism against you. And this isn't even a specific example, although it sounded like Vosh, and we all know it did. It wasn't a specific example. But it's like, dude, there's probably somebody that actually understands the chemistry and shit, and you should go with them. And too often, people are just like, well, you know, I found the people that I care about. It's this person or people or group of people with a protected characteristic, and I'm going to say a thing over and over again that they want to hear. And we're just going to pretend like it's the right thing, and then we're all just going to be misled because they just wanted to hear that. You know what I mean? And then like they get sent out into the world and they have to try to argue on their behalf, and it turns into a giant fucking blow up in your face. I find it extremely irritating. By the way, hi Kusabake, good morning. Unrealized fascist ideologue. I want to know what you would do to talk to these individuals about politics. Good morning. There's bro, I think it's like, do gardening and sewing count as skills? Absolutely. Hell yes. Dude, horticulture and tailoring, right? Haberdashery. Yes. I think the talking to people part is, it's done. It's cooked. There's no reason to talk to people about socialism. Can I build that? Okay, stop talking about it. Fuck it. Stop talking about socialism. Stop trying to pitch people on the idea of socialism, quote unquote. Whatever the fuck that means to you. Because it's horseshit. It's not real yet. We've been hearing that as a response, and it's the best possible response is, hey, you have an idea. Okay, yes. And I have to sacrifice to make it happen. Yes. And you don't know if it's actually going to work. No, I do, because I have faith in it the way that you have faith in Jesus Christ, your redeeming savior, who is made the fuck up. Like, you can't pitch. Yeah, Tyler, I'll never defend you. First two rules. You can't pitch people on a sale unless you're good or really, really deceptive. You can't pitch people on something that doesn't do shit. You got to focus. There's no real talking to people at this point. We're kind of talked out. I think that everyone feels that way. You should have conversations. You should build bridges. Stop talking about politics all the goddamn time and show people that you have more value to yourself than your unchangeable characteristics and your political desires that are based in a hypothetical reality you could achieve if everybody all at once agreed to do the right thing. Which is what you want. There's like somebody was commenting on one of my comment sections the other day, like, I think it's time for a revolution. No, it's not. You'll lose. Who can fight? Every time you see lefties online, they're skinny pussies. I think I was watching somebody, Elliot Sang. I don't really know that person very well. They're a very large creator, but they're like, I think that people need to discuss the realities of political violence. But I'm looking at a guy who I could probably shake to death, like a baby. And that's not like because he's not a good person or like morally great. It's because he's like a fucking LA twink and he's small like a baby. And I'm big like a man, like a big guy. I weigh pushing 300 pounds. And as I get more into shape and get lighter, I'm larger. I'm 6'4". And understand, the right's got plenty of guys like me. And honestly, the middle has most of the guys that are like me. Dudes that like to hunt, fish, shoot, guys that were in the military. All the left does is try to alienate them for the perceived sins of other people and learn nothing from them. You abstain from violence. You abstain from knowledge. You abstain from the skill craft that goes into violence. And it's a skill. Trust me, if you tried it against me, I would fucking dismantle you. And I'm not even that good at it. I'm not like a fucking MMA professional. But with my MIC-MAP fucking tan belt, I could kill like 90% of the people on Earth. That's what a little bit of training does. And people won't even cross that bridge. You can't talk about revolution without being able to say we're going to establish an active monopoly on violence. Well, hey, I'm an anarchist and I have ideas. Yeah, your idea is support other people who are going to fucking kill you when they get into power because that's what's happened every other time. You don't run anything. Shut the fuck up. You go dream and do something valuable and we'll call you when we need you, which will be never, because you can't build the power you need to make me listen to you. You can only beg, which is pathetic. And it's definitely not going to work on the guys that are across the aisle. And like, you don't have to do violence, but you can't ignore it. You can't abstain from the responsibility of self-defense. You can't. You can go online and hope that some liberal is going to poo-poo people, and then you're just relying on the guy that does violence caring what the liberal thinks enough to go, I don't want to piss off Jon Stewart. I like the guy. You're begging for your life without even having to fucking open your mouth. That's what you're doing. You're begging for your fucking life, which is a pathetic way to live. Okay? I don't ever want to exist like that, which is why I go to the gym and I act scary so that people don't fuck with me. Because I've had my ass kicked. I've been knocked unconscious in fights. Waking up knowing someone could have killed you is terrifying. It really is. It's like, oh, fuck, dude, that could have been it for me. That guy wanted to kill me. It could have killed me. Glad he didn't. I was at that person's mercy. Horrible way to live. I don't suggest it to anybody. But if you're just like, I'm going to go about in life and I think that people should do the right thing because they oughta, you're a fucking rube. You're spoiled. You grew up somewhere where you had breakfast cereal every fucking morning. Okay? You don't know what it's like to thin out milk with water. Much less go without water itself. You just don't get what hungry does to people. You don't know. You soft as fuck. Soft as fuck. And I don't know what to tell you, man. You got to shut the fuck up when adults are talking because you only get to talk because no one wants to beat your ass, or the people that do are afraid of people like me who say, you shouldn't do that, man. Come on, you try to fuck up little guy, I'm going to fuck you up. Let's just not fight anyone. Okay. Why? Because the two guys that can fuck each other up decided to spare your life as an act of consideration between them. Your life is not in your hands. That is what abstaining from violence does. None of you are in control. If I went to fucking Hassan Piker's house and I kicked his fucking door in and I said, Hassan, I'm going to fucking come in 10 minutes and I'm going to fucking yada, 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 he would call the police. If I fucked him up, his parents or his friends would call the police on me. The pigs, the people that he fucking hates, because they have the monopoly on violence and I broke the rules that the liberals established. And that's what would prevent me from doing it. Or anybody else that's not fucking insane and just doesn't care about going to jail or something stupid like that. That is what violence is. All of this, like, we should go along, we should get along, is only because we already conquered all of our fucking enemies. You're just feeling like ancillary guilt from the fact that you fucking won all fights. Your forefathers slaughtered everything. Now you are here, dried blood up to your ankles going, what if they were nicer? It's a nice thing to think about because you have the privilege to consider nonviolence. Nonviolence is such a privileged standpoint that it beggars the mind. It's one of the reasons where people are like, dude, you would not last outside the suburbs. You would not last if you had to go into a rural area where people fucking stand on business. If you had to go into an urban area where people stand on business. Fuck, even suburban areas where people stand on business, usually because they're poor and because somebody's word and their fists are the only thing that keeps them from getting fucked with by other people. Hey, why'd you just say that to me? Well, I just think in a polite society, we should be able to talk. If you say that again, I'm going to take you outside and I'm going to fucking fill your mouth full of dirt. What? Who would do that? You're a fucking psycho. Drag, drag, drag. Here, you like talking shit? There's shit for you to talk. You ain't ever seen something like that happen to somebody. You don't know the real world. You live in the fantasy violent men created for you to exist in. You're a pet to history, like a fucking bird in a cage. You live soft. It's okay. That's the dream. But you got to understand we're not in those times anymore. We're rapidly departing them because it's been a long time since we all fucking killed each other and we get fucking antsy when that happens. I don't know why. That's just how humans are. We did a couple world wars and then a few police action post hoc, like, fuck, I still got the fucking scent of blood in my nose. I like winning. We should just kill some people and get shit done. And then we're all like, can we stop for 5 fucking minutes? Just pay for whoever the fuck is left to fight each other, because I'm sick of fucking winning against your people. I'm sick of fucking killing Germans. Like, That's why we stopped fighting. It's not because we're good people in a civilized world. Dude, I'm not fucking British. I don't even cotton to that shit. I never lived in a fucking civilized world. I lived in a lock your doors, keep your shit close. I live in a world where it's like, fuck, I left something unlocked. I'm out $2,000 worth of shit. I live in, hey, shut the fuck up or it's right now. That's where I'm from. And that's reality. Because it's true. Donald Trump just proved it. Well, I've got a really big fucking rock and you don't. So give me what you have and I won't beat your skull in. That's the point. Oh shit. Actually, we're still cavemen. Actually, it's all aspirational. Liberalism itself is aspirational. It's as aspirational as communism or socialism or anything. Fascism even. Liberalism was just something we actually got into. It actually just established calm for a minute. Are we heading towards fascism? We're already participating in it to certain degrees. We always have been. It's always been a little fascist. It's always been a little liberal. All of these fucking systems commingle with each other until one takes over, usually for 5 seconds, and then the other ones get fucking pissed because they have nothing left to lose and they go all out. Then they win. At this point, the only person that's going to save all of you fucking socialists and you Maduroites are fucking Lib Dems. If you really think about it, how pathetic is that? Every time I see Bannon and his fans online, a bunch of fucking foreigners and a guy that's like, foreigner 3 layers deep, a fucking Greek from Australia living in Argentina, speaking piss poor Spanish, saying, the Democrats are never gonna save us. That's all that you're saying. It doesn't matter how you phrase it. Oh, I can't believe people are having faith in the Democrats. The Democrats are never going to save us. The Democrats have let us down again. You're begging for liberals to give you what you can't take for yourself. It's pathetic on a level that boggles the mind. I'd kill myself before I talked like that. And trust me, I fucking mean it when I say that. I would fucking sooner die. I wish the fucking minority party from another country I've never lived in will save me. What the fuck? Bro, can I see if I asked America to just move a little bit, would I be able to see the brand of boot that's on your throat? Oh, you guys are bootlickers. Like, I can't hear you through the fucking rasping. Like, dude, you're fucking cooked. All your pride has gotten you is you just live in America Junior. You live in Millet's version of the 51st state. Like, the cuckoldry is insane. It's nothing to be proud of. Like, you're pathetic in such a deep spiritual way that I don't even think you understand it. Like, you can't, you're like a person that doesn't know they're starving because they've never eaten. It's weird. People ask me, they say shit to me like, what if that happened to America? You don't get it, dude. It can't. It can't. Or it would. People fucking hate us. They try to invade us. They would. They would just do it. You can't even move here without our permission, or we might shoot you in the snow in Minnesota. We might just have fucking some fat guy kill you. For trying to move here without permission, we'll fucking kill you. Could you imagine what's gonna happen? China's gonna invade California? It would be the happiest day of our lives. Do you remember how much America loved America when Osama bin Laden blew up those towers? Oh, it was the greatest travesty in American time. We were happy. Toby Keith got a career. He sucks. And Toby Keith became one of the most important voices in music because you blew up those fucking towers. Biggest day ever. Like, oh, fuck. The killing hour has come. The death bell is ringing. Dude, we love that shit. We just do. Okay, well, we don't like you. It doesn't matter. You gotta fucking do something else. Get offline. If you live in a country that doesn't speak fucking English, you need to start teaching fucking military maneuvers and whatever the fuck language you speak. All you Europeans need to give up on your dreams of peace and start building a fucking military apparatus that could tell us what to do. Because as it stands, all of you that have been kicking your fucking economic debt down the line and just steadily being fucking robbed by all of the people who you were robbing for years and just sitting on the fucking sidelines of history, All y'all are about to turn fascist overnight in a heartbeat because all you do is focus on America. Donald Trump is embarrassing. Donald Trump isn't very funny. I don't think Trumpism will really set foot in Sweden, in Germany, in Britain. And then every time one of you stupid fucks say that, I don't think that American Trumpism would work in South America. Here's Javier Milei with a fucking chainsaw and mutton chops, just literally cutting the idea of socialism to pieces in his country. Maybe the country falls, maybe it fails. I don't fucking know. But that's not going to stop the fucking pain and suffering that's going to come from the L, especially if you Europeans go the same way you went last time you went moderately fascist. Fucking dickheads. I gotta look at fucking chat. I had a vent, man. I've been so fucking irritated. What if the Panners were louder than MLK with the Civil Rights Act have passed? There were a whole lot of civil rights marches that ended up police brutally beating the shit out of people and escalating into a riot, Black Panther armed protests, and so on. Okay. I might have disassociated from it, but I ran from the cops yesterday by going the speed limit, and they could only threaten me with a worse fate, and I survived. Hunter S. Thompson taught me respect. Did that really happen? I actually did that one time. The cops, we were all speeding. By we, I mean me and like 4 other cars that were just driving through the AA highway, actually, on the way to Cincinnati through Kentucky. And the other people, the guy at the front of the pack happened to be going fast, and we all pulled over, but nobody stopped. And the cop just kept going up the line until that guy stopped, and then we all just pulled around the cop and left, even though like all of us were going like 90 miles an hour in a 55. We just sort of left. And that cop was like, well, I only have one. I can only eat one of you. So we did like alligator rules and just vanished. Because until he pulls someone over, you can just pretend like, oh, I didn't know I was getting pulled over. I thought you wanted the guy at the front. I mean, I wasn't happy I'm Muslim. Yeah, but imagine if you weren't. That's all I can say. I mean, that's a fucked up thing, but like, dude, people are fucking psychos. Fucking nuts. Don't do that stupid shit. How are IRL leftists better than online leftists? What have they done? I mean, anything at all. If you're offline, at least you're out there. You know what I mean? I think the difference between IRL leftists and online leftists at this point is just being verifiably a single person. I mean, you look at communities like the fucking dipshit President Sunday. That guy is like 10% of the people in any bad empanada thread that has more than 5 people posting in it. Like, dude, he's got so many fucking alts. Actually, I was cataloging him once when I actually still gave a shit about fucking with him. And I was up to counting at least 7 or 8 alternatives. I know Banapidata is on like what, his 50th fucking alt. And if you have multiple public alternatives, you're more than likely got a ton of fucking secret alternatives that you're posting on too. And so like, when you see all these posts, I think a lot of the time with the reason you're like, why are so many people saying the same thing? It's because it's like one guy with no time and 10 fucking accounts who just keeps saying the same shit over and over again. Like fucking more than likely one fucking IRL leftist is worth 10 fucking online leftists, because the 10 online leftists are half of one person who's actually 20 accounts. Like at this point, it's like, dude, you're flesh and blood. I could touch you is how valuable you are. The online left is such a negative that it doesn't feel real. I mean, very often when you're talking to people and you see the same stupid opinion a number of times in a row, it's probably just an alt. When you see people agreeing with Hassan, you're like, why are 20 people saying the same thing? It's probably just either a bot farm or the same person on multiple alternative accounts, because nobody's verified in a way that matters anymore. No one's actually who they say they are online. And all these people are fake. The value between an IRL leftist and an online leftist is online leftists already don't do anything. And you also don't know how many there are. That's why none of it ever turns into anything valuable. Wow, I got 1 million people watching. Like, yeah, dude, okay, congratulations. Hey, dude, is a bot farm like an ant farm? Can you at least watch them crawl? No, you can't even see that. All right, cool. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. It's worthless numbers. IRL, I get fucking 3 scumbags and 1 half-assed person at a fucking, PSL meeting. If you have a fucking scrap, a modicum of charisma, you can probably whip them up into something. Just tell them to shut the fuck up and you don't care what they think. You're losers. You guys have lost a bunch. I think I have an idea where we could win. That's all you gotta do. Why do you guys suck? Who sends out the press releases? I want to do press releases from now on. Start up something else. If the PSL is just irritating, like it's a bunch of people who go to college a town over and one person who won't return his emails, just fucking go past them. Just start your own thing. That's what fucking Nick Fuentes did. He was alone. Now he's one of the FBI's most valuable assets. He was just a guy. Now he's multiple assholes IRL. He goes out to things. He went out to CPAC. He put on his little glasses and his fucking lift so he could get all the way up to 5'5", and he went to CPAC. That's why IRL is more valuable than online. DGG has done more than fucking Hassan has ever done, with the sex pestery included. Because I will still say this till the end of the day. Progressive Victory, even if it didn't work, was an attempt. Failing in real life is good because you failed, but the real people meet each other. They can form connections. They can form bonds. They can feel like they're not alone. The reason most of the people in the online left feel alone is because they are. You may be one guy talking to 10 alts. You don't know. You don't fucking know. It's oh, dude, no, I was in a voice chat with 3 people. Dude, you were in the voice chat with 1 person and 2 voice mods on 3 accounts. That's not real. If you can't dap someone up, they're not there. If their money transfers in, the money's green, okay, that's fine. But that's why so many of these relationships feel empty and transactional, is because money is the only thing that passes between people. I can talk shit to chatters because you're just chatters. Your name's on the screen. You're the vague shape of my camera behind this bright ass fucking light. You're not real here with me. If you were, it would be a different thing. I would never talk to a lot of people in real life the way I talk to somebody on screen, because they're going to be a whole person at that point. There's stake. There's respect in the stake of having 2 people, flesh and blood, feet away from each other, having conversations. The problem with the online left is that it is not the IRL left. You're wasting time. What are you doing? I'm in a comment section. Loser. You don't give a fuck about dead Palestinian kids. Shut up. You're in a fucking comment section. Just say that. Be mean to people. They're not real until they're outside. Let me see a picture of you at your state fucking legislature. Let me see you at your fucking state capitol. That's pretty far away. Okay, well, once I see that, I'll believe you're real. And not a second earlier. You don't give a fuck about dead Palestinian kids. I do. No, you don't, Gato Fumador. You're a fucking collection of numbers and lines on Twitter. You don't give a fuck about dead Palestinian kids. You use them to talk about Destiny's penis. That's it. Destiny's penis, dead Palestinian kids, suck off Hassan, vicious cycle. That's the whole, you don't give a fuck. You never did. None of you do. No, I do go on to IRL, just not on this account, and you don't know who I really am. Then it doesn't count. Whoever that person is, it's not you. You are numbers and letters on a screen. You're not real. You don't count. Whoever the meatbag is that is logging into this account and speaking through his little fucking digital puppet, that person is real, but I can't see them and I don't know them until I do. They're not real. They don't exist. You don't exist. That's why people can ignore you. That's why your words don't fucking matter. Because clicky button. Have I not told you the importance of clicky button? What is it? Oh, hey, it's Bada Banana. He being mean to me. He say words I know like. Block. Okay, now he's got to go create a whole new account. I'm back. Block. Clicky button. You can turn him off. Oh, a bunch of his people are harassing me. Okay, just no new accounts for a while. Clicky button. If I got 100 people to show up at somebody's house in real life, I'm one of the most dangerous people on earth, statistically speaking. You got 100 people to go to somebody's house? That might have been a crime. There's serious repercussions if something goes wrong. That's a serious amount of responsibility. Holy shit. You have a lot of pull, a lot of play. We need to know who you are. We need to know why this is happening. Can we send the news? Should we send the police? Have we talked to the state legislature about this? Should we contact the federal government? What about 100 people in a comment section? No one fucking cares. Except for terminally online people that only have like a cat to talk to and the voices in their fucking head as they lose their mind logging in and out of kiwi farms trying to figure out if everybody knows about their penis pictures. Woogity, 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 woogity. That's the only people that care about this stuff. So when people try to do it to me, it's just like, okay, well, I guess a bunch of people are making fun of me online today. I'm going to have to go tile my bathroom. And then I go tile my bathroom, and it's worse than anything that anyone can say to me on the internet will ever be. Because it's tile work. It fucking sucks. It's the worst shit. It's heavy. It's sharp. It's wet. It's fucking miserable. The only thing worse is drywall. You ever done drywall? I don't give a fuck about an internet harassment campaign. You better be calling my bank with an AI voice changer and trying to steal all my money. You have to commit federal crimes for me to care. I have to do drywall? I want to fucking draw squares on drywall. I don't want to cut it anymore. Oh, the fucking nail and screw went too deep and it popped through the fucking paper. Oh, the fucking studs aren't aligned. Why didn't I cut out a notch for this fucking wire protector? You know how horrible that is? Because it's fucking real. The internet has no stakes. You're not there. You don't know if anyone else is. So all you can do to reach out and talk to people is give them money. Please notice I'm real. Please notice I'm real. Hassan, notice I'm real. Here's $5. Oh, he didn't read it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I don't like this guy. I'm going to tell people to unsubscribe from them. Oh, I've taken some of their YouTube ad revenue. He's lost 10,000 subscribers. Ooh, oh, how delicious. Like, if you can just leave, you're good. How many times have I seen the Jake Paul is finally over? Like, bro, the dude, he went all the way to getting his fucking jaw broken by a professional boxer, and he's still a multimillionaire, and you fucking never did anything to stop him. That's it. It's like, yeah, you can say all you want about any of these fucking people online, but Thomas Crooks did more to fucking stop a Trump presidency than anyone I've ever seen online. And there's no arguing with it. Like, if that little guy had fucking done a little bit more range day, we would be probably talking about a J.D. Vance presidency instead of whatever the fuck we have now. Like, IRL matters. Nobody goes to a fucking political rally and stacks their fucking internet followers on a screen behind them. No one that does anything valuable. You get real people there. That's how you meet motherfuckers. That's how you grow. If you're in the online left, you're not IRL. Go the fuck outside. That's why I'm trying to break this shit up. I'm trying to... I'm trying to fucking knock it down. Just stop having faith in this thing's ability to change shit for you, because it's not going to change anything. What the fuck? I was telling people not to gift me... Thank you for $200. Jesus fucking Christ. Where the hell... Just found out about your channel and works in general. It's made me feel so much less alone and isolated politically. It's really inspired me to get more politically active in real ways. Well, Base, thank you very much for $200. That's a lot of money. I feel compensated. You don't have to give that amount again, but if you do, I'm not going to tell you not to. Because I turn all my money into lenses. People gave me donos, now I have lights. People gave me donos, I have those curtains, chair, headphones, computers. I put it all back into the thing. So thank you very much. Please notice I'm a real person from Deserted Hail. $2. Yes. I missed one. The Greenest Face, Super Chat, Canadian, $20. Sorry. It's scary how much Trumpism is getting a foothold in Canada, especially in my province. We're trying to trigger a new election by petitioning for new elections in conservative writings. I don't know what that means necessarily. It is literally, oh man, dude, this fucking thing just stole. Somebody had a good point. It's like an asterisk at the beginning of every different age that like some great bloodletting happens and we all say it's all good. That's the case, dude. We all live in the fucking aftermath of slaughter. There's no ignoring it. Everyone that's here killed someone, which is always the case. It's like, what is your real rubric for morality if you're a leftist online these days? It's usually just like, I'm just on a fucking loser's. I'm rooting for a loser regardless of what they've done. It's like, so you're just going to ignore everything. Just if they have no money and they fucking take L's all the time, you're just going to root for them. Not like from a principled standpoint, they're just going to be your person and you're going to say that anything they did was good. Yep. Like, this is like what I keep saying for fucking Bana Panada, is he's just like, the poorest people, every person he fucking supports is just the poorest, most wretched filth of the earth. I swear to God. Dude, please let him never be on my side, because you know I'm fucking cooked. You're fucking done if he's rooting for you. It's like, dude, sometimes people are poor because they couldn't hold on to their shit. Now, there's systemic issues on this earth that fuck people over. But there's very rarely anything you can do about it until you have resources. Just constantly saying that the poor people are poor because they're good is not a way to find predictive methods of improving the world. I don't know how to say it. Like, well, hey, what if that person has stuff and this person doesn't have stuff? Let me just tell you this right now. You should do what that person that doesn't have anything did. What? Why? You know what I mean? Hey, like this whole stupid thing, this whole fucking community. You should, if you live in a first world country, you should go be poor somewhere the fuck else in solidarity with poverty. Like, what? Why? How does that fix anything? It just seems like vegetarianism, not on the principle of like the sanctity of life, but on just like the ickiness of meat. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, if that's how you want to go, but you're not convincing me of fucking anything. What are you talking about? Fucking content warning for drywall. I'm having an eye twitch. Weed time, Tyler. Okay, enjoy yourself. The treat meter is full. The treat meter is full. We might not get a sweet cheek. He did get his like bi-monthly tooth surgery, so we'll see. We'll see. Sweet cheek. Everybody hope and pray. That's not a rabbit. Oh, there is. Look, he's happy. Oh, his little teeth got down. Okay. I'm surprised. You're right here. I thought you were hiding under the bed, which you're not supposed to be underneath. Oh, he's so drooly. There he goes. Oh, you're so wet. You poor guy. You poor fella. Oh, Juja. He has genetic maladies with his teeth. And so, what a little fella. You're so beautiful, sweet cheeks. And so his teeth don't align and they don't get burred down correctly. There you go. Now you guys can at least see his profile. Oh, his little stairs are there. I moved them and then I forgot to move them away. But like, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So his teeth have to get filed down so that he can actually like close his mouth and chew, because they don't align correctly. So they don't wear evenly. Bug, you already had a treat. I'll give you a second one because we got like $200. We'll just pretend that that's a second tier bunny treat. Do you want this yam? I'll throw it on the other side of Sweet Cheek. He's gonna leave. Oh, this excuse me. I just need some food. Oh no, Sweet Cheek trying to get it. Let me get some. I've never seen that before. He's so pissed. He was so pissed. He wanted to get some of that, but he doesn't have his teeth to grab onto it. If he had real teeth, he would have snatched that away from Buck so fast. How old is Sweet Cheeks? He's like 4-ish. We don't know exactly. We adopted him from behind a trailer, so we don't actually have access to his real birth records. Bro, I got no idea what you're saying. Bam talked that shit in Argentina, he wouldn't be around long. I mean, I think the guy's got some fucking people looking out for him. I think he might be paid up in a non-joking way. The Alberta Separatist movement is what the dono was about. Oh my God. Have you seen your ranking on FD's tier list? Oh yeah, I got to put that on. There's some good stuff to say about this.
All right, let's get to the main show. This is the problematic white guy tier list. So to be on this list, you have to be a white person that I am somehow connected to, whether it be because we have actually done content together, because I've done content about you, because I've come to know you outside of content, or because I'm highly aware of your presence within the general scope of things, and some niggas don't like you. Now, I may still fuck with you, but I have to acknowledge that it's some niggas that don't trust you. Eye Patch Wolf is not on the list just because that's my boy, and I refuse to. Eye Patch Wolf is above all. He is above this spot. I wouldn't deign to compare the king of the Irish to any other white. Okay, he is unrankable. Only people I think that don't like Eye Patch Wolf are just shitty people. So like,
I say one of my favorite videos that I keep coming across on TikTok is the black dude with like I don't know, some random accent. I'm gonna impersonate it for half a second just because I like the way he says the word. But he watches videos of like white dudes river dancing and talks about whimsical skedaddling. I like the way they do their whimsical skedaddling. Skedaddling is crazy. So every once in a while they seem like, oh, another one out for a whimsical skedaddle. Y'all fuck with Remick. That's what I heard. I heard y'all fuck with Remick and that shit from Sinners. Y'all like him.
There's nothing to even engage with, right? Here's the point of this video. We have a really lazy analysis on white dudes. And I get it. I get why. That's why I made that Charlie Kirk video. It's one of the reasons why I'm making a whiteness video that I'm gonna try to have exclusive to Nebula. When I made that talking to white people thing, it's because we've allowed.
Hey, I'll tell you what, FD, you need to know about white people. You can talk to the fucking king of Mayo himself right here, all right? I'd like to think, I don't know about Eye Patch Wolf. I don't know that dude. That's like old YouTube content I didn't watch back in the day. But I will say this. I know white people. No, I recently found out the way I was raised fucks up my white people credit because I use a washcloth and apparently nobody else does, which is wild to me. I didn't use one for a little while in the middle of my life because you kind of couldn't have them while I was in the military, but I would still have like a loofah or something because I hate washing myself with just my raw hands. It doesn't work. And then it wasn't until I was in like my mid 30s or some shit looking at TikTok or some odd, and it's like, wow, did you know white people don't use washcloths? And I was taken aback. I've never been so personally insulted in my life. You guys remember? It was the white people don't wash their legs or use washcloths discourse that was on TikTok. If you don't remember that, you don't remember. I gasped audibly. I was like, what the fuck? You can say anything else. I don't give a shit. I have no other cred. All right. It's not like, fucking Tyler's from the streets. Tyler knows this. I got 10 black friends. None of that. My only thing is like my closest apparently thing to me not being white of all the things with me is I use a washcloth, and that's controversial to apparently a fuckload of my fellow fish bellies. I don't know how that's the case. I was like, what? I was pissed. The black person that said it in the video, I was furious with him for a second. Because it's like literally, I don't know, if you just imagine you're there and someone says, you don't wash your legs or use a washcloth. Now, I guess if you're some white people, you go like, well, what's wrong with that? I went, how the fuck dare you say that about the only thing was, I was like, well, I mean, I don't scrub them maybe as long as every part, but I get every inch of my legs. What? How the fuck dare you say? I was pissed. Like almost hopped into the comment section. Thank God for other white people being grimy as fuck to help me catch up. He was right, apparently. And they were like, washcloths are unsanitary. And I'm like, what the fuck? Or do you wash your dishes with your hands? If you go clean your car, do you just like rub the car with your fingers? No. How many things do you clean in your life? Do you brush your teeth with your fucking thumb? And they're like, no. What? How the fuck is a washcloth controversial? Fucks me up to this day. I'm shocked I heard it. I'm shocked I fucking heard that. I was like, what in the fuck? I was pissed. White people, I don't know if you know this, white people don't wash their legs or use a washcloth. Me affronted, white people around me going, yes. The shock. Like, I already know I have a lot of fucking spices in my cabinet. It's just because I have taste in food. But I don't think that's necessarily as white of a thing as people give it credit for. I think that's an English thing that the rest of us fucking light colored individuals get blamed for. So I got all kinds of shit. I got all the ingredients for garam masala, and I can make it. You know what I mean? I got the cumin. I got a coriander bag that's this fucking big. Turmeric, bay leaves, the whole fucking 9 yards. I cook like a motherfucker. But I think that's just having taste. And like white people like some unseasoned food. It is what it is. But somebody said white people don't use washcloths, and they were apparently right, and that fucked me up more than almost anything I've ever heard. I was, how the fuck? I thought it was like, dude, what is this? Because I'm used to like racism happening, and you see it, right? People make some shit up about a whole race of people. I thought that was happening, but it was just real. What? You fucking grimy ass fucking white people around me. Just fucking going crazy. What the hell? They are, $50 Canadian. Thank you very much, Greens Faye. They are specifically called recall petitions. If you get enough signatures, you can trigger a new vote in a provincial voting district riding. Ah, okay. If you get enough of them to lose enough seats in parliament, then a vote of non-confidence can occur. That sounds like extra shit. Are we supposed to see the screen? Is here? That was back. That's from before. As a white trans person, yeah, there we go. See, that's when it's accurate. You know, as a white, I don't know if you needed trans in there, but as a white person who doesn't use a white cloth, that's when it's, you know, I'm white and I watch cloth. What? Oh, dude, I'm going to start a fucking world war in here.
The Dr. Umarification of white people, it makes it so it's too easy for white folks with certain skill sets and certain presentations to sneak in and for us not to.
Somebody said, is that me? Yes, this is me. This is a photo I took, I'm pretty sure 10-ish years ago. I cannot remember for the life of me what the fucking photo is from. Because I always take pictures of myself looking like a fucking psycho. FD Signifier actively searched. He could have done what anyone else might have done. Because that's not I don't think that's a thumbnail I have on almost any of my social media accounts. I don't know. He went so deep to find that picture. Like, I don't know where the fuck that was. If it's in a thread on me or something, like it's, 10, 15 layers deep. But I was just double checking for it. It's going to be somewhere. It's like it's going to be impossible to find. But he was like FD Signifiers looking for a photo of me that makes sure it conveys I am a fucking sociopath. And I respect the shit out of that. Everybody else on here putting their best foot forward, except for Cavernacle, of course, lazy as always. Tyler over here. No one else on this list brings that kind of energy. Look, Joe Rogan's a little fight guy. Not even close. I think Hassan's mean mug is supposed to look like what I look like, but I just have the eyes of a violent man. Those are pictures. I took pictures of that, of myself, thinking dude, when I applied for jobs, my photos as a photojournalist, that's what my pictures look like. My wife is finally like, when I started dating her, was like, you have a beautiful smile. I need to see you smile. All right, fuck it.
To know what useful allies look like. Does that make sense? Oh, yeah, give me some people to ask. So Professor Sky is a good one. Who am I missing while I'm here? Who am I missing? Bill Maher, that's a good one. Dean Withers is a good one. I have an irrational dislike of Dean. I have to just be real.
That shit's not irrational at all. Dean Withers is an unlikable person. Look at that fucking hair. That's the hair of the fucking that person does not make it to the end of the horror movie. Gotta go. This is a person where when fucking Leatherface catches up to him with the fucking chainsaw, you're going, yes! Kill this stupid motherfucker. Kill him, Leatherface.
I don't think Dean is that bad, but I just cannot stand him for reasons I don't feel
you look like
righteous
someone
about.
Just said you don't watch.
Why do you got a sign on there? Louis C.K.? Because y'all are naming a lot of people I don't have a real opinions on or interest in. We should have Joe Rogan on there. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm putting Joe Rogan on there. Rogan represents the outer limit of the point of this Mac Jones. All right, wait. I will put Mac Jones on there. All right, that's it. I can't put no more. We got a lot of good candidates. Thank you, chat. Somebody said you got to put a true problematic figure on here. I think all of these people will, except for Dan Olsen. Let's start with Dan. Let's start with Dan Olson. Because I think of all the people on the list, Dan has no real controversial anything. We have crypto fascists. And let's just start by putting Joe Rogan there. Crypto fascist means you might have plausible deniability to say that you're not a fascist or a racist. Let me see what you're doing. Top 10 white people. Oh my God. Okay, RK, thank you for giving me the title to this video.
Top 10 white people.
I'm gonna rename that. The new title for this one is Not Racist According to White People. That's the best way.
The only way to maintain follicular purity is through pure ivory. Pure ivory is the only way to maintain follicular purity while still identifying yourself as a man of means. I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty. You can excuse racism.
Way to put it. Not racist according to white people. All right, so let's keep going. Let's start with my boy Fantano. So Fantano, I love Fantano to death. Me and Fantano text a lot. Fantano is, of the white folks I know, and this is what makes it hard, he is one of the most self-aware.
Hey, we have Anthony Fantano on the needle drop, but I guess FD Signifier's over here with his own new show called The Name Drop. Well, very cool. Okay, that joke.
Carefully
2 seconds long and was about a second too long for 2 seconds.
Business. Does that make sense? And that actually is part of what makes it difficult for him. Because one, let's be real, Fantano has a sketchy past. Fantano, like a lot of white folks, like out of all these white people, who was not racist when they were 15? Is anybody on this list probably not? Professor Sky. Professor Sky wasn't racist when he was 15. That might.
I don't know what, if you mean racist as in like legitimately hated black, like I was like a racist actor. No. Too stupid to not say fucking slurs or sing along with rap songs? Yes. Fix that issue? Yes. I'm now an adult, mortified by my behavior as a teenager, as all adults should be. Anybody who's like, I don't have any regrets about myself as a teenager, had a weird life. Doesn't matter how good or bad of a person they are. That's very strange. But no, I grew up around edgy fucking white kids in the early 2000s when gangster rap, trash club shit. When Puff Daddy had ruined good music, that beginning of that decade of trash or mid-decade of trash, and it's just, oh God, it's regrettable. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But I was never like, goddamn black folks moving into the neighborhood. Like, I fucking absolutely not. I grew up around them and stuff. No, that never was part of my life.
99.9% of white people are racist up until the age of 15, and then it only goes down by like 5% every year after.
I don't even know what it was up to. I don't think as a kid it was any. I think it was just high school. Really, I can't remember. Middle school, it was like anime and the Gorillas. Remember the Gorillas came out and I was like, cartoons can be bands and not Jabberjaw. And that was it. And then you get to like high school and then all of a sudden you're like, rap stands for slurs, attempting poetry stuff. You hear that and you're like, I need to fit in. And then you get brainwashed by morons and then that washes over you like poison and hopefully you get out of it. Suburban America. It was just then. I think that's the bad time. I think that's the time that people don't get out of it nowadays. And they just like, they live like that into their mid-late 20s. I couldn't imagine. But yeah, it's cringe as fuck. There's no defense to it. I mean, if you want to hate me for being a cringe 15-year-old, I'm not going to dissuade you. As a matter of fact, if you can go back in time and beat my ass, I will drive the fucking DeLorean. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, that shit's fucking cringe. I can't, it's not a full disagree at all, remotely. I think it's just a slight addendum. It's a slight addendum. I think it's a good factoid to know that that's when you first get your like real big pitch. Like, hey, do you want to be racist? For real? That's the time. That's because that's when the N-word but with a W became big. And that's just how you talked about white kids that pretended to be a BET version of a black person. You know what I mean? In like the lunch, like Malcolm started calling himself like D-Ride or some shit and just talking like an absolute pastiche of the worst stereotypes he's ever seen. Like, yeah, man, I identify with this kind of shit. Where dressed kind of like Eminem, but not. That guy's like a fucking, an insurance adjuster now with like 3 kids and a deep fear of somebody seeing him in the high school reunion yearbook. But you call those kids the W version of the N-word, which is racist. Don't say that word to people. It's just the N-word with a literal condom on it. Don't do that. But yeah, that was all the time. Regrettable existence. Not proud of it, but also I can't be too deeply ashamed of it. It was over 20 years ago, and I was a very stupid child alongside other stupid childs. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to think. Is anybody else on this list probably not racist when they were 15?
Yeah, J-Rock fucking is J-Rock from Trailer Park Boys as a fucking 13 to 15-year-old is real shit.
Bernie?
There, but for the grace of Linkin Park, go I. My desire for white acceptable rap was fulfilled by Mike Shinoda and Chester Bennington screaming, "Rip, Chester, suicide hotline, call it if you feel sad."
Okay, I'll give Bernie that. I think Bernie probably wasn't like, where's Bernie?
Tyler, you're describing the guy from the Pretty Fly for a White Guy music video. Did you know that guy is a political commentator? I don't know if you're leading into this. Do you guys know I'm Really Important? He's like a Destiny orbiter. I'm Really Important. He kind of talks like this. He's always kind of around. He does debates and stuff. That is the guy. I'm not joking. He's literally the guy. He was in that video. He's from LA. He was in that fucking video as a young person. The guy from the Pretty Fly for a White Guy video grew up to become a Destiny orbiter. There is your lore. FD, if you end up watching through this, now you know the craziest white fact you'll ever hear in your life. Don't make me prove it. I will.
And Norm Finkelstein. How are him and Norm Finkelstein? Oh, I got a couple people missing. Where's John Brown? Somehow Bernie, John Brown, and Norm Finkelstein weren't on the list, but they're there now. So aside from Bernie Sanders, Jesus, and Professor Sky, every white person on this list was racist as hell at 15. All of them. And I say that to all of them with love, because I know, listen, I just know, you ain't got to lie to me. Don't take it personal. This is just the nature of whiteness. Whiteness's only reason to exist is racism, right? You think white Jesus was racist at 15? He might have been. You're right. White Jesus probably was racist at 15. I'll give you that. Maybe not Timothée Chalamet, it seems like. Timothée Chalamet seems like he was around a lot of black people all of a sudden when he was a teenager. He was doing the Soulja Boy dance. Clearly he was trying to do a lot more. So we'll see. Anyway, I say all I have to say, Fantano, of all the folks I fuck with, has persistently engaged with any criticism from his past. You know what I'm saying? When I said that you need to be ready to apologize every time somebody brings up some bullshit you were a part of in the past, I was thinking about Fantano, because although Fantano's been dope for years now, Fantano understands he was running with some iffy, sketchy figures at a certain point in time. And so he's like, yeah, my bad. They brought it up again 6 months later. Hey, I see y'all harvest again. My bad. 18 months after that. Oh, y'all found it again. Yeah, my bad. And then he keeps it moving. And I don't think y'all appreciate that. Now, you can have issues with Fantano's music taste. You can have issues with Fantano's general presence in hip hop media, which he doesn't fully control. But overall,
I think Fantano goes in probably the acceptable amount. Okay, now please be muted. Please be muted. Please be muted. Muted. Okay, Jesus Christ. This is the most late 90s, early 2000s. They loved overdeveloping film. He's the fucking shit. There we go. Okay, that's a good one. There you go. That's perfect. Yeah, so I'm Really Important. He, you can't like shame him with it or anything. He doesn't care. I guess he got paid for a day of acting. And he'll say he got paid for like a day of acting. So this is from the video, Pretty Fly for a White Guy, and this is I'm Really Important, who is now oh, hey, I'm bigger than him. I think he's got multiple accounts. His streams tend to be larger than me, but he does use AI thumbnails. Yeah, that's why I unsubscribed from him. And he's a bit of a Destiny orbiter. But yeah, this is him. And so he's the I'm Pretty Fly for a White guy. If that's not kind of like crazy. So the person who was the the ultimate pick for a guy who was so white. He was like, you will be our perfect stand-in for a cringe white person, a cringe performative black culture adjacent white person. That guy grew up to become a Destiny Orbiter. It's fucking awesome. Like, no notes. History's crazy. I live in a simulation. People are fucking with me. Okay, this is all Elon Musk got me with the fucking brain transplant. Absolutely fucking insane, bro.
You can't really take a lot of issue with anything Fantano does from a specific material level. Yeah,
he's mogging you.
He's still mogging me. That happens to Fantano because Fantano has skeletons. And mind you, here's the funniest thing: if you go and you look at Fantano's earlier content, it ain't.
I mean, he's got like a bit. I'll give it to. I'm really important. He's got like a bit of a chin, but he's like Egon Spangler chin. You know, he's got that Harold Ramis like skinny head. A lot of Destiny guys have that. If you really think about it, I'm Really Important's head is kind of like a race swap for fucking Loner Box. They got the same head shape. They got that skinny fucking Egon Spangler like line head with the like the longish chinish, right? I don't know. I've got more of a head where I feel like somebody would make a statue of me or something, maybe, right? Like they would change the facial features to whatever fucking scrub was like running the country, but they'd be like, I need the platonic ideal of a jaw, and then they would come and get me. Fucking really irritating to people when they say that. But then like I do have like, if I stand up straight and I'm not leaning back, I'm kind of do the whole thing. If I actually do the mog, it's ridiculous. Clavicular get fucked, dude. I'm all natural, almost 40. Fucking cheekbones go hard. Oh my god. Give us a mew. I think that was it. How dare you insult Harold Ramis? Harold Ramis is based. But Loner Box literally looks like somebody stole some of Harold Ramis's nut and threw it in an odd direction. You know what I mean? Like there was some lady trying to fucking she stole one of Harold Ramis's crusty socks up there in Scotland and made herself a Loner Box. Maybe that's where he gets the name. Loner Box, made from Ramis's crusty socks. Loner Box, named for his mom. Someday someone's going to go through this 10 most absolutely sideways fucking Tyler insults. Aren't you the guy from the beautiful video essays? I thought you would be so kind and thoughtful and introspective. And then you get to the stream and I'm like, piss fart. Cum sock dumpster, baby. FD Signifier literally reacting to the unfortunate decision to have me in his video while he's on screen with me. God damn.
Nothing compared to some of these other motherfuckers that is recouped. It ain't nothing compared to some of these other motherfuckers, like at all.
Real talk. So you know that that thing that people do where they put like, it's like the what if your face was handsome thing and they put the little lines over you and then they adjust it? Someone was going to do that for me and then the lines just changed to the shape of my face instead. Fucking awesome, right? Very cool. I was flattered. The lines called me later and apologized.
And right, somebody mentioned DJ Vlad, and that's kind of that's exactly why I find this interesting enough to talk about. So we'll have Fantano, and Fantano will get flack and will apologize. But then you got DJ Vlad, Adam22. What's the British motherfucker we all hate so much? What's that dude? Trap Lord Ross. Yes. You have other white creators in the hip hop space.
I already listened to this. I forgot about it. Trap Lord Ross needs to get his ass kicked. Not on principle, just because he's British and he looks like gold coins would fall out of his pockets if you flipped him upside down and shook him a bit. He's a nasty looking dude. Like he's like skinny. He wears goofy glasses. He calls himself Trap Lord Ross, which makes me think of Rick Ross fat ass. And then that just makes me want to fucking like hustle somebody. Why don't write? That's fucking Ross. Like, Dude, when you see him, you name Trap Lord Ross is way too much of a name. That is actually a good rap name for like one of those like, bro, there's this dude, he's from Cali, he's been in the scene for 3 years, I've never heard of him before, blah, blah. And it's like, who is it? Trap Lord Ross? Okay, that's a goofy name. This dude's probably gonna spit bars. It's like when I say like Nipsey Hussle, you're like, okay, that's a goofy name. This guy's probably gonna be really fucking good at rap. And then you hear it like, damn, that's cool. I don't know where the fuck the name Nipsey comes from, but I wouldn't double check how legit it was where he's from, because he probably is connected or something. I don't know. People might beat your ass on principle. Trap Lord Ross, oh shit, that's crazy. But then you see him in real life, and it's this dude who looks like he's supposed to be catching malaria in a fucking ivory camp in the fucking 1800s. Like, it's just like, bro, there is a Zulu spear that is not in your fucking throat, and the world is worse for it, bro. You got the body that is just built for a skill shot from one of them long fucking skinny ass fucking spears. Whap! Fucking get you in a fucking chair with that. I will watch Zulus kill fucking British people for the rest of my life. That I love them. I love them for it. My fucking God, that shit is good. I love those British movies where they fucking lose them people. Fuck, that shit is tremendous. Dude, I just got distracted. I'm gonna go back to fucking FD
that are actively still incredibly harmful that get basically no pressure over it. None. So y'all not about to fuck with my boy Fantano until we change the standard on that. All right, deep cut. The original idea about this video came during Hassan's dog shit. In fact, let me just get all of them up here. Let me get all of them up here real quick. Oh, I'm missing one. I know who I'm missing too, and I almost don't even want to put it on the screen. I gotta get him on the screen, you know, but it is what it is. So I guess we'll start with Hassan. And
look at the fucking, look at that man. Do you know why Banda Banana takes all those bad photos, right? Where he gets real close to real close to the screen and shit to kind of like make his face look bigger. It's because when he isn't close to the fucking screen, this motherfucker's whole ass light bulb shaped Despicable Me head. No, what is that fucking mega mind ass fuck? Look at the size of that fucking thing. That's no moon. Bro, he's actually got a full hairline. His fucking head is just so fucking big that the amount of hair God gave him on purpose ain't enough to cover it. It's crazy. He can't even have like a rug, like a toupee. He's got to have a whole fucking carpet to cover that motherfucker. You know what I mean? Bro, got fucking, I always say his hair looks like Morty's haircut from fucking Rick and Morty. Like, dead ass. It's like Rick and Morty's fucking hair on a fucking like anti-Semitic egg. Shout out Keffels. That's an unacceptable joke. I don't even know what that means. I just thought it would sound funny. That fucking head is huge. So when he's got the fucking wide, that's why he talks with his fucking his old fucking tombstone teeth next to the fucking the phone. Because the wide angle makes his head look normal size. We gotta understand, he's in a wide angle lens with a normal ratio at the top of his head to his goofy fuck tooth mouth. That motherfucker's head is huge. You know how hard that is? That motherfucker stands in front of a fisheye lens with his head at the top of the lens and it doesn't change size. He walks into a hall of mirrors looking like normal. That's fucking crazy, bro. Everybody's walking there. Oh, look at me. I'm wacky. I look like a strip of bacon. Fucking. Fucking Banda Banana walking through the hall of mirrors like they didn't try to fucking call him Quasimodo from birth. He's looking at a normal shaped person with a single tear running down his goofy fucking face and fucking zigzags. Banda Banana, do you want to go see the rest of the carnival? No, I'm just gonna stand here and think about communism. Fuck me, bro. Oh, dude, dude, Banda Banana's teeth is so fucked up. He shops for dental floss at Foot Locker. Oh, Banda Banana's teeth are so fucked up. I once caught him trying to fucking clean them motherfuckers out with some weed whacker line. Oh man, I feel like I should have a third one. You always got to have a third, but I'm cooked. I should have saved it. Look, I'll do some Signify. FD, that's for you. Look, I'll do some Signify. We called it dozens where I'm from, but I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you dead ass right now. The only reason I'm good at fucking barbing people like that is because I have been eaten the fuck alive by people. I will never tell you what the fuck people have said to me in dozens because I do not want anyone repeating that shit because I have been shocked. I have had people rock me with you, this, that, and the other. That was so crazy that I turned pink, and then they then started making fun of me, looking like a wilted flower. I think. What? I have been taken to a black barber shop to get my hair cut in North Carolina, and I will tell you, I emerged a different person than when I walked in, because those motherfuckers, they're like, you're gonna give them the tip, and they are not gonna earn it the same way that a normal bar. They're gonna cut the fuck out of your hair, and you are gonna tip them. They're not gonna treat you right. What did you say to me? I'm about to be in tears. Everybody, you have not been laughed at by 20 grown men at the same time. I got bullied before. I have been bullied. I'm surprised I didn't kill myself. You walk out of there like, bro, I need a fucking beer. Can't say shit back. I can't say fucking thing. I don't even know what's okay to say. Look at this little motherfucker. I do say I was wearing lipstick, but still kills me. Why are you wearing lipstick to get your hair cut? Because I have fucking red lips. I never even thought about it before. I'm like, oh my god, I got fucking murdered, bro. That happened over a couple visits. I just sat there. Thank you. No, that's funny. That's hilarious.
As I get to this category, so Hassan
Show us your
is up there with fantastic.
Don't fucking make fun of me, man. Give me a wave check. It never ends, dude. Oh, wave check. My hair is just going like. Fuck me, bro. Don't even. You guys didn't get me in fucking
Will
trouble.
associate with publicly, obviously. Hassan and Fantano are similar. I don't think Hassan had like hardcore racist activity at 15, probably just because he wasn't even in America.
I will tell you right now, I'm so
is-
sorry. I'm so sorry. I have walked out into the sunlight with a fucking with a lineup. Look crazy. I gotta get it sometime. I go to a black barbershop around here. I can get it. They line me up because they're cutting black folks' hair. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. They said, I asked them what they're doing. They said, we're not letting you walk out of the store raggedy. What? I came out clean. Yoink. What's happening? And I got that fucking haircut, dude. That's when I can't remember who I was. My roommate was a black dude at the time. I can't remember who it was. Well, I remember. I don't want to say his name actually, but we were going to get our haircuts, so I kept going to the same place. I just got the fucking haircut. I don't have a sense of style, so I didn't know how corny or uncorny I was being, but they're like, we cut hair a certain way in here, and you're going to get the familiar haircut. So I got fucking lined up, back and front, like clean, right angles. And dude, people found that comical. But the first time it happened, I was like, you're gonna fucking you can't shave my head is what I think I said, right? And they're like, we're not letting you leave here raggedy. What does that mean? And I gotta walk around the rest of my life thinking in my mind, like, have I been getting haircuts at these great clips, these white hair cutteries? And leaving raggedy? What does this mean? Bro, I had a line up, dude. A line up for a little while, a few months. Oh my God. I went on deployment. I think that was actually, it was before my third deployment. So after that, I just got fucking normal haircuts on base because it was like $2 and I needed to get my hair cut once or twice more and I got out. But dude, I was killing it. I was killing it. Walking around with Drake's fucking actual haircut from 2009. No waves though. Fuck me, dude. They hit me with the hot towel. Oh hell yeah, hot towel. Fucking razor on the back of the neck. That was before I ever knew. Like white people are doing that now in barbershops. They think that they reinvented the wheel. But that was the first time, like, that never happened when I was growing up. I got buzz cuts growing up, too, because, fucking, like, beaver cleaver-ass suburban neighborhood. Bowl cut. Oh, you're too good for a bowl cut? It's a buzz cut, then. You know what I mean? But then you go, like, all of a sudden you got fucking, like, shaving cream on the back of your neck. Like, hello, what's going on here? Like, just stay down. What the fuck are you doing? Fucking hit me with a razor and shit. Now, like, white people in barbershops acting like they invented that shit. But I'm like, oh, my neck is being shaved. They're like, of course, shaving your neck. What the fuck are you talking about? What is occurring here? Get my neck shaved, little hot towel. Fuck yeah. Best goddamn haircut I've ever got. What the fuck just happened to me? Humiliated. Clean. Humiliated. Shaved. What the fuck? I just got fucking wrecked. Oh my God, bro.
He is the least ethnically white, the most psychologically white. And I think that's Hassan's biggest challenge. Now, I say this publicly because I've also told him this privately. That Hassan's biggest problem is his ego and the amount of negative attention he gets makes for a volatile combination. Let me put the disclaimers out early. Hassan is a real motherfucker. I don't talk about it publicly because he wouldn't want to, but Hassan has done so many good things for a variety of real life political action situations that he does not talk about. Legit. I'll just leave it at that. Y'all never gonna get me to dislike Hassan based off content, because I've engaged with Hassan on real shit on numerous occasions, and he puts his money where his mouth is. He comes through in a way that I don't expect, and I know a lot of white creators, and I love a lot of them. I would call Hassan first. And on top of that, the irony of the black radical moment. I mean,
I'll tell you that if you ever want to call me, you can, but I will say I can't do shit for you. If you... I would call Hassan first if I knew her, because I would call somebody that has money and connections. You call me, I'll commiserate with you about taking an L. If you need someone to be a brother and losing with, I'm around. You need somebody, you got to hit someone up who's like, hey man, it's all fucked and I can't do shit about it. I'm there for you. Same. You're like, I need a crisp 5 note to get me through the week or some shit. I can't help you, bud. I can't help you. You're not close enough for me to mow your grass. You live in Georgia. But if you need someone to go like, dude, it's all fucked. It's hopeless. I feel like a loser. I'll be like, God damn, me too. My whole life. I'm taking an L. Fuck. Me too. Don't even know what on today. I feel like something wood in my house is going to snap. We can talk about that. If I needed help, I would call rich people I know. As a matter of fact, I got some on speed dial. Make yourself, this is a fucking George Jefferson ass fucking bit of advice, I think it is. Fucking make yourself friends with at least one generous rich person. Just in case. Just in case. It's always good. It's a parachute. You don't want to use a parachute, but you should have, if you can have one fucking rich friend, buddy, let me ask you. I need some help. Get yourself one. Get yourself one rich friend that you can really lean on.
Yeah. The irony of the real bad look he had about a month ago is that none of these white creators have read a lick of black political anything.
If he needs me to retile his bathroom, he's not looking for help. He is looking for a contractor. Find a better one. And it's going to be very expensive to hire me because I am not doing that shit for free for fucking anybody. My dad did when I was a kid. My dad would fucking tile other people's houses in our family. But I guess, they would come over and help too. I got nobody. You are going to be on the line. If you have me fucking put a single piece of tile down in your house, you're going to be on the line for like rafters work from my ass. You better have a strong drywall lifting disposition. If you're going to ask me to tile a fucking inch in your house, I'll be calling that favor in like fast.
Anything. That's the main problem with the white online left right now. Is that they've all read Marx, they've all read Hegel,
this line, yeah.
They've all read insert white bearded guy here. Pretty much none of them have read Du Bois, have read Fanon, like basic 101 black.
Hey. I have not read any more Marx than I've ever had to, and I read other people writing about Hegel. I resent that remark. I read James Baldwin, though. I don't know if you consider it intellectual, but I read some Richard Wright. What the hell is that called? I can't remember her name. I mean, Maya Angelou, but this is a different person. I've read a shitload of Maya Angelou stuff. That wrote fucking the Prison Industrial Complex book that was super big a couple years ago. And now this is not me not caring about it. All of the information I have internalized, but my fucking brain won't get it. Hold on. And I think she reads that whole thing. Prison Industrial Complex book. Oh yeah, Angela Davis. Is the book called... Okay. So my bad. I have read the... Okay. The reason I couldn't remember the title, because it's just called The Prison Industrial Complex. And it's by Angela Davis. Okay, so I've read Angela Davis. And I have not read Marx. So... Tisk tisk. How dare you? Mostly I'm bragging that I haven't read all the fucking old guys because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck. Fuck all that shit. Absolutely not. Bang, 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 bang. Absolutely not.
Figures in leftist theory. Hassan has, to a degree.
Bell hooks. I have some unopened bell hooks books in my house. I don't know what that counts for. I'm going to assume nothing.
That if you actually go and you examine Hassan's takes when he gets into black people business from a political standpoint, as bad as it sometimes gets, and I have had issues with Hassan's takes at times, I also recognize where he's gotten certain shit from. Morris Moon says a lot of these white leftists are allergic to black intellectuals. They think it's all derivative of Marx. And that's just so untrue. I'm not saying he's the only one, mind you.
What the fuck?
I'm not saying
fucking, whoops. There you go.
He's the only one. I'm saying at his level, he's the only one. And I remember when I first realized, I was like, oh, this motherfucker know a little bit. Now, the problem is...
Dude, here's the crazy part about this. I'm not saying he's wrong. It probably, FD Signifier, he has to have talked to people that have said this shit. That's how he got it. I don't even think that online leftists even read that much. The crazy thing is FD Signifier is swinging in some well-read circles to have talked to leftists that read fucking anything. All the people I know that are in my region have pretended to read shit or sort of like forced their brain to hear the words in a book and internalize nothing of it. But I don't know who all these people I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying where the fuck are you finding leftists that read? Are they probably racist? Fuck yes. Ignoring black ideas for white ideas? Certainly. Where the fuck are you finding people that read shit? That's crazy. My man is digging. He is digging better than I ever have. Like, have you found fucking intellectual discussions? Insanity. Madness. You find somebody that fucking like makes you think. Most of the leftists I run into, I can see where you're just like, okay, I could believe that Hassan is literate because I'm talking to you right now. This is crazy. This is a moment in time. I feel like FD is capping on what Hassan read. I'm not going to say that. And if you want to say that, you can. No, I mean, if he knows him, that would be crazy to find out. Hassan's like really fucking, like, really on it in person. You know? You talk to him. Actually, outside of his streaming room is like a stately, like, leather bound books and fucking smoking jacket territory. He's got a big old mahogany frame couch he just sits on and ponders his orb. Oh. I do feel like this does feel like downstream a little bit Vosh criticism, which I'll take it. FD sent me here. Said after listening to your mouthwash video, too scared to leave now. Why you can leave? I don't know where you are. You're safe. No. This is fun.
Hassan streams 10 hours a day, 6-7 days a week. And I've again told him this personally, you cannot be a normal, sensible person doing this that much. I am slowly going crazy right now.
Damn, did I do 6-7 again? Fuck.
I've only been on for like 2 hours. And in that 8-9 hours of streaming he does, 4 or 5 of those hours are just people telling Hassan how much they...
Has Hassan ever invited FD on his stream? I think FD's been on there like 4 or 5 times at least, probably. I know he's been on there at least once because I watched that video and I think he's been on more than that.
Hate him. And him responding to that in real time. Nerd with the promise. Hassan's biggest issue is the nature of the platform and encourages those moments where he pops off at the wrong person because it's generally hard to differentiate from weirdos and sincere critique, but he can do a lot more that is honestly hard to pack in this message. Yeah, he engages with hate too much. And I do think that a lot of that is ego-based. When you have as big a platform as you have, when you do have a strong set of very fervent fans, it's hard to remain balanced. And so Hassan actively chooses to put himself in that position, and that position will inevitably, once every 3 months, make Hassan do something that looks ass. That's my Hassan take for future reference. Hassan is not perfect. Hassan is not the extent of what the left should be. Hassan's politics, I probably am 90% aligned with, and that other 10% does annoy me sometimes, but I'm sure you can say the same thing about him. If he would just find the spirit to pull back from this machine more, he would probably be more effective.
Yo, let's get to the man. I don't think that happened yet, and that just fucking tripped me the fuck out. Dude, FD, your fucking editor's working too hard. Did anyone else realize that that's not a fucking picture-in-picture window? He's on a green screen and they shrunk this behind him. So his hands come out of it.
Perfect. Hassan is not the extent of what the left should be. Hassan's politics, I probably am 90% aligned with, and that other 10% does annoy me sometimes, but I'm sure you can say the same thing about him. If he would just find the spirit to pull back from this machine more.
Look, he's escaping the box. He's escaping containment. Dude, that's extra work. Hassan's editor's crazy. It really probably isn't. I mean, they're just pulling him off the green screen, and they just shrunk this box behind him. But the fact that they balanced it where only sometimes his hand pops out, that actually legitimately just fucking like made me jump. I've seen this video, but I listened to it while I was playing a game because I was in it, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta make sure he's not. Go kill him, you know? Get that motherfucker. That just fucking threw me, dude. It's the sudden, because it makes it look way more 3D. He's coming right out of the screen at me.
He will probably be more effective. Let's get to the man that has moved up this list more than anyone that I'm almost scared to talk about.
Me, the world's most normal guy. I think it is Oni Spumoni of iWat iPatch fame. Oh, shit. There's the brain damage. Eye patch wolf fame.
This is Westside Tyler. Westside Tyler, I found him a minute ago. I found him early because I was like, oh, this is new Vosh. I said in my head,
You're going to be the new Vosh.
I found him early because I was like, oh, this is new Vosh. I said in my head,
You're going to be the new Vosh.
That's such... I think he did say that at the time, and I'm pretty sure it was before the incident. Now it just comes so loaded. I always know FD's got that. He will fuck with you. I know that I can feel it. I know this motherfucker sends me coded messages. It's a warning. Or just a barb. What a dark thing to say. What a horrible, cruel thing to say. I know you did it on purpose. I know you did it on purpose. Just cut to a 2-minute video of me slow motion being shot to death with a fucking Tommy gun. Words are like bullets. They pass through me. Oh, my brain getting blown out of the back of my head by "you're like Vosh." Rattle me up, dude. Just rattle me up.
He did a really good Charlie Kirk video. He did a really good mouthwashing video. But more than anything, he's been a streamer, debate bro type. And I'm going to just keep it real. Westside Tyler is probably the least hinged person on this list in real life.
Okay, hold on. I'm being complimented. Okay, I want to say, yeah, FD randomly replied to one of my videos 2 years ago, and I had like not hit 5K yet. Like he's like fucking the third large YouTuber I think to ever talk to me. And the other one I'm counting as large was Dylan Burns' editor, and then Austin McConnell, who had fallen from grace and had tried to come into my comment section and be like, "I'm a person too." And I'm like, "Not anymore. You don't know who you're fucking with." I was talking shit about FD Signifier's like white rapper takes, which I don't know if I end up getting to make the video I want to make on that. I was trying to be a little edgy, right? But no, he didn't give a shit. He just made fun of me right back. FD Signifier said I had old face on stream to me, and that I haven't said I think I'm young looking since. He got me back. I said he's got some suburban takes on rap music and he shouldn't be mean to Snow from Canada. And then FD Signifier talked to me on stream like 6 months later, and I said, "Yeah, some people think I'm a little young looking." He goes, "Nah." He said, "Nah, I can tell how old you are. You look it." No, fuck. Dude, nobody has said something that fucking... Dude, if you can get me to laugh at myself, you got me. Nobody has said something that fucking funny to me still. Dude, and trust me, you guys, insults, I don't give a shit. If I'm not laughing at an insult, it's just boring. I don't mind. You can say something like, I was in the military. People have said shit to me that it just beyond what you can survive a YouTube content ID. You know what I mean? Like, I've said people crazy shit. If you get something that actually fucking hits me, I'll probably laugh my fucking ass off. You'll not, I'll be done. It was like he had a knife in his hand and was like, I got a neck. And he went, That motherfucker said I had an old face. Fuck. I can tell. God damn you. Fuck, bro.
Hinged person on this list in real life.
I was there.
This man is not safe. Where do I be finding these people? YouTube feeds them to me. YouTube knows I like to explore the outer edges. Westside Tyler's ex-military. He's real ex-military. He's got some Destiny vibe.
I didn't catch that the first time. White person death grips mentioned. White person death grips mentioned. Fantano, hey Fantano, if you watch this, you didn't get it, I did. And that, I know, this is white people to white people. Fantano, I got the Death Grips overlay. Not only did I get the fucking Death Grips overlay, I got ex-military. You didn't even get Money Store. You didn't even get Death Grips is online. Yeah. White on white violence. Funniest part about Death Grips is that's like what Anthony Fantano is like known for, like being an early Death Grips fan. I listened to Death Grips because of YMS Adam, including chunks of the fucking which one is it? Money drugs, we're fucking like so cocaine to hit your head like a runaway train from DMT to MDMA. Till dawn do we play. So anyway, like that was in the background of a fucking YMS Adam video in 2013 or some shit. I can't fucking even remember. I was like, is that real? That's the craziest shit I ever heard. And then people are like, that band from that point, that's called fucking Death Grips. That's ex-military. It's like a meme band or something. And then I listened to ex-military and I was locked. That shit hits. I went and saw Death Grips live in the mosh pit. 36, bigger than most of the Death Grips fans. Also cleaner. Also slightly less white than most of them. I got outpaled at the Death Grips concert. I will say that. I got deeply outpaled. Was that on the cool? How do you know that's on the Cool Cat review? Tat 66654 tongue atomic penetrator gotta penetrate your skull. I can't remember the fucking words. I can't believe I know any of those words. I've never looked at the fucking lyrics. I heard that I've osmosed screaming.
He's got some Vosh vibes. He hates both of them. He hates Hassan. He will hate somebody you like to hear him hate. So first off, overall, while he has a scary, sketchy past on that military stuff, and he said some things I've heard, I haven't heard them firsthand. He was on Noah's stream at some point, and he was like, I don't know what he said or did, but everybody was off him after that. And I think it's probably because how he talks about his military experience, but I honestly don't know.
I can
of all the people on this list.
Through. Don't even get involved in the drama if you just want to hate me, that's fine. So I was on the Noah Samson stream, and that shit was fine. I talked to Noah Samson about like normal stuff, right? While I was on that stream, I mentioned a leftist commentary guy who was doing fucking hit piece work and basically being like contracted by Brianna Wu to do hit pieces. And shortly after I mentioned that, all of a sudden, a bunch of these fucking pedophile communities that I had been attacking, to say the least, put together a little fucking revenge hit piece on me, and they are all in Bad Empanadas community. A bunch of these people are raw racist pedophiles, hard R N word, pro pedophilia. Bad Empanada played these clips from this stream where I was repeatedly telling this pedophile guy to kill himself over and over again. And he was trying to out-edgy me, and I just talked about what happened in Iraq, which is one time I did a laser get designated bomb on a guy that was fucking planting a bomb on the side of the road. I don't feel bad about that. The guy was in Al-Qaeda. Like, it's fucking... if you don't know what Al-Qaeda is, they were not freedom fighters. They are the people that turned into ISIS. They are slave trading rapists who mass murdered Shia Muslims as well. They're not heroes. They are not the good guys. If you are siding with Al-Qaeda, especially Al-Qaeda Iraq, because they're all different, whatever. Probably Al-Qaeda fucking Saudi Arabia is different. Al-Qaeda fucking Iraq, the base of Iraq, was mostly fucking commandeered by a guy named Zarqawi, who was from fucking Syria or Jordan. I can't remember. He was a Syrian era fucking, basically like a gangster thug, like freak monster, right? Who took up Islam in a super Wahhabist, super hardline right-wing position while he was in jail. as not necessarily a religious thing, but an order and control aspect. Like he kind of did a little culty cult shit. As a Wahhabist Sunni, he was also opposed to the continued existence in any way, shape, or form of Shia Muslims and would target them for violence. He also didn't permit, smoking and all that other sort of stuff, which is a religious deal, while he was in prison in, I think it was Jordan. After he got out, he kind of took over / started the Al-Qaeda chapters that were in Iraq, early in the Iraq War, post the abuses in the Abu Ghraib prison, right? Which was 2004, I believe, like early 2004. This is after that was caught and ended and stopped. That was a travesty and a horror, and obviously, I wish that more punishment had happened to the people that did that. Those things are beyond disgusting. There's actually a lot that happened with that has deep ties to Israel and shit. If people just look into it, it wasn't even just the American military. There was private military contractors from like weird companies who are actually spurring the whole thing on. And to this day, there's a lot of people that think it was part of a fifth column, not a fifth column thing, but basically like a conspiracy to exacerbate the Iraq war. Because it's like all of a sudden these random people are doing this like insane shit. Obviously, if you're like, I hate America, it's fuel for you to do stuff, and that's fine. You should hate people that do stuff like that. I don't judge you if you like were going to attack us after it. That's fine. But it kind of came out of nowhere, and like everybody was taking pictures while they were doing it. Is crazy, because who does that, right? Isn't that weird? But nobody went into it. And then like you don't hear about those private contractors that were working with them as much as you hear about the people who rightfully were punished, but not even all that much. And then there's this guy Zarqawi, and Zarqawi gets over there, and to this day they have like cables from other members of Al-Qaeda who are not as like connected or are part of other like Al-Qaeda splinter groups and stuff, because Al-Qaeda is cellular and stuff. It is what it is. Al-Qaeda is not the same province to province a lot of the times, but all of a sudden Zarqawi shows up and he swears fealty basically to Osama bin Laden as kind of a double statement. It's like, hey, Osama bin Laden, as long as you stay crazy against fucking Americans and you don't tolerate the existence of Shia where they shouldn't be tolerated, and you stay hardliner, I'll swear my fealty to you and I'll carry on your message as, a loyal supporter of your thing. This is a thing that happens. I can't remember the word. I think it's fatwa. But if I'm saying the wrong word, I'm sorry to any Muslims that are listening. It doesn't matter if that's a bad word and you're hearing it. Still try to say the word is correct. But he swears basically fealty to this guy. Other Al-Qaeda leaders and anti-American forces in Iraq, this whole time that Zarqawi is there, are like, this guy is who we would have imagined the Americans would dream we behave like. He can't be one of us. It's very similar to Bad Empanada in that the people who are actually fighting the Americans are like, we hate this, but we just want the Americans to leave, and we don't want any other Muslims to die. It doesn't matter if they're Sunni. It doesn't matter if they're Shia. Any strike against the American devil is fine because they shouldn't be in the Holy Land. But this guy is spending our money and our resources doing mass bombings. Like a lot of the stuff where you're like, well, Americans are there and so other people died. It's like, yeah, we didn't do all of it. This guy, Zarqawi, with Al-Qaeda was just like randomly killing Shia Muslims by the hundreds, like mass murders that eclipse any of the worst stuff we did. And then he and a bunch of his guys are the ones that attacked. If you know about Graham Plattner, you're like, Graham Plattner was at Abu Ghraib, small world. That attack is the Battle of Abu Ghraib, which was Zarqawi's thing. He was like, we are going to start up a caliphate in Iraq, and our moment where we say we're here is when we drive the American devils from the place of sin. We kill every fucking American that is in Abu Ghraib prison. It's a massive attack. We're going to take them out. They fucked it completely. Al-Qaeda had a presence in Iraq that was respectable and unironically dangerous to American forces and well organized until Zarqawi took over and like a fucking madman started doing all of this shit. And to this day, people talk about him that were there that were against us, and even some that were like, neutral towards us or even on our side, like, this guy did more damage as a supporter of Al-Qaeda than any fucking American could have done. Because like there was pure sentiment against America until Zarqawi showed himself as a fuck up and as a sadist and a freak. And it would be easier to believe he wasn't real because there was all these things like fucking Zarqawi has a fucking fake arm and he has a missing leg and he was injured here and he's like this fucking boogeyman and shit. But they attack Abu Ghraib prison when Graham Plattner's there with 3-8. At that point, there was next to no prisoners left. And they'd been moved out of the jail proper into the yard in tents. The fucking Zarqawi's attack planned against Abu Ghraib was so poorly envisioned that they ended up killing a shitload of the prisoners and none of the Marines, like next to none of the Marines. Plattner was, I think, a sergeant at the time and conducted, alongside everybody else, the defensive operations, which are just, all right, you're trying to shell us and shoot rockets and stuff into the prison. We're going to fucking shoot at you. With vertical envelopment and stuff, they repelled the assault and they killed so many of Al-Qaeda's members who could actually fight and were part of this organized assault that it set them back to the point where they couldn't actually stage legitimate attacks essentially for the rest of the war. They could do, pop and shot skirmishes, anybody can, but organized base overwhelming attacks where they could possibly take prisoners, which is what they really wanted to do, was done after that. And after that point, they finished because they were always going to move all the prisoners out of Abu Ghraib because it was just a bad place to be. It was very difficult to defend. Abu Ghraib's in the middle of the city. Here's the kicker. I've been to Abu Ghraib. No one was there. It was empty. I was literally one of the last Marines ever at Abu Ghraib prison in summer of 2006, years after the fact, because the army couldn't be trusted. So it immediately got taken away from the army because of the human rights abuses and the freak shit that they were doing. They gave it to the Marines and basically had to just downsize. By the time we got there were no prisoners. The whole place was completely empty. We were actually tasked with making sure there was nothing in it. And so we had to go to all these like prison blocks and shit. It was really fucking creepy. The place is haunted. It is horrifying prison complex. But yeah, so technically I was also at Abu Ghraib. But so far after anything that had happened that we were there for like 2 weeks for basically the ceremonial changeover from American hands to the Iraqi army. So technically, I've also been to Abu Ghraib prison. There you go. They got mad at me for serving in the military. That's pretty much it. And I don't feel bad because I didn't do any war crimes. People call me a war criminal, but it's because they don't know what those words mean or how to attach things that are written down, war crimes, to actions. So I participated in defensive action against the active enemy combatant. And other than that, I just kind of served honorably. I sat on sandbags most of the time and looked at roads and made sure people didn't plant bombs on them. I kind of did see why people in that country eventually came to really hate Al-Qaeda, because they were so incompetent and so hardline pro their side of things that they justified anything. And they would try to kill us, and they end up killing civilians, which I do feel guilty about because I don't like the fact that like this literally happened. Someone tried to mortar us. So I've had mortars walk on me. Bomb from the sky, walk. So, and then it went over us and missed, and it hit some civilian building, and it killed some kid. And I got to listen to his mom scream for like hours over her dead child, which haunts me. But I didn't do it. You understand that? Like I didn't commit a war crime. Al-Qaeda did, and I will hate them forever. And that's between me and them. If you're like a little kid and you were here in America and you did your protest and you don't like me because I served in the military, I'm not going to try to dissuade you. I can't do anything about that. But that's pretty much the entirety of my service in Iraq. It was boring. I was an NPC gate guard dude in posts. If you've ever played Metal Gear Solid, I'm the guy that you choked out. I am not Solid Snake. I am not one of the bosses. I am an NPC dipshit. And that's it. I don't think the Iraq War was a good idea. I think it was wasteful. I think it was stupid. I think it was conducted in ways that killed way too many fucking people. And there's a million different ways to accomplish what even was accomplished, if you had to accomplish it, that are shorter, that are more humane, that avoid unnecessary death and suffering and waste of money and resources, and that's it. But I don't know what to tell you. I don't feel bad about serving because I didn't do anything that makes me feel bad. And that's the case. If you want me to feel bad because you have an imaginary way of thinking about what I did, that is your own reality, I can't dissuade you from living in a fantasy. And I won't waste time on it. Just call me an imperialist, jerk yourself off so that you feel good about doing nothing and continue your day. But I will say this, to Ban Pinat and the rest of his community, you need to stop supporting Al-Qaeda Iraq specifically, because the Zarqawi was eventually killed. But some of his main lieutenants turned into and created what we call ISIS after we left the country. And they moved up into Kurdistan and where the what the hell are they called? The Yazidi people. And they started open air slave markets, and they engaged in mass genocide and rape of people. So if you don't like what we did at Abu Ghraib, ISIS really outdid us intentionally in every possible way in order to terrorize the people of northern Iraq into compliance with their made up caliphate. And that's al-Baghdadi. I can't remember. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. That guy was one of the AQIZ people when I was there. So you got to just not, the enemy of your enemy is not always your friend. And as a matter of fact, literally none of you that are posting online would be aligned with Al-Qaeda. If you're a woman, you need to go have kids and marry a good Muslim man of Sunni disposition who lives a Wahhabist life in service of Allah. God bless his name and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And if you're a man, you need to get offline and engage yourself with honest jihad against the American peoples. You don't be in comment section. You need to do something valuable. Go travel to the Holy Land and commit yourself to jihad. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? You're not an ally of Al-Qaeda or ISIS to follow. So just don't forget that about yourself, for the love of God. Get the 5 subs. Thank you for the 5 good subs. Thank you. I'm just listening to the knife shake my damn head. Did somebody post something? I'm sorry. Well, I see what you mean. I don't think many people who served and did anything to feel bad about would openly admit to that. We know the people who abuse power often see no issue with that. You are wrong. I know this sounds crazy, but you're actually incorrect. Sick fucks don't care, and they will brag about it. They'll write books about it. They don't know often that it's bad. If you want to just punish people because like the one person comes out and talks to you, I can't stop you. You're not going to accomplish anything. You aren't going to make anybody sympathetic to your cause. You're not going to make anybody less likely to join the military. At most, you're going to get somebody who is maybe never going to join say, I knew better than to ever join the military. It's like, you are 5'2", and I don't think that you could climb stairs effectively, much less climb a rope. So I don't think that the military was really like looking for you, okay? A lot of times people, I knew better than to join the military. And then I see their build and disposition. It's like, yeah, you walked into the recruiter office, and when you said, they were like, "Oh, what can we do for you? Why do we want you to join? Please, can we pitch you on hopping in here? We really need somebody who's very good at typing, and that's it. We desperately need another typist." God damn it, bro. Oh. Okay, somebody was talking to me, and I think I missed a folks 69 gifted 5 subs. Thank you also for that as well. People got bodied. Oh, you're talking about, yeah? Okay, this is pretty far back. So it's like ex-cons thinking of fundamentalist Christianity for dubious reasons, e.g., I think if you're talking about that before, yes. Israelis take a bunch of pictures of it. I mean, yeah, if you look at the Israelis, they don't feel bad about it at all. They take pictures of stuff. They brag about it. They're sick fucks. That's a sick fucking people. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them. It's a country thing. I know it's not Jews because I know Jews and they don't behave like that. Something got into the fucking Israeli water, into the Israeli populace, and they're fucking sickos. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them. Cutting open their own kids' balls and taking their fucking nut out to make little fucking necrophile or necromancer copies of their children. It's crazy over there right now. Weirdos. I remember people calling Zarqawi was an Israeli plan for how incompetent it was. Yeah, and which would make sense in a more reasonable world, but then you see like leftists who act exactly like Zarqawi. Like the parallels between him and Bana Panada, they even look kind of look similar. Like with the way that they cut their facial hair. I think Bana Panada knows who Zarqawi is and tries to emulate him. In my mind, I think that might be the case. And I don't know if it's like an op or if it's like a legitimately like he just likes terrorism type of thing. It's some suburban kid shit. The kind of thing that a guy that lives a real life version of Dances with Wolves would do is pretend to be al-Zarqawi. I bet Bana Panada loves Avatar. Can we say that Bana Panada probably loves Avatar? That's probably one of the most important movies of his life. The possibility, I think that's what he does every day. He plugs himself into a machine, YouTube, and turns himself into a blue person, brown person, in order to pretend to be a blue person, brown person, amongst other brown people, blue people, brown people. Like he lives an Avatar lifestyle. He is James Sully. You are James Sully? People are like, you call him a colonist. Stop calling Bana Panada a colonist, okay? He is James Sully. You are James Sully? God damn. U.S. soldier equals war criminal for online leftist. I wasn't even a soldier. I was a Marine. Okay, actually, I gotta take a leak. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna finish this FD video, so don't go anywhere. Okay, I'll be back. Enjoy bunny. Enjoy some bunny. Ah, fuck. Oh man, okay, I'm back. Can I say, nobody ever, I mean, probably people did talk about it, but no, I might be in the wrong algorithm. Is Avatar just about blackface? Is it? Could you think, when you think of the worst lefties you know, Vosh, Wakanda Nita, do you not think that if it wasn't 6 foot tall space aliens that just all kind of happen to be Lupita Nyong'o, do you think if it was like black people instead, they would still kind of like vibe with the overall message of that movie? It doesn't feel like vague to me. It doesn't feel like a reach. It just feels like, man, if I could just turn into a person from the global south and inject whiteness into their skin, I could save them. Which, right? Is that a reach on my part? Is it a reach? Jake Sully. I don't know. Let's get back to the video.
I'm gonna tell you one of the main reasons why I like Tyler off rip. Everybody else on this list existed online first. I don't think he's another Plattner. I don't think Tyler's on some Plattner shit. That mouthwashing video is really good. Tyler existed in the real world before he existed online, and you can tell. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's the.
Can I say, I get the bothersomeness with Platter. I haven't looked into him that much. I got like the Plattner thing happened, and then I was lightly busy, and then everything else occurred. But like my whole thing, I think he's just incredibly stupid. I don't know if Plattner's a Nazi. I've never heard him say Nazi shit. I know people like, well, he is a Nazi because he was in the military, which I need more than that for various reasons. But like, I do think he may be too stupid to be good on our side. He would be a perfect Republican. Perfect. But there's just something. It does weird me out with the tattoo. I've never heard him say 14 word. You know what I mean? I'm attentive to 1488 dog whistle shit. And unironically, either he is one of the best cryptos ever or just the stupidest fucking guy. Possibly too stupid to justifiably run for Senate. Because like, how did you, why, Sergeant Plattner, can you explain to us why you have the stupidest tattoo I've ever seen in my life? Like, I don't know. So a lot of it was ginned up after the fact. I did see that happening where people are like, even the cover-up tattoo is Nordic. It's too white. Okay, fair. What if you don't like him? I'm not gonna pitch you on him. I can't. He's in Maine. I don't give a fuck. I don't even know if that's over or not yet. I literally don't care. Not my state. I don't give a shit. I think he may be too stupid to be in office, but I haven't heard any actual like Nazi shit from him. Just he's really, really fucking stupid, forgetting, not recognizing that, getting that tattoo, not recognizing that tattoo for what it at least could be interpreted as. All the pictures are pretty blurry, but it looks like a Totenkopf to me in the ones I've seen. For a guy that has his shirt off all the time, it's too weird. I get that it's too weird. And if it's too weird, yeah, I'm not going to be the one that fucking goes to bat for him. He can do that for himself, and his doing that for himself has sucked. It has been dog shit. I don't know. I need more. I think that Plattner's defenders, it's one of those things where the Plattner's defenders are more cringe than Plattner is, even. Because there's so many people who are like, you know, whatever. He's like Meade, but then there are people like, we need him. Like, people also who don't live in Maine, they're like, we need him. If we don't have Plattner, we lose everything. He was the key. He was the final Treyarch. Like, okay, what the fuck? It was a weird situation. It's crazy how weirder the world has gotten in the 4 months where I'm just like, it barely registers. I don't know if anything else popped up around Plattner, but like, fucking dipshit, dude. What a fucking wingnut. I can't even believe it. I was uncomfortable in theater. You guys talking about Avatar? I saw a video talking about how Avatar wouldn't work if the aliens looked like Tyranids. I don't think it would work if the aliens looked human. I think if you take away the animal features, Avatar is just Get Out. Except for it's like slightly flipped. You know what I mean? Like, it's, what is happening? If you just took Avatar and turned it into, I'm going to Africa I'm going to Kenya specifically as part of a military resource extraction team, and I have a black person Kenyan suit that I can put my brain in like the fucking Matrix and walk around. It would be the most racist, psychotic, perverse shit you've ever seen. And they are so obviously a stand-in for like global South, Native American people. The whole resource extraction thing is obviously rape of Africa, like coded as fuck. It's colonial powers coming over on boats to steal all your shit, your unobtainium. If you aren't blue as fuck cat people with sex tails, you can't do it. Probably most of the Avatar development cycle was finding the perfect median in between, like, these are human enough that you want to fuck them, but they don't necessarily look 100% like people. It's so weird. Why do they act like tribal and shit? Do you know what I mean? Would Avatar have worked if you got there and they're like, hey man, you got to cut that out? Like, if you think about it, when you go down there, like, ooh, and they beat on drums and shit and they've got teeth necklaces. But what if you got down there and they wore most of that, but they're like, come on now. We need that unobtainium. We've got to go sit by our tree and do our little wiggle circle. And you're really cutting into our cribbage time. Now I know you've got your needs, but you've got to cut this out, Jake Sully. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. And if you guys keep pushing us, I swear to God, I'm going to shoot at you with my bow and arrow. You'd be like, where's the conflict here? You would say, how is Jake Sully going to improve this alien? Well, he's already seems like he's, I don't know, maybe this alien's got a point now. Hold on, everybody. Do you have any slightly darker shade of blue aliens around here? You get down there, the fucking aliens, like, it's all skins and tooth shit, but he's wearing like horn rim glasses and has like a nice like little fucking, he's got like a little fucking, he's got the whole fit from falling down. Look, I just think that I don't like it when you guys come down here. All that's our stuff. We got to clear these animals out. Hey, buddy. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hey. All right. Hello. My name is Rogeria. I'm from the neighborhood watch, bud. Look, I don't know if you know this, but that little bulldozer floating object, the little contraption you got, it's going right through my rose garden. Now, I know you wouldn't be doing that on purpose, but we've got a little community watch going on. Like, you can't go into those people. They got to be all crawling around on the ground. That's how you can't send Jake Sully undercover to like, well, hey now, you don't smell like one of us. What's wrong with you? Wait, what's going on? I was injured in war and now I can walk again thanks to this avatar body. Okay, buddy, but look, I got to tell you, we have a way of talking around here. And I can tell you're not quite necessarily from the neighborhood, but my name's Rogeria. This is my wife, Cytherea, and our little one, Toddler. Are you part of the guys? You kind of smell like those fellas that were driving the flying bulldozer through here. Now, you wouldn't be one of them, would you? I'm just here to understand more about your culture. All right, well, we can hand you a pamphlet. You have to make them to like resemble this, like, you got to have that fucking thing that they love. White people love this shit. They love it when there's a fucking guy or a girl and they're dressed like an English person and then some wild animal person crawls up to them and sniffs them. They love that shit. Tarzan does it. Avatar does it. That moment it go, you know, they love that. That's like, fuck. The Minotaur's milkmaid. Here we are. We've made it. That fucking movie is whack as fuck. I fucking hate Avatar. Okay, I don't give a fuck about your floating islands. Fuck you. All islands look like they're fucking floating. All right. Tyler, you were describing T.E. Lawrence. I know. Blackwater connection post is alleged. Okay, I forgot the Blackwater stuff is weird. Okay, yeah. Man joined Blackwater is strange. Okay. He wasn't even in Blackwater, right? He was in Zed. I don't know. No, I'm not going to go into that one again.
The best way I could put it. He lived a real life, did some shit in the military that he's not proud of, but he still talks about like it's some shit he did, got married.
I don't like that statement. I never did anything in the military I'm not proud of. It was boring shit. As though there's no... Like, I swear to God. Dude, it was a boring fucking job. It really was. There were some exciting parts of it, but it really was not that cool. I mean, in the grand scheme of things. I did some stuff I'm not proud of. Makes it sound like it was Platoon. Like I had to make some hard decision and like burn a village down. He sacrificed 3 people to bring us all home. Like, I sat on posts on sandbags. It was really not cool. It was. I did one of my crowning achievements was doing a double horseshoe of dip with a full can of Copenhagen because I was so bored. I wanted to see if I could make myself pass out through a nicotine overdose. That's. Did some stuff he's not proud of, man. You make me sound simultaneously like cool and also like real psycho. I'm generally not infatuated with the Iraq war, but it's something you have to become like an adult to really get. You know what I mean? Like I joined the military when I was fucking freshly 17. I was a fucking idiot, right? No smarter than the smartest Hassan chatter. But like, fuck, did some stuff he's not proud of. Chill out, FD. FD's gonna have me on the fucking stand at the Hague. Like, they're like, look, we heard some shit. This guy's got 1 million subs. We heard some shit. Like, bro, I'm just here to see Czechoslovakia. Czech Republic, I'm sorry. Slovakia, Bohemia. Said you did some stuff you weren't proud of. What is that code for? I don't know, man. Fucking, I got drunk a couple times in the barracks. I fucking pissed my pants because I was too drunk. What about the war? No! What the fuck are you talking about? God damn. Dude, I swear to God, I was an NPC. People talk about my military service that are YouTubers. I swear to God, like you found me on a fucking mountaintop chopping wood 2 doors down from Rambo. I left that all behind. Like, yeah, dude, I went to college shortly after going to this small town and they made fun of me for my jacket. Oh, they drew first blood. They drew first blood. Fuck. God damn. Okay, it's fine.
Did journalism. I don't know if grounded, because he's legitimately insane in his stream sometimes. Legitimately, I'm watching his stream and he will go off on a tangent about his rabbits. Everybody, here's what it is. All these.
He's a fucking madman, dude. He did some stuff and he's not proud of in Iraq. He's insane. He's legitimately unhinged. He's a crazy person. I was watching him on stream. God damn it. He just goes off on a tangent about his rabbits. Like, wait, what the fuck? You're all over the place describing me, man. I don't know. Fuck. The picture that people are going to have when they come to my content. Oh, you know, most people don't pay, like, strict attention to shit. So, you know, I have, but this fucking psycho. He's been to war. He's seen a lot of stuff. He talks about rabbits at the drop of a hat. Sociopath, killer, madman. I've heard him talk about some real unhinged stuff. Crazy shit. He's got 2 rabbits. One of them's black. His name's Sweet Cheeks. The other one's white and black. His name's Marcel. Who names a rabbit that? Fucking madman, sicko freak. That's who does it. Okay. Signifier got me fucked up.
Other white bread tube types, these white lefty lib types, they talk about racism as if they've never been a part of that. As if the idea of racist and racism is just so far from where they've existed their entire lives.
This is
He's
a
not
problem.
talking about his own racist past, but he understands that psyche way and explains it way better than any other person on this list, in my opinion. I think Tyler's more honest. That might be what it is, yes, Yashpar. I believe Tyler when he talks more than any other white person on this list for the most part around these things. And that's why I always circle back to see what his perspective is on a given thing. Because when I hear Tyler break down like white supremacy and racism and
I know he says that, but if you had a video recorder go on, it's him clicking on one of my videos and me talking for 5 seconds and he just goes, click. Turns it off. It's simple. He's assuming you think joining the military in the first place is bad. I mean, it's a stupid idea. It's complicated, but it's fine. I have no ill will. It's very funny to me. I do think that the point he made about accepting that you're racist or like have a racist is fine. It's just a part of your background. Too many people, and I've heard Bad Banana talk about this. It's like that guy has every bad fucking habit. I swear to God, where they talk about like they're pure. You know what I mean? Like I never made those mistakes. I've always been correct from the get-go. Here's the thing is racism is pernicious. It's not just not liking black people because they're black. That is like the most banal understanding of what racism is. And if you think of it as that and you're like, well, I've never hated black people, you can't figure out how to be anti-racist because you don't understand racism yet. It soaks into the fabric. I'm not gonna go off on the cloth, but I'm gonna explain what he's kind of talking about with regards to other YouTubers and shit. When you have stuff, and you'll hear black folks get like really fucking miffed at Vosh talking to Professor Flowers, right? And it's maybe for some people that are black listening to that, they just really don't want to hear a white guy talk about racial issues because they heard it before. It's irritating. Maybe they just don't like Vosh. But for there's gonna be a lot of different reasons for the reaction, but a lot of them are just like this motherfucker can't understand this because he thinks he's kind of like done the work and he's immunized himself. And it's not like, and he thinks that like doing more than that is like being some sort of like race cuck. And that whole thought process goes in 2 seconds. And this isn't a thing that I figured out because I'm a good white person. I just listen to black people explain this shit. And then I reconcile it with what I know about white people being fucking pissy about hearing about problems, or even, not even just necessarily white people, any people who are like getting confronted with innate bigotry to the way that they fucking make decisions and stuff. I really hate bigotry. I really do. I think it's fine in certain respects because eventually, like, if you go out far enough, you're like, well, I'm bigoted against the kind of people that hurt me. I'm bigoted against cops, right? And it's like, okay, cool. If you accept that it's part of you, you might be taking like, okay, so what it is I know I have an irrational dislike of these people. And honestly, that gets you closer to being able to make yourself not make decisions based around that than somebody who goes, I could never be bigoted. Because that person that could never be bigoted could never understand if they were. Which is why when people are trying to articulate that thought that's like, dude, there's a lot of people in the South who are openly racist, but they treat me better than these anti-racist white libs from up north, and I don't fucking get it. Like, the feeling is there. They're like, I don't like black neighborhoods. I think black people are doing all this yada yada. But then they talk to a black person and they're fucking decent with them because they're seeing that black person is an individual. They know they're racist, so they can separate their racism from the moment they're in because they know they're racist. Now, they're not apologizing for their racism, and that racism is a negative aspect of their personality. But on the flip side, that fucking lib that says, I can never be racist, I can never be bigoted because I consider myself a moral person. It's the whole affirmations thing from the mouthwashing video. It's the same problem that comes up again. They don't see themselves as being able to be racist because they have a moral certainty in their existence that says, I can't let somebody even think that, which means that they'll start doing cover-up ops on themselves instinctively. And they won't see black people as discrete individual human beings the same way a southern white racist who's an outspoken, I love Dixie and Dixie will rise again, but I think you're an all right feller, and if I ever saw you broke down on the side of the road, I'd speak well on your name. I think you're okay, but I just don't like people. Like, yeah, that guy's a bigot and he's a piece of shit. The world's complicated. But that can be considerably more irritating than someone going, I would never be racist. I voted for Obama. You know what I mean? That like, Where that slimy, like, and we all know that we're better than a common racist. I could never be racist. I've done all the reading. Kind of joking about it, you know, that Vosh vibe. But then you're like, you have a feeling of actually being insanely fucking bigoted. And it's because if you don't accept that you can be racist, you'll never be able to prevent yourself from actually doing it. So you can say, in your mind, what you say is, and I think this is true for Vosh and other people that are like him, black people are lesser than white people. That's just a rude thing to say out loud. That's what, and black people pick up on that shit because when it hits you in the face and it's something someone feels, you go, okay, I know that smell. I know that feeling. I know that vibe. Because you don't dislike or hate racism because it is an evil and it's a part of you that you have to deal with, like temptation or personal weakness or pride. You see it as a social faux pas that you have to navigate around but never really address, because in navigating around it and preventing the harm as you see it, you've actually been more anti-racist than anyone else could ever possibly be. And thus, you become irritating fucking racist white guy who doesn't know he's racist and thinks he's the least racist person on earth. It's that simple. I didn't figure this out on my own. I did the reading. I did the listening is really what it is. And then it's just reconciling what I know about people that are afraid about admitting stuff about themselves and the kind of access that you can get from my side, and just listening to the other side and making those fucking parts meet. And then you eventually hear it out loud and you go, that's so fucking obvious. And it's like, it's why I say it's my thing. And it's not like a point of pride or like a, hey, we're all different here. Or like, you should just take it. If you need to call me racist or anti-Semitic or a bigot, you can do it. I might not agree with you. I might not adapt just any of my behavior. I might think you're fucking full of shit, or you're just like reaching or trying to be, you know, what, edgy or whatever the fuck, take advantage of it. But no one in my community is allowed to defend me, essentially, which puts, you know, anybody who's got a whatever status is being brought up in the moment, takes them out of the fucking loophole of, or off the fucking line for having to defend me. And it lets people who maybe have not had good, people who are afraid of getting kicked out of a community for letting somebody know that they're falling short of their expectations feel comfortable in at least airing something that a lot of people will lose their fucking mind about. Because you say, you know, Hassan's an example. I'll leave that alone because I've seen it happen. But Vosh is an easy one that we can all batter on. If you say, I think you're a fucking anti-black racist, Vosh, especially back earlier in the day, you would have a lot of people, including some white people, come out. And even if you're black, openly black on screen as a black person living their black experience in America, they would tell you you're full of shit and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Now, there is every possibility that you were full of shit and you didn't know what you were talking about, you know, but that's not for them to say. And that doesn't provide a pathway to reconciliation of that conflict in a way that's healthy for everybody. It intentionally puts people of minority status at a disadvantage against an already advantaged majority figure who can use and weaponize the minority status of his people without knowing it or knowing it against another minority, which is a pain in the fucking ass. Now, I don't have to explain all of that shit, and no one will ever have to if you just start with a fundamental. You start with the first principle rule, which in my community is never defend me. You don't have to waste your time with it. Don't bother. And if you want to make an argument in my community on my behalf, please don't use your minority status to do it. I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't do with your minority status. It's your life. It's your lived experience. I would just prefer you let me get fucking faded out by anybody that has to say that, then you come up and have to say, like, you know, I am a Muslim person and I don't think Tyler is, you know, anti-Muslim or something. You can always make whatever argument you want, but I personally prefer that people don't put themselves between me and any of my detractors, especially in that context. And I think it's given a lot of people in my community not necessarily the courage, but the comfortability to know that they can say, like, Tyler, my own mods, Tyler, that's a fucking cracker ass take. That shit was whack. That shit was stupid. That was lame. That was bad. And it's never hopefully going to get to the point where I'm like, this was a big one, hard R, because way before that, I'm in conversation with people in my community, or they can be in conversation with each other about me and not feel on the hook about race or gender or other dispositions. And I think that's a very important thing. And I think that's a big element lacking from major YouTubers. And it's something that I think that their audiences should ask them for in whatever way. And it might not work for people that are bigger now, but for the people that are smaller, if you engage in them, I would suggest trying to pass on my do not defend me rule to other people you're fans of, just to kind of kick that out larger. You know what I mean? You can't fuck with everybody's behavior, but I think that's a very important thing. Don't ever defend me. And my rule is, if you want to call me racist, you want to call me anti-Semitic or anything, there's no penalties for that off rip. Now, you are going to have to provide receipts, but understand, I'm not going to say like, oh, you call me racist after all of the good shit I've done for black people. Oh, you're going to call me a fucking anti-Semite after all of the shit I've done for Israelis and Jewish people and blah, 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 blah. I'm literally thinking of examples I've heard in my head. That's not it. If you need to call me any of those things so that you can get out your feelings, go ahead and do it. Because I'm telling you right now, I won't suffer any repercussions. I know what world I live in. I know what happens to white people that are racist, and it's fucking nothing. You can be president. You can be secretary of defense. You can be the richest man in the country. Like, that's it. Unless you're so fucking poor and unfortunate that you actually have to face justifiable repercussions for your gross and obtuse behavior, I don't think there is any issues with saying, hey, I think you're fucking racist. Okay, that's fine. That I can't. I'm not gonna take that away from you. I can't convince, unironically, like some Latino person's like, Tyler, I think that you did this and I think it's racist. Okay. I don't know. Maybe that's not my vibe, but if I don't have if it's subjective, it's not like an objective thing. Like, Tyler, you said these words and I didn't literally say them. But if it's someone just like, I think that the way that you mispronounce fucking South American country names or forget where they are, I think that that's racist and racialized of you to do. Okay. I guess I'll work on knowing things. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. But I don't want you to feel like you can't air that, because people really hold that shit inside. And I think it makes it fucking uncomfortable for them to talk about important shit that's not the fucking streamer. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how you have conversations about race in a community like Vosh is kind of after that Professor Flowers thing. And from what I've heard of people that are not white or, however they're disposed after events like that, it is difficult to talk about. Because when it's person to person, okay, this is my opinion, this is my that. But once it becomes even a blush against what that streamer says, you have to default to like, well, the community only exists because of him. And that's the sacred cow. You can't call this guy a racist. You can't suggest this guy's a racist. His entire existence online depends upon it. And that's the whole thing. I think people have tried to turn that against me. Like, Tyler doesn't mind being called racist. And it's not that I don't mind being called racist, because it can't affect me. I do mind being racist, and if I'm being racist, I want you to tell me, and that's the step. Is like, I have to let you say it to me. Do you understand that? It's a difficult thing to fucking like comprehend. I've talked about it so many times on stream that it sounds normal to me now, but when the first time I actually had to say it out loud, it was like, fuck, this feels like a minefield to try to get people, because it's not that I don't care. It's just that it can't affect me, and I won't let it. So like, if you gotta fucking say like, Tyler, you're fucking whatever, this and then the other, you gotta let people have room as a person that's smaller than you, especially, and I talk mad shit about chatters and all that stuff. I'm trying to prove a different point, but people that are in a much more precarious position than you, the comfort to express themselves in a way that, a lot of folks, especially black people in America and people of minority status in America, you get one shot at stuff a lot of the times. And you take that, black folks take that, and other folks take that out into the world, and they think of themselves as existing in that one strike mentality everywhere they go around white people. And I can't do that. I can't fix that for you if you're going to go apply for a fucking job. I can't fix that for you if you're going to have to go talk to a cop today, but like, I can make sure that you don't feel like the one strike rule is going to happen to you when you come to my community. And the only way to do that is to take those hits on myself and just let it go. And I will tell you right now, I have suffered zero repercussions from it. And anyone that says they will or is afraid of suffering repercussions for that, I think they're full of shit. I think they're full of shit. And I think that people that use the minority status of the people in their community to defend themselves from accusations of bigotry against that minority are doing a disservice to their fans. I'm never going to convince probably any of those people of that by saying this. So the only way to prove it is through action and being the person that does it. So I want to say that that's where that comes from. And I don't deserve credit for it. I think it's a fundamental thing that you should be doing.
General fuckery with white people. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
The
problem is, I know I'm going to look far enough in one of his videos and he's going to talk about shooting people in Iraq in a way that I'm like, ooh, Tyler.
Yeah, pronouncing Argentina with a long I sound is not cool. What? Argentina? Oh, bro, that I don't know what that means, but that that hurt my head. I don't know. I gotta walk away from that.
Also, he has like an irrational hatred of like Hassan. That I just, he was part of the dog shock community, which I'm just like, all y'all do with the dog shock stuff get on my nerves. He's a wild boy. He is not for everyone. I personally would much rather get really good analysis than really safe allyship from YouTube. All right, soy pill.
Accepted. Soy pill moving down. No, I think he's probably said the same. Okay, I'll say the last thing. I don't think that my hatred of Hassan is irrational. It probably burns way hotter if you're a friend of the guy or if you're a fan of the guy and you haven't been exposed to like good criticisms of him. I think this is a good point. I'm gonna pull FD down. I'm gonna watch the rest of this video, but I do want to respond to these things because I think they're just good points. Not because it's a fair or unfair criticism. I really want to argue with them hardcore about it. I think that it actually does open up a lot of discussion for issues with the way that online leftists interact with the truth and with talking with each other, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. One of the biggest problems with the online left is people's failure to grasp the fact that we need to be right and provably, sourceably, fact-based correct at all times, more so than any other community, because we have nothing. That's really where socialists come from, is having nothing. You are the have-nots. So you don't have the ability to leverage past successes. You don't have the ability to leverage money. You don't have the ability to leverage excuse me, I'm so sorry for burping the microphone. You don't have the ability to leverage large viewer bases and massive swaths of sympathetic people to your cause. The only thing that socialists have is the dream of it working and the factual assessments of the failures of capitalism that have existed and the few socialist successes that have existed as well. The only thing you can leverage as a leftist ever, period, ever, is your accuracy and your precision with facts. And when you don't have that as a leftist, you're useless. You're completely useless. Because if your existence online is to convince people that already like you to continue liking you, that is different than convincing people that maybe do like you or that, don't like you or whatever, that they need to make massive personal sacrifices to change the entire way they live, to change the entire way that the government, the country, and the world is run. The difference between being right in an online argument and making real societal change is extraordinarily different. Extraordinarily different. And for people to take what they learn online, which is what we should be focusing on, if you care, if you don't, and you're about drama, and you're about personality, and you're about maybe just making stuff, and this is what you feel is right to you, okay, but maybe you should start deviating a little bit away from politics. If you do not have accurate, precise, factual analysis, you don't have anything as a leftist. You don't. This is the problem with tankies. Tankies make shit up. They revel in lying. They revel in mistruths and misdirection and half-truths. I mean, how many times did I hear Bana Banata call Graham Plattner a rapist? I mean, when did the rape happen? Do you know what I mean? It's not a light thing to accuse somebody of these egregious crimes and then not have backing for it. You're like, okay, well, I just feel like doing it and he deserves it. Okay, if you're coping or you're doing stuff to feel good about yourself, that is a privileged position for you to take. And I accept the fact that I probably won't be able to talk you out of it, but you're a selfish cunt, die. I hate you. That's the problem I have with Hassan and a lot of his fans, is that Hassan's commentary on issues is very frequently inaccurate, and the fan base that's around him and the people that he surrounds himself with are more dedicated to the preservation of the cult of personality that exists around him than they are any reasonable, feasible, real-world action. Now, if we had anything as leftists, the way that right-wingers do or even libertarians do, to fall back on, you know, clout-wise, if we had multiple large people and he was just one fucking idiot that we had to deal with, that's fine. But he's the largest person, and he is an albatross around the neck of the movement. He really just is. If you can't see that, I'll try to convince you of it. It's kind of one of my main missions right now. Does this mean that he has to like kill himself or vanish from the public eye entirely? No, he just has to shut the fuck up, humble himself before the causes he pretends to support, and start engaging with factual reality. The dog collar thing happened. I did a whole video on it. It is not something I did just because I don't like him. I don't like him because of the things he makes me do. I react to Hassan's negative impact on things I give a fuck about and directly affect the lives of people I love and myself, because he is in my way. More than a lot of other things on this earth, Hassan is in the way of the growth of the movement. He has superseded the movement to become a giant, like that fucking parasite that replaces the tongue of fish and eats all the fucking food and the fish's blood as it goes down its mouth and slowly starves it. You say, well, he's huge in this fish. Like, yeah, he is, because he's kind of acting like a fucking parasite right now. He clogs up all of the space and he provides no value. None. Now, if you're a friend of his and he boosts your career, well, that's for you and good for you. Awesome. If you're not, he's a constant negative. His fans fucking suck to interact with. This is known across the internet. They are not conducive as literal living human beings who talk about him and the causes that he pretends to support, anti-functional in every way to accomplishing any of these goals. They are smug. They are cunts. They are condescending. They are self-involved. I don't like them. Now, you might be a Hassan fan and not one of those people, but if you pretend for a second you don't know who I'm talking about, then pop in these comment sections and irritate the fuck out of everybody. That is a major issue. Now, if we find out those are all bots, they're still effective because Hassan's behavior as an individual feeds into and supports these behaviors. No amount of half-assed, mealy-mouthed, well, I told people not to do that, is effective at just doing shit that will curtail those things. I've already talked about for a half hour here, I think, what I do in my community to curtail that kind of bad behavior. Off rip. Nipped in the bud. No, absolutely not. After that, it's a high dedication to facts-based talking. The dog shocking issue isn't an issue with me just because I don't like animal abuse. And it's my personal belief that shock collars are animal abuse. That's why I don't use them. In Europe, it's the same issue. Now, stick with me if you're one of his fans. I don't care if you walk away from this not believing me. I just want to tell you my fucking position, and you can live with it and have it in your head and know where I'm coming from instead of making it up in your fucking on your own with your friends on Reddit. His shock collar is a shock collar. It's obvious that it was. It's the RX-090. I made an entire video of this because I was irritated because he'd already lied about the whole chorus thing, and that's an entirely different video, and I stand 10 toes down on my fucking assessments there as well. Now, the problem with it isn't just that. I could live with him being an animal abuser if he just said he was, and I should fuck off because then I could just go, okay, well, fuck him for that thing. Whatever, he's still a major player in my fucking area I have to contend with, right? I can't just ignore Destiny because he's a fucking pervert freak. He's still around, right? I may have to one day be somewhat cordial with him and have a conversation. Hopefully that day never fucking comes. I find him repugnant. But if I have to put that aside for political advocacy, I will. Chewing through my fucking tongue just thinking about it, but I will. The problem with Hassan is that this lie is obvious. Now, if you didn't care about the drama and you don't want to involve yourself in it, stop now, skip ahead in the video, or just go somewhere else for 5 seconds and hang out, all right? I'm not going to try to pitch you on it. I'm going to tell you what happened. You can watch my whole video on it too. Hassan had a collar on the dog. His community lied about why the dog yelped. He reached off screen. He pressed the remote on the shock collar. It's obvious. This is such an obvious thing that people that do not care about politics, people who are undecided on our community, saw it happen and went, oh, he shocked that dog. Some of them don't give a fuck. They don't care about shock collars at all. Some of them like using shock collars. Some of them think it's the best way to train a dog. Others, have different varying opinions on this. However, it's very obvious that happened. After it happened, Hassan was ashamed of that moment, and his community actively went and lied for him and helped him lie about it in ways that were so obvious and childish that it is humiliating to know that he speaks on behalf of causes that I care about and that are extremely susceptible to counter propaganda by people who can provably show that socialists are lying about obvious shit. The collar is an RX-090. It just is that thing. I have a video where I line them both up on screen with the literal diagram. It took me a very long time of looking at his actual VOD to put that together. I didn't get any of this information from Nazis. I watched his video and I listened to him talk, and then I went online and I matched the products with the products that they looked like and that matched them. He said that his collar isn't a shock collar. It was just a tracking collar. I looked at it. That is not just a shock collar. It's not just a tracking collar. I looked up the AirTag holder that's on it. It was an AirTag holder. It operates independently from the rest of the unit. The unit is just the RX-090 shock collar. It's part of a different series of products from Pet, whatever the fuck it is. I can't remember anymore. It's been like 6 months. That is just inarguable. And if you argue against it, you have to lie on Hassan's behalf. If you say you don't care about it and walk away, I don't give a shit, that's fine. Completely different situation. If you say I don't give a fuck and I support him no matter what, okay, maybe that's not the best look, but it is what it is. But if you see it happen and then you take that out and you talk to other people, anyone looking at that video knows what they're looking at. And the thing is if they already have a negative opinion of him or of our communities, what they see is his, first off, absolute inability to deal with drama at all. All he had to do was just tell the truth. It's just a shock collar. His community went through like 10 different things about what it was, which I laid into them on Twitter about. They said that the dog caught its dew claw on the bed and they were doing scrub rewinds and stuff trying to prove it. It was like literal, like watching people intentionally develop mass psychosis because the dog didn't do that. It was just off the bed. Hassan reaches off screen. They're like, no, he's reaching for his Zin can, all this sort of stuff. And it's absolutely not a shock collar. The next day after, I think it was my video actually really fucking did it because I was all the way up on XQC and shit. The overlay that I provide is perfect because there is a non-shock vibrating version of it and it doesn't look like that. It's a completely different looking unit. It doesn't line up. Hassan showed the collar, flashed it on screen, and tried to say, look, it's the non-shock variant. The back of the collar is covered in electrical tape. It's obviously electrical tape. If you brighten up the video even a little bit, because electrical tape is black, you see the lines that are electrical tape. It's just there. I can't prove it any harder than that. And if you want to pretend that's not real, then you're pretending. That's just what pretending is. He clearly broke the tabs off the back. Now, after that, his community pivoted to, no, those tabs can't be broken off. They're metal tabs. At which point, people got the collar. I didn't even have to get the collar. I just watched a video where a guy says, literally, hey, watch out when you tighten these on the back of the collar. You can really break those fucking tabs off super easy. Okay. Other people got the collar and showed that you can break them off super easy. Why? Because if your dog lands on it, you want the collar to break before it jams 2-inch prongs in your dog's throat. It's kind of an obvious breakaway design. It makes sense. Now, after that, he said, no, I did break the collar prongs off, but just so I could use it as a vibrating model. So it's the same. So we transition. Understand, by the way, if you are saying that it's the non-shock model, you're behind. If you're still saying it was the dew claw, you're behind on the actual story. So now it's, no, I did break them off and I did cover it up in electrical tape so that she couldn't be shocked. Now, that was a day later that the electrical tape appeared on the dog. They point at the color of the lights on the collar and they say, well, no, this is different. And it would be. And then I look at it. It's the same. It's on the fucking thing. It is a ridiculous lie. It's pointless. That's the problem I have with Hassan, is that this happens all the fucking time. And he's not my friend. And I don't fucking care about him or his community. He lives in a different state than me. He's had a different life than me. I don't know him. His struggle is not my struggle. Fuck that motherfucker. He makes my life harder. I don't like him. I don't personally feel like it's irrational. However, my way to engage with him, if you're a normal person, I guess you would say, FD Signifier, man with kids, I get it. Yeah, I go very, very hard against people that I don't like. And the bigger they are, the harder you have to hit them, is my opinion on the whole thing. That dog collar thing was egregious. I was pissed off at Noah Samson for going along with it. It was just unnecessary. You just be like, dude, can you just not lie about it? Like, any of the people that are larger that were near him could have just been like, dude, can you shut the fuck up about this? You're obviously lying. And the fact that he kept lying about it is weird. He was never going to get away with it. He was already busted. Already busted by so many people. And the problem is if it was some fucking lolcow 20K fucking Andy, no one would give a shit. They would forget about it, or they, I don't know, Nick the Oreo would make some sort of shitty ass fucking video. This guy fucking being his dog, licking his big fucking lollipop with his fucking helicopter hat on. But like, he's the face of leftism. He's got to go talk to XQC and Asmongold. And every time he says that somebody's lying, his very obvious lie, his unequivocal and embarrassing manipulation of truth just is brought against him in ways that are indescribably damaging to other people's ability to try to have the same conversations in the same arenas as him. It's just such a big fucking L, and it's an unnecessary foul or an unnecessary error, unforced error. And it's frustrating because he does stuff like this all the time. The little overruled stuff is egregious and ridiculous. Chorus was egregious and ridiculous. His being on stream for 8 hours at a time and not reading shit or knowing enough about almost any of the subjects that he thinks or he tells people that he's a fucking expert on is crazy. I recognize JDAMs by sound. JDAM's a fucking glide bomb. I recognize a JDAM by sound. You don't hear anything, and then you hear whoop. Personal experience with it. Yeah, Banana Banana's community's mad at me about my experience with a fucking JDAM. And that's kind of that's the issue with it compounds out with stuff like Palestine. One of the biggest obstacles to Palestine being believed is they are dog shit community-wise, the pro-Palestine people and people in that country at getting their message out. I can't do anything about it. You can blame anyone you want, but the reality is you need to get out the word about your people being fucked up, and it's got to be accurate. And you've got to go against one of the biggest propaganda machines on earth. Okay, I can't blame you really if you lose, but there's so many unforced errors in talking about Palestine as well, and it's exacerbated by people like Hassan and the communities that build up around him because they feel emboldened to lie, to manipulate the truth, to just go along, get along, to just hop into hive mind shit. And I think that there's a lot of opportunities to sow the seeds of deception in these communities and have the biggest players repeat that shit at massive deficit to themselves and the causes they purport to support in ways that create indelible gulfs between anyone that says they're a socialist and anyone that has a familiarity with Hassan Piker. I have to explain Hassan Piker's shortcomings as a man and as a political commentator when I talk to my peers, which is unacceptable. And I fucking hate him for it. I hate him personally for it. As a man, as the person, as Hassan Dugan Piker, as his mother's son, I fucking hate him for it. It's really irritating. And he won't grow and change because he is a rich, spoiled cunt. And that's it. I don't think it's irrational. However, I will not ever ask anyone to defend my dislike of somebody. I low-key don't even consider Hassan to be a real leftist, not gonna lie. There are reasons why, but the long and short of it is he's grifting off leftism while living like a hardline capitalist. Yeah, the flex made sense a little bit like earlier, but I've said this before too. He's getting too old for the fuckboy image. Like, dude, you gotta. It's sad after a bit. Like, oh, you're the guy that you have sex and money in a fast car, bro. You're single in your 30s. If you have a girlfriend and that Valkyrie person, bro, you got a secret girlfriend. That's Drake. That's Drake lifestyle. If you heard of Drake, Drake does the same shit. Yeah, I'm 30. I'm fucking on a new girl. I'm fucking on a new girl. And I'm 30. I'm 38 now. Fucking on a new girl. Got a new car now. Fucking on a new girl. Like, bro, do you want to be Drake? I'll be your fucking Kendrick. I'm on the way. I hate that shit, dude. I find it so detestable. If you want to live that kind of lifestyle, I can't stop you. Be Charlie Sheen. LA is built for it, I suppose. But like, dude, you got to fucking represent a lot of people they come into my comment section like beside themselves. These people are crying and shit on Instagram. Balling over Hassan, putting their every fucking egg in the basket they have, and it's one fucking egg, and it's already got a crack in it. They're betting it all on you, bro, and you are fucking it up. I don't understand how you don't hate yourself. Is the crazy thing, Hassan. If you watch this, I don't understand how you don't hate yourself. You should. You should really fucking hate yourself for the way that you behave. But if you can't understand why people hate you, people like me, dude, you're fucking done with leftism, bud. You ain't gonna fucking get anything done. It reminds me of going through phases with each of them. Destiny is N-word use, the community changing into a more aggressive space, and maybe reevaluate and leave. This is his event. Dude, that Destiny N-word shit. It's crazy I had any fucking experience with this community that wasn't obvious. That was nuts. It seems like such an obvious response. It's a weird response. A weird thing that I think you should be able to say the N-word in your own home. Okay, I should never hear about it. Well, I think you should say that it's okay for me to say it. Well, I'm never going to say that it's okay for you to say it. And if you say that you say something in the privacy of your own home, you're saying that you do the thing that you shouldn't do, right? Because you're not saying like, hey, people should just be able to do whatever. I think that's fine because I'll never find out. If all y'all go back to your houses and you say the most egregious shit out loud, if I logged off of this and I said crazy shit, but I never told you or had to try to get other people to say, like, it's okay for me to say it, then you never know. You don't need to defend it. You don't need to go like, it's the Don't Diddle Kids song of Destiny, of race issues. Like, I think we all need to make a song. I don't diddle kids. I don't diddle kids. We all need to make a thing. It's fine to say the N-word in the privacy of your own home. Like, if you have to make a song and you have to be like justified in doing it and you're arguing hardcore for it, it just feels like you need racism in your life to exist. That's crazy. Like you're defending racism too hard. It's just a weird look. It's a weird thing to do. Who's buying this? Who's benefiting from this conversation? Strange. Can you say do racism where no one can see? Will that affect people if they can't see it? Sure. But if you say that you do it, you're no longer hiding it. You're saying that you do it and you don't want anyone to look. That's a different statement completely. Very weird thing to say. I was outright gaslighting the way other lefty YouTubers carried on as if it was impossible to see what I saw and I haven't owned dogs myself. It was strange. It's bizarre. It's so weird. It's weird that you can't quite bring it up. It's fucking odd. Dead City, his son makes me hate being a leftist commentator. I mean, like being a leftist commentator, but he's a fucking... He's a fucking albatross. Somebody told me in the comments, like, that's just a crazy thing to say. What does that even mean? Like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's a phrase from the 18th century that we've never stopped using. The language may be a test to see how much he can push his audience to cover for him. That might be the case. I mean, if it is a rough year for him. I'll say that at least. I wouldn't say they're losing as of lately, especially considering how much they are up against. What errors are you noting? Is that for me? I don't know if you're talking to me or not. Errors with Hassan are constant. I'm just gonna stick with obvious examples. The videos I've made. Chorus, his inability to select good friends with the Lowell overruled, Destiny, I think some of the other people in his life. Weird misogyny in his non-too-distant past that's kind of echoed by his behavior these days. The sharing of not revenge porn. Well, no, he did share revenge porn. That was a while ago, but it was still during his streaming career. He shared nudes of women online. This is on video. Like, he just did it on a live stream. Bragging about getting nudes from his fans to a female reporter while he's being interviewed for GQ, which is just a weird thing to say. I would never, while I'm talking to a grown woman, tell her that I was looking at pornography on my phone, even accidentally. Can I say that? Is that a brave statement? I'm 38. I have a wife. It might be different for me. I would not, talking to a professional grown adult woman in the context of her profession, I don't think I'd do it with a man either. I don't know. It doesn't really have to be sexist. I'm just talking to that. I would not discuss watching or looking at pornographic images with her. Maybe in the farthest reaches to be completely, if it was fucking hilarious, maybe a joke, but I don't think it would ever be worth the risk of how uncomfortable that would be to just talk about sexual situations or sex with a professional in the context of her profession where sex is not part of it. Randomly, if you don't understand these things, he is an adult talking about adult shit. Genocide is not a topic for kids. Politics isn't really a topic for kids. Kids can try to dally in it, but it's adult shit. Turns you into an adult if you have to fuck with it. Kids can't really stay kids if they have to deal with politics. That's why I think they should avoid it as long as they can into their at least very, very late teens. Talking about sex is fine in contexts where sex is cool to talk about. If you're a person who makes his money off the blood of dead Palestinian children to such an explicit extent that criticism of you is equated with killing more Palestinian children, I think that you've been given sufficient, probably like cause to not be unprofessional, sexual, or in any other way distracting from that extraordinarily grave and somber topic, which forms the largesse of your income. I think that if you specifically talk about that thing all the time, you probably have somewhat of a sacred duty to be kind of on it. And when you couple that with has been friends with Sex Destiny, I'm going to get Destiny laid, those comments are on film. The whole fucking gaslighting and fucking police harassing his ex who was a porn star. The hyperfixation on porn stars and strippers and fucking a woman in a brothel in Germany. The being friends with Lowell Overruled. If you haven't seen my Lowell Overruled video, I've got to fucking send it. It's going to hurt everybody's feelings because it's very anti-Hassan because he's a misogynist. I mean, in that video, there's a clip of him and Lowell Overruled, who has been since outed as a sex pest, brings up a young woman to hang out with him, and I don't know her story, but when she's on the way up, Hassan's like, oh yeah, we're not Chinese enough for him. And it happens to be, the woman happens to be a Chinese American actress, which is just a weird thing to say. about a stranger who was meeting Hassan, we find out for the first time, and who was a fan of his, which is just a weird thing to have on video when you are also, you know, been hanging out with a guy who was using his professional connections to you to pressure other women, other YouTubers, other creators in the space into sexual situations and being a fucking nasty little fuck. And there's more to that video. That video is crazy. Didn't get any views on the SA channel, so I had to move it bit by bit by bit. Oh, hey, Wazowski. What's up? Fight gang for 20. Correct and based. Thank you, people. Don't know what I'm saying, but based. Thank you. Son's problem is he also can't admit his wrongs. When he does, it's always a whataboutism. I mean, that's kind of the issue. Like, it's the lack of growth and the fucking wear and tear he puts on the movement by being himself. I don't feel like it's irrational. I feel like he's a fucking irritation. I think I've also talked about it enough. I want to watch the rest of this video.
Soy pill. Yeah, I gotta put soy pill here, but I'll put him above Tyler. How do I explain soy pill? Soy pill's another
How dare you?
bro. Soy pill is Bernie bro that actually learned something from that experience. Does that make sense?
Soy pill is also irritatingly stronger than me. He has not been fixing his house for 2 years and hadn't exploded back. So his physique is fucking phenomenal. I'm very jealous.
Is ideal standard white
jelly.
Yes. So there's two types of Bernie bros. There's Vosh and then there's soy pill. So there's Bernie bros who haven't learned anything.
Yes, they did say how long
and think that anybody that took issue with Bernie Sanders is wrong and just is staying in that same spot, waiting for everyone to come affirm their democratic socialist God. And then there's Bernie bros that were like,
Bernie lost twice. Why is that?
That's soy pill. Soy pill does edgy white boy humor, so that's always a mixed bag. Sometimes it's funny, and he does debate bro stuff. But of all the debate bros left in the game that still do debates, he's at the top of the food chain for me. And on the opposite,
he's in the pit for me a little bit. I got in trouble. Soy pill is one of my fallen goats. I don't even know. He's part of the Tyler curse. Anytime I give a modicum of support to pretty much any fucking white creator, they come out cringe like within days. Almost invariably, what happens is I'm like, oh, this person's pretty good. I listen to some of their content, and I've never heard them say slurs. I swear to God. And I'll send my audience to them, or I'll raid in, and then people are like, this guy, we hopped in there. This dude immediately said like the N word or the R word or the F slur. It's like, bro, fuck, God damn. My community does not cotton to slurs. I don't let it. I don't care for the resurgence of the R word. It was already a pain in the ass for me to stop using it, having grown up in the 90s. And now that I've stopped, I feel like I'm going to make all y'all stop too. If you're like, why hasn't my comment been posted? And you say the R slur all the time, it's because I fucking banned it. I don't give a shit. You're cutting into my freedom of speech. Yes, get mogged. Absolutely. So yeah, soy pill said some slurs. He's a little slur baby. I think him and a bunch of other people got way worse over the summer. That's really, the R slur and slurs in general just kind of came back last summer. I don't know. Aside from Donald Trump's presidency, I don't know what the necessarily like the impetus was that people that usually weren't using it started again. But I think it's just Destiny got involved in that lawsuit and blackpilled himself and just started slurring again. And people that want to be in his orbit just adopted that into their lingo so that they can fit in with his fans. That's my opinion. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
The end is bad empanada. Like, what's the safest way to get into bad empanada? Is there no way? Should I just keep it a buck? I describe bad empanada as the id of LeftTube. He used to make fundamentally useful, informative content. And now mostly he just makes drama slop. All right, PF Young. PF Young, as much as I tend to like his content, PF Young is sus.
I'll tell you right now, PF Young's a crypto. I was putting a script together on it, and then unironically talk about fucking Hassan knocking me off my fucking game. It was literally the fucking Hassan dog thing and then fucking Charlie Kirk all in a row. Why am I picking at my fucking face? This thing just hurts. Irritating fucking blemish. It was during when he was talking to Big Joel. I can't remember the specifics of it, but I was so alerted. Boom! Like I got hit with the full Metal Gear Solid exclamation point. It was while he was talking to, I think, Big Joel that I started up looking up Adolf Eichmann archival videos. I would say very comfortably PF Young is a Nazi. Even if he wouldn't admit it, I think his beliefs are indistinguishable from Nazism in any valuable way. Like it might be like you'll have a conversation with him. He's like, he's going to say something like, "Do you think I hate yada yada yada?" And it's like that's fucking inconsequential because you would permit the people that do, and you would be supportive of them if they were nice to you, which is fine for me. Yeah, you're just a Nazi, and like a Nazi too. I don't have all the proof on me, so if you're a PF Young fan or you're upsetting spaghetti, go for it. Be mad. I don't know. Cajole me into making the video. Maybe it'll come out like 7 or 8 months from now, once I do more important shit. But he was on like a little bit of a rise, and I think Big Joel sort of curtailed that. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I remember listening to that and not thinking Big Joel did particularly good, but maybe history has changed. And they're like, yeah, this guy's a fucking, this is a crypto. This is a crypto. Very obvious crypto. And cryptos hate me because I'm almost always right. I don't think I've been wrong once on stream. And I think they get upset because I'm from that world. Like, I'm not a racist like that by any fucking stretch of the imagination. I despise Nazis. But I've been on fucking 4chan forever. I was raised in the fucking American Midwest. I've been around fucking people who are neo-Nazis and skinheads. Klansmen used to fucking throw out shit in my front yard. Like I'm adept at fucking sussing that out. I know what the vibe is, and I'm very rarely wrong. Even if I can't prove it, which is I'll hold some of my accusations in. But like, yeah, PF Young is very obviously to me a crypto, if not an outright fucking Nazi. Of the National Socialist variant too. I don't just mean like a bigot or like a clanner. I mean like National Socialist, fucking a white sup, but just cryptoed. What's the definition of a crypto fascist? A fascist that hides their power level. That's a bit simplistic. Generally, that's what most people mean when they say it. But what a crypto actually is a person who encrypts racism into their rhetoric, not by actively discussing the racism itself. So crypto literally like a puzzle, right? Or a code. Cryptos use encoded language and sort of like mental tricks in order to set up logical situations for basically simple-minded or uncommitted to the moment people that aren't paying attention types, to get them to start considering racism as a positive or racist as a positive. Not necessarily immediately, but often through a progressive series of decisions. Well, I would never say 1488, or not 1488. That's Heil Hitler, 14 words. I meant to say, what is it? 1750 is what I meant to say. I would never say 1750. I understand that's a racist statistic, and I understand that those statistics are used to malign black people, and I find that kind of racism disgusting. They'll always say I find that kind of racism disgusting, and it'll always be kind of coded in that kind of. You know what I mean? Where I find racism like that, I find ignorant language like that disgusting. And I just want to say that I do find a lot of interest. I find that mathematics does help us understand the world. But that's mathematics that's clearly used incorrectly. And you don't, that could be the entirety of the statement. And if you're not on it, there's nothing wrong about that. But what you said is racism is disgusting when it's spoken out loud. And this is inaccurate. And I know it's inaccurate because it's publicly a thing that's inaccurate. However, I do find mathematics and trying to understand these ideas through mathematics to be a good way of approaching the truth. Now, what that does is say, I'm not like those other racists. That's all it does. And I'm not even going to say they have a point, but I think there's a point to be found. That's crypto. That's what crypto shit is. And you can turn yourself into a crypto on accident by just not being aware of shit. That's the difference between like racism or, not being racist and anti-racism and stuff. A good crypto is always fun to find for me because you get to pick them apart. Oh, there you go. Look at you. Pop, pop, pop. And if you actually know the tricks they're using and you're prepared for them, sometimes you can kind of get them like a little riled up. They get a little upsetty spaghetti. They're often very dedicated to flowcharts because there's only certain ways that what they say work. And if you kind of knock them off or if you're prepared for them, you can fuck them up. Nick Fuentes was a great crypto before he came out because he really couldn't be a crypto. Once you get caught. You can't crypto anymore. But you can still use a lot of those crypto tools. Fucking Nick Fuentes does it all the fucking time. He talks around the issue without having. I would never say like this person is that and that. But I just really, I think maybe there's a reason that this happens, kind of deal. Like he's like a middle tier guy because he just has to say it now because he's on the outs. God damn it. CJ was so nice and PF was straight up trash. Is Sam Hyde a crypto? Sam Hyde was, but like he's not anymore. He's already come out and said, Jews are, everything under the sun in 14 words. I think he's actually done the 14 words. I can't remember. Is this schizophrenia on my part? It might be. I might be hallucinating this, but I'm pretty sure I saw a thread or a put together of him sneaking a lot of 14-word sentences into stuff he was saying. But that also might be incidental, but it might not. But it's Sam Hyde, so if it's his scripted content, I really wouldn't be surprised if he was memorizing a series of 14-word long statements just so that you could throw that 14 in there. It's
I do
fun
not
for the
know
whole
what
family.
to think about PF Young 75% of the time. The haircut alone. PF Young is either the most skillful neo-Nazi ever, or he is the key to figuring out how to engage with normal white people. His satire there's so many levels deep in his satire around political stuff that I'm like,
Is this just racist?
me and PF Young had a conversation. This was the last one we had because I was like, I don't know if I can keep doing this. Where we're talking about black fatigue shit, anti-white racism. And he's arguing the concept of anti-white racism. And I'm not really debating him. I'm just trying to be like, so where does this come from? Because of the nature of a lot of race scholarship, we don't really be paying attention to like the white psyche like that. Like we oversimplify racism and white supremacy to a point where it makes it hard for us to even be able to effectively explain and analyze it. We flatten it in a way that actually lets them get away with shit. And
bro, Jesus Christ, I love you. Your fucking spirit sense was tingling though. You got out of there in time. Fucking FD Signifier got cooked a few more times by that without paying attention. They would have Kanye Wested his ass. I don't know if FD would have shown up with one of them incredible screw-on heads.
I always seek out, since I was young enough to understand racism, I've always tried to seek it out from its source. Not when it confronts me. I go to confront it. And we do need and so Bellamy, we need a white person to dissect this shit because they got a perspective that we don't. That's West Side Tyler. And so I like Young because Young really understands racism. Maybe a little too much. But there's a there that I'm always paying attention to. Cavernacle. I'll put him above Soy Pill. So what if Bad Empanada was less unhinged? Like Cavernacle also makes a lot of drama content, but still makes just straight up, like if I want to know what the online left is mad about this week, I watch Cavernacle. But Cavernacle still also does a lot of beating up on Nebula people, which again, I don't know. The Old Bread Tube, I don't know, maybe it's because I wasn't here like that for Old Bread Tube, or maybe it's because I started almost immediately as I became relevant reading black leftist stuff. I find beating up on ContraPoints of Philosophy Tube and H Bomber Guy to be really dumb. I get being critical of ContraPoints because like ContraPoints makes her presence more known when she has bad takes. So I get that overall, but it's also very parasocial to me, especially if that's not what your content is actively about. Let's get to Bo Burnham. Where are we putting Bo Burnham? Is there?
God, I fucking hate Bo Burnham. I don't know why I hate Bo Burnham. I found Bo Burnham tolerable, and now there's something I fucking hate his music. Is what it is. I fucking hate Bo Burnham's music. I think. I wasn't even listening to one of his songs because like I know everybody liked the Inside thing. I was like, okay, theater kid shit, disregarded. I've seen like 1,000 of those. He just happened to get paid for it. Lucky him. Good for him. Good. Every Bo Burnham existential thing is a good for him. I don't like the way he talks, and I hate that fucking 3-chord. Bum 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 bum. I want to know what to do when I see all of you. Here's the song, Getting Bad, maybe then a little fast, dun 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 dun. And this is the part where I say a ridiculous thing, and then I back it up, but then I bring it back and I kind of talk like this for a second. But no, you haven't had enough, and this is the song about the thing I mentioned little while ago. No, I can play other chords on the piano. Hey, everybody, this is the song I wrote. And, I was just kind of sitting around, and I was just thinking to myself, what if I sang some words and said a thing? It was absurd. I got it back. There it goes. And then I'm going to touch my toes again and do a cringe thing. Did you know I'm white and I'm a little cringe and suburban, but it's fine cause I sing like this and I go back to the root chord, back to the chord, the root chord, up and down the piano, and then I end it because I'm not like those other theater kids, and I do this thing and people love it because they have never seen an irritating theater kid in person. Bum, bum. You thought it was over. This is the rest of the song, and it's irritating, and it's way too long, and I mentioned that 6 or 7 times because I'm self-effacing. That's why I stopped singing a little bit, and it's not cause I have internal repression from when someone told me I'm just a worse Ben Folds. No one should call me a worse Ben Folds. I'm actually playing these chords. I'm hitting my desk. All of Ben Folds' music is about being a cuck. Hey, Bo Burnham proceeds to do an entire Bo Burnham bit perfectly. Is this from Hamilton? Bro, dude, I swear to God. Cavernacle is boring as shit. I don't know. FD, my opinion on Cavernacle is that motherfucker got nothing to say. Also, he had a Nazi poster on his wall, which I'm always going to bring up because I find it very funny that his audience gets pissed about it, like way too pissed.
I hear people are trying to cancel Hank Green. Some about Taylor Swift. Hank was iffy about Gaza. Liberal Zionists. Really? Has Hank said anything about what's happening in Palestine and Gaza? If I have to go to Threads or Twitter to find out, I'm definitely not doing it. I'm definitely not taking it seriously. He's an outspoken Zionist. I'd have seen that. Hank Green is who Ezra Klein thinks he is.
Dude, the fucking... Oh, God. That shit is killing me. The worst activism in the history of mankind is the Mike from PA doing a fucking term search on your name. Oh, my God. That's my Mike from PA impression. Oh, my God. When I look through the entire thing, it seems that you have never mentioned Palestine once. The funniest part was you did that to ContraPoints, who notoriously deletes all her fucking posts. Only Mike from PA can be callous and craven enough to search ContraPoints of all people's Twitter, like all of the tweets are still there. What? And for people to just go, that's proof to me. It's crazy. Oh my God.
That still sounds bad. I don't know. I think Hank is just the one good lib, and it's hard being the one good lib in 2025. It's not good enough. All right. Noah Sampson. Noah Sampson is my baby. I hope he's okay, because I ain't heard from Noah in a second. I need to hit him up. Or let me hit up Foreman. I know him and Foreman talk regularly. He's probably out there doing work. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh,
I don't have a single...
Fascinating question. I'm an ignorant Jew. What is the 14-word sentence Nazi stuff? And the 1750 and 1288, or close to that, 1488. I'm 20, hella ignorant, trying to learn more. I appreciate your takes and explanations. That is a glow in the dark. That is a glow in the dark statement, but I'll explain it. I'm not going to say what the 14 words are because that's an asking to be clipped, but it's about securing a future for white children. It's a sentence that basically states the purpose of white supremacy. It's to secure a future for... I'm not going to say it because people will quote that. They'll pull it out. 88 is H and H. It's the 8th letter of the alphabet. 88 is Heil Hitler. So 1488 as a combination of words together is kind of like an internet joking shorthand now, but it's coming back for old crypto shit because the 14 words or saying 14 words at the start of a sentence or a video to let people know, they'll count it out. It's just how you fucking signify to somebody else that you're fucking down. 1750, it changes all the fucking time. I can never remember the specific one, but it's 1350, I believe, actually. 1350. Are you trying to help me? 12? Is it 1250? And that's why you put that 12 there? 1350, I think it is. Why do 13% of the people can commit 15% of the crime? That's the black crime statistic of note. The reason I always forget the first number is because it does change. It's always something in the teens, but it kind of goes up and down. Maybe people are trying to keep it accurate, but why do 13% of the people commit 50% of the crime? Second number is always the same. And it's one of the do notice type deals. Plus name is Justin Shapiro.
Complain about Noah. You know what? I'm tripping. Noah gets a plate. Noah gets a plate. The only problem with Noah is that Noah's not really white. And there it is. Noah's only aesthetically and psychologically white. But Noah's actually part Thai. And I think that Thai part is doing a lot of work. I love Noah because although like I hope Noah's doing well and Noah, you know, has left the online sphere, which I think is probably good for him because he wasn't feeling it. But the thing I love about Noah is kind of like something I said about Fantano and a lot of these folks is that Noah just is trying to do the right thing and is not super interested in being right. I think I said it in some video, do people want to be right or do they want to be correct? And like Noah's always been about that. And the fact that Noah could very easily be just making money left and right, making, you know, commentary e-boy videos. Noah never.
Triptych, log off Krita, you can't draw.
Like that. I admired that. Noah has changed his channel completely covering what's happening in Gaza. So I have nothing but respect for Noah in that regard. In fact, we got to put Noah above Dan Olsen. I love you, Dan. We got to put Noah above you. Adam from YNS. So
bro,
Canadians immediately sus. So politically, I don't.
Bro, you just fucking stab me in the face with that shit, FD. Just kill me. I like Noah. I think Noah grew a lot. I think Noah fell in with Bad and Banana too deeply, and that was a mistake. And he makes mistakes, but people do make mistakes. I don't have any actual problems with Noah. I don't. If I don't like something about somebody, I'll say it. But I don't hate the guy at all. I wish he wouldn't have gone that way with the dog collar thing, but I'll forgive him. Just cause. I mean, it's not that big of a fucking deal. I do like that I called him a dildo salesman one time and he stopped selling dildos. Drifting got fucking lit up. He stopped. Well, I guess he still sells dildos, but he kind of switched from the manosphere shit to talking about other stuff, which is very funny to me. And I'm happy for him. Yeah, that's it. YMS Adam. I used to watch YMS Adam's content, and then I remember because I was like, I can't remember when I stopped. And the other thing I can remember is that I was listening to him talk about something, and he kind of just went real hard for like ethicality of fucking animals. And for the longest time, when I pushed that out of my mind, I think I immediately stopped watching him. I haven't watched YMS shit since he was doing Synecdoche, New York. So it's been a minute. If you're actually a fan of him, Cool Cat and shit, way fucking long time ago. And I think I attributed the dog fucking statements, animal fucking statements that he made to like Destiny when I started hearing about it, because like, oh, that sounds like something the Destiny's community would say. And maybe they did. And then people were like, oh yeah, you remember that? I was like, dude, that was him. Like, oh, that's probably why I stopped watching his content like over 10 years ago. Because I watched all the YMS stuff. I remember when all of his videos ended with his horrible song, right? And I remember when he was skinny, that guy's face got fat as shit. My man picked up the alcohol. I can tell. He's starting to look like fucking Red Letter Media in here.
I think Adam again is like a normie liberal. Adam,
I like
I'm
Xander
sure has some
Hall.
spicy takes, but Adam is part.
I like Xander Hall. It's crazy. I don't know why. First name, last name, with a crazy statement coming in hot. Xander Hall, are you watching? Xander Hall, do you like Xander Hall? I'm not saying you shouldn't, but bro, I stopped watching Xander Hall pretty much right around the time I started streaming. That shit got fucking sad. They put that motherfucker in a church basement with one little fucking flag on the wall. It's bad, dude. Like, I was listening to that guy all the time. I wasn't learning shit really from him. It was just like, noise in the background. I get it. I know how you people listen to fucking stuff. I was a viewer too, until a few years ago. Like, mostly he just got into fucking fights and stuff, and there's some debates. Okay, yeah, well, I'm gonna be fucking here. You talk about Minecraft? I don't know about Minecraft. I'll learn about Minecraft from this idiot. And he was in like this nice room, and there was like good lights and shit, and then he would get into fights with clowns. DJ Mule is crazy for existing the way he looks. DJ Mule, if you ever watch this, no hate, but what in the fuck is wrong with your whole head? I say that a nicer way. Why the fuck do you look like a badly drawn Lego person? That's why I got it. Why DJ Mule, if you observe this video, why the fuck did you decide one day to wake up and go, I'm going to look like someone got too saucy drawing a fucking Lego man head on. And then I'm going to behave that way too. That's a crazy thing for you to do on purpose with your whole life. And then on top of it, lose a fight with Xander Hall about Xander Hall. Like, that shit's nuts. Xander Hall washed my former goat, Mildred. Xander Hall got me to stop watching Thought Slime because I was like, Thought Slime, that shit's too cringe. And then somebody played a clip from a Thought Slime live stream, and I was like, damn, you just made me lose all respect for this motherfucker. This is an unhappy person. Thought Slime live stream is a suicide awareness a suicide awareness stream. Like, you could kill yourself at any minute. You do not want to be here if you want to avoid it. That motherfucker is sad as fuck. He got his whole big ass fucking head. Mildred, you got a big fucking head. All right, I don't hold that against you, but that head is fucking huge. If you put it near the fucking camera, goddamn, son, fucking leaning in, playing a video game. Mildred playing like, I can't even do it because I don't have my camera here anymore, bro. Your head is not quite to bad but out of proportions, but you gotta keep that shit away from the camera. It's crazy to see somebody do a little edited video. They got the green screen up and shit. And then they turn on that live stream cam. And it's like, why did you put the fucking depression filter on this camera? What the fuck? I ain't considered suicide in a minute, but goddamn, this fucking Thought Slime stream got me thinking twice. Dude, a Thought Slime live stream will thin the population. You put that shit on national television, that's some shit the Joker would do. Hello, Batman. Joker, you can't do this. Oh, you're already too late, Bats. I've got Thought Slime streaming on every channel, from coast to shining coast. Turn it off. Turn it off, Joker. You'll kill millions. That's the point, Bats. That's the point. The punchline is he thinks he's funny. I'm gonna knock him dead, Bats. I'm gonna knock him dead. Joker, you're a madman. Dude, I almost had the Adam West there. I almost had Adam West. I can never do Kevin Conroy. It's too hard.
I have a couple people on here that's like the father. You know how I would put her on here, but I wanted to be white male centered. But like, it's Adam, Lindsay Ellis, Nostalgia Critic, Red Letter Media are the forefathers of the whole video essay game. And so he makes dope videos about movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, Shane Gillis. Where do we put Shane Gillis? Is Shane Gillis sus?
Bro, Shane Gillis is sus as fuck. I don't know. People keep giving Shane Gillis flowers. Shane, dude, I don't know, man. FD, you're getting away with some shit right here. Because I will tell you right now, I know that I have black women in my community that if I said a single nice thing about Shane Gillis, I would get eaten alive. He's not as bad as Andrew Schultz. I think that Shane Gillis gets away with he is funny, and he's not Andrew Schultz, but he's in that sphere. But that man is fucking, like, he came out in favor of Nick Fuentes being on Joe Rogan and shit. Like, he's very sus. He's very sus. I could not place him as high on there without getting in trouble. You gave him a little boost. That's a little boosty deal. Is he more racist? Was that Bo Burnham in the rate? Oh, that's observed. Sus is around here. Okay. Yeah. I give him more than Bo Burnham because at least he's not cringe.
You can observe Shane Gillis from a distance. Because here's the thing. This is the interesting, complex thing about white guys, right? So I'm gonna compare Shane Gillis real quick to Professor Sky. Shane Gillis, I'm just put them on. They're not going to the cookout. Spoiler alert. Nobody's invited to the cookout. You should have fucking known that. Not even John Brown.
That is funny. That's the I was joking about that. I saw Hassan's reaction to this, which everybody showed me because my face went up on screen. He immediately, you could hear him pop an internal regen so he didn't hit that fucking 1 HP voice, you know what I mean? Or don't even fucking know who you are. Okay. I know. It's certainly. Hassan does not search his own name. That's impossible. Or I really don't. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Oh my god, what the fuck was I talking about even? I can't remember. I lost track. I started making fun of Hassan. Maybe I do irrationally hate him. Oh no, Shane Gillis is just like, he's just cringe. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Unknown.
For John Brown. So Professor Sky is, I think, what most white people imagine they're doing when they say they're being an ally. So although I'm sure Professor Sky has some L's, he made a Charlie Kirk video that I understood, but it was the wrong time to make that video. He was just trying to get to the humanity of it all.
God damn. Okay, I remember what I was gonna say. Hassan was watching it, and I was watching him watch it. And Hassan's like, dude, does anybody make it to invited to the cookout? Like, you could tell he was a little disappointed by not being higher. And I was talking about this video before I saw any of that. I was talking about this video in my community. I'm like, this is actually a trick to let people know that you know fuck all about any black issues. And if you're a white person, you should know that you shouldn't be trying to get yourself invited into black spaces. Don't invite me to the cookout, bro. I'll cater that motherfucker. If you want me to fucking whip some shit up, I'll hook you up. All right. I got my own cutlery. You know, that fucking I'll take it over. Don't invite me to no fucking cookout. All right. I'll be over there just staring at your burgers. Like, I don't know if you know how to flip that right. Not because of any other reason than I'm an irritating person to have in a kitchen, because I grew up with a more irritating person in a kitchen. My dad. But I know I explained it in the fucking Discord. You can go find it. I was just like, the trick to this is no white people get invited to it. And if you say, am I going to get invited? Should I get invited? You are cringe because you're trying to go and get yourself invited to black people's spaces. Let them have their cookout. Okay? Let them have their fucking cookout.
Which I get, but it wasn't the time for it. Whenever I see Professor Sky, he's given a good take and he's surrounded by good people. And the most questionable white person Professor Sky is associated with is Anthony Fantano. He wasn't doing Ezra Klein shit. Don't do that to Professor Sky. Nah, he wasn't doing Ezra Klein shit. It wasn't that.
Ezra Klein, dude. What's his name? Ta-Nehisi Coates? I hope I'm saying that name right. Silence not an option? There's certain things that you say to people you can only learn from prose. Not even the actual phrase, but just the vibe. That's crazy. Ta-Nehisi Coates, I don't know anything about his past, but I'll tell you right now, that man has diffused some situations that were serious as fuck. That kind of statement is a fuck ripper. That's a lifetime of living, not just reading and writing, but of living to know how to say that and when to say it and why. What, dude? Every time it's like, oh man, can you tell me what you like about this or that writer? It's never like a whole piece. It's always just a thing. James Baldwin. Now the thing that's out about us is we're fighters. Like that fucking line. God damn, that man has fucking all the aura. Dude, it's a fucking travesty. Maybe I need to make it. It's just the same people say to me. Like, I just wish you weren't black when you made this. Same, I guess. I don't know. But I'm just a fucking stan. I just stan James Baldwin. I like the way he fucking talks. I like the way he exists on this world. I smoked cigarettes for a while, and I wish I took a single puff off of anything that looked as cool as he did. The only thing I can say is that James Baldwin may have killed a million motherfuckers looking that cool, smoking a jack. Dude is a fucking killer, bro. Leaning in, getting his cigarette lit. Let me tell you. Aura. God, he's so fucking cool. There's so many angry comments about the cookout being closed after some of his viewers. Jesus Christ.
And I bring
I'll
this
tell
up
you
because
what, he gave Hassan flowers for reading more black literature. I'll respect that because that's his opinion, but I don't think anyone's given Hassan flowers for reading a fucking room.
Important. Who he was. So Shane Gillis to me is similar to, Hassan in that I actually think Shane Gillis has good views on things in general. However, he's way too comfortable with clearly problematic white people. I can hear a white guy talk and I can say in my head, okay, I kind of know where this dude's needles point. And I'm like, all right, I can associate with you. I can fuck with you. I can build with you, like, levels to that shit. But one of the things that I notice is that white guys, even
his list is pretty accurate. He's just fucking generous. He's just fucking generous with people.
With good politics, will be way too comfortable around white guys that are not racist to white people. If you haven't said slurs recently, then to a white person,
oh, you're not racist, cool.
And yes, I gotta admit it, that's also Hassan's problem. Hassan should have never had a show with Ethan Klein. Ever.
I don't think I got to this part.
Ever. All right, Nickathy Chalamet.
Dude, I
what
can't.
What are we doing with Nickathy Chalamet?
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to get in trouble with this. That is, if I ever say the N-word accidentally on fucking stream, it's going to be because fucking FD Signifier brain poisoned me by calling Timothy Chalamet what he calls him. because it is smooth as fuck, and I already get trouble with names, and that's where my shit makes me stumble. I forget names and I mumble them, which I'm never really trying to do on purpose. Unless if it's a bit, it'll go on for a while, and I'll laugh like I'll cackle like a hyena when it's done. You're gonna get me fucking killed. It's so fucking funny sounding. I was just searching through YouTube and I saw that phrase and I went, no. I said it aloud in my head, which is not allowed. I read it out in my head in full because it's words, and I gasped because I thought I'd said it out loud. I want to, but I don't, because it's like, it's there and it's very funny sounding. You can't say it. I don't want to. I don't want permission to say it. But my brain is like, you know, when you're like, I should scream at this funeral or something like that. And you go, no, brain, why would you ever Call of the Void me like that? Oh my God. I think this is the most dangerous one, because that is the funniest shit I've ever heard said about Timothée Chalamet. I already have my problems with him. I'm going to let FD Signifier talk, because that might end up in the white.
Are we observing him from a distance? Does he at least get to be over bad empanada? Where did Timothée Chalamet come from? Yeah, I don't like the swagged out white boy thing. Not a fan. He said, bro got in a PG Lang ad and said, okay, personality shift time. So the deep lore, from what I understand, is that he's actually always been like this, which is really interesting, right? It's really interesting. It's like, again, this is my constant fascination with the existence of whiteness. Timothée Chalamet.
I'll tell you what, right now, what you just said, FD, is what all the... How the fuck do I even refer to them? The white kids who thought they were black kids when I was in school. That W word. They all say that same thing. I've always been like this. You guys think it's just a phase. I was always like this. You were not, Carl. Carl. Oh my God. You already said it on accidentally on stream. You're talking about Biggie. I know. Kill me for it. It's fine. I didn't say the whole thing though. Thank God. But if it's there somewhere, if you want to go make fun of me and watch me fucking blush and be embarrassed as shit. Mox, why do you have so many accounts? Why do you come here to hurt me?
Chalamet, am I saying his name right? Chalamet, from what I understand, was
Chalamet.
Always a winner. And they have...
I don't know why I can say that name right. I don't know why I know his name. I think somebody paid a lot of money for me to learn it. I don't like him that much. I think that he should be forgettable. I think they're trying to make him into the new DiCaprio, and he just doesn't have the chops for it. He's too slender and weird shaped, and I hate him. He's fine in Dune because that character's supposed to be a clueless fucking white rube. Perfect for it. Perfect casting because he's a dickhead. But yeah, he used to do he does black accent shit. He's a rich kid that knows French. Right? And he had a little like rap thing. He does a black accent, and he did that character on like SNL, and that shit was cringe as fuck. I think really with him, it's him trying to get out ahead of it and basically doing like a Drake, you know, like you go to Atlanta and pay people to like stand around you and say you're cool. So he just went to New York and was like, hey, Drewski, can you blood me in, I guess? What the fuck? Can you tell everybody I'm cool so that if they ever look up me rapping, you can just say it's like a white face? I'll tell you right, if black people have no problem with Timothée Chalamet, that's fine. I have a problem with him. This is a white on white violence issue. I fucking hate that little motherfucker. I think he needs to get the shit slapped out of him. Fucking hard.
The video evidence to prove it. He has old videos of him rapping and doing the Soulja Boy dance. And I know that white boy. Quiet as it's kept, I do not care and I have no energy for taking issue with white boys that like hip hop. I find that to be so tiresome. That shit is so boring. And niggas be thinking they cooking with that shit.
This white boy likes rap music and I think that's bad.
And it's like, all right, nigga. Like, don't get me wrong. There's a criticism to have around the white influence on hip hop. The issue isn't with Timothée Chalamet. The issue isn't with Timothée Chalamet. The issue isn't with Timothée Chalamet. Damn. The issue isn't with Timothée Chalamet. The issue is with white supremacy in general and how that affects everything. And if you can only point that out in hip hop, I guess I'm just kind of annoyed that you stopped there. Niggas kept asking me about Jack Harlow a couple of years ago. I was so fucking annoyed because it's like Jack Harlow was so mid. The irony is that his whiteness made him a superstar, both because that's what whiteness does to mediocre rappers, but also because niggas was so hyper focused on pointing to Jack Harlow and saying this is bad for hip hop that like they couldn't pay attention to a Denzel Curry album. All right, White Jesus.
I think I was talking about this. As a person who was living in Louisville when Jack Harlow popped off, I understand if you don't like Jack Harlow, that's fine. But it feels like recently there's been like recrafted Jack Harlow hate, almost like people didn't hate him enough at the time and they regret it. Do you know what I mean? Have you ever talked to somebody and they have an amicable breakup with their ex and you're like, oh, okay, well, you're not with Steve anymore. That's fine. And then you run into them a few years later and they're like, fucking Steve. I would kill Steve right now if he was around here. And you're like, wait, I'm sorry. This was not the lore I was aware of at the time. Like they thought on it. And like the thought of Jack Harlow fucked him up. And I think it's like some people are like, I don't like your whips and chains, but you can tie me down. You can't whip your lovin' on me, baby. Whip your lovin' on me. Like, and I heard people saying that that's like, this motherfucker loves slavery. What? Like, okay, I mean, I can't take that away from you, but holy shit, what a jump. You know? Okay, cool. He's liked. He is a white guy. He's rich as fuck. He went to Atherton. I know all this lore because I was literally in Louisville when all this shit happened. All right. He was a good rapper. Actually, his original mixtape is like technically proficient is what I mean, right? But obviously technical proficiency and authenticity are two different things in rap. And he kind of really just draked it after he started, basically he went down to Atlanta. FD, you could have stopped this before it popped off. I know you're down there. See him, just hit him with a brick. See some white guys walking into the rap studio, just throw a fucking brick in their direction. Yeah. Save us all the trouble down the line. But like, he's not disliked by black people in Louisville to such an extent that you would hear about it. From what I understand, he's pretty good about cultural issues there, not just like, you know, like police and shit, but like he puts on like local rappers and all that sort of stuff, and he supports the arts to that extent. I don't know if that's still the case, but it definitely was when he was on a come up. So he's really well liked in his home city, which goes far. He goes to his home city, which goes far, especially when you're a white rapper, because most of them pop off, move to LA, and then never go to fuck home, or they're from LA and they never go back to the fucking neighborhood that they're from, or they definitely don't visit the neighborhood outside of, you know, music video that they get their credit from. But he's there. He used to go back and forth from like Georgia and shit. I know his whole life story because you can't get the fuck away from it. I lived literally 10, 15 blocks away from the gigantic building-sized poster of him. Jack's Louisville shit is fucking... I saw his face fucking everywhere. Like I think he's an all right guy. I don't like his music that much. My wife likes him more. I think he's like a little... I think he likes bops. I don't think he falls into the typical white rapper tropes that are irritating, which is where you treat rap like comedy because it's funny that you are pretending to be a black person. I don't think he ever did that. I think he really just appreciated rap as an art form and wanted to make it and had to overcome his wealth and white privilege to do it, which is its own thing. I don't think he would necessarily disagree with that outside of the phrasing, but that's kind of it.
Is White Jesus down here with Joe Rogan? Is White Jesus worse than Joe Rogan? AI White Jesus, I'm gonna say is better than Joe Rogan. White Jesus only exists for the purpose of white supremacy. So I feel like the fact that he hasn't come back to correct that shit has to make him racist. You know what I'm saying? All right, Red Letter Media. I don't think the YouTube video essay exists without Red Letter Media. Now I don't know them dudes at all. And they have
RLMs
Red Letter
on
Media
this?
are the most, I don't know any black people motherfuckers I've ever seen on YouTube. They don't know no niggas. It's so obvious.
He's right. I've watched every fucking RLM video, many of them multiple times, because YouTube decided to start pushing me through their playlists over and over again when I was playing through Expedition 33, the world's most boring video game. And so I listen to all the retrospectives and stuff. Now, most of it comes from the fact that it's a few friends that grew up together making the stuff. But in the last 10 years now, they have been bringing on, and somehow they know some of the whitest celebrities in the history of mankind. They're friends with Macaulay Culkin, possibly the whitest thing to have ever existed. The ultimate point of privilege. Michael Jackson's own pet white boy, Macaulay Culkin. I have never seen a black person on Red Letter Media. Maybe once, but it's not a recurring thing. And maybe somebody can correct me on that. The thing is also they live in fucking Wisconsin. You know what I mean? So they're up there. And I know, shout out Wisconsin black people. 15 of you that are pissed as fuck at me right now. I see you. Solidarity. Cold ass fucking state. But damn, he's right. I don't think I've ever seen black people on Red Letter Media. They don't watch a lot of black movies, actually. If you watch only Red Letter Media, you would think Hollywood has never made black folk movies. They are the opposite of Prim's Hood Cinema, aren't they? Sad hood movie. Then them saxophones start playing. Sad hood movie. God. I don't know nothing about the hood for real, especially not no fucking 1990s fucking hood tragedy film type hood. But fuck, I don't think there's been a funnier line on YouTube than fucking Prim's Hood Cinema saying, "There's Hakeem Woodbine, fucking scary Dave Chappelle face ass." What does he says? He got a scary Dave Chappelle face. He alright. That's a Hakeem Woodbine. He got a scary Dave Chappelle face. You guys know who Hakeem Woodbine is? You've seen him and shit. I can't. It's one of those things where you hear somebody roast someone and then you look and you go, fuck. Who the fuck says that? Hakeem Woodbine. He got a scary Dave Chappelle face ass. He alright. PRIMM. Prim's Hood Cinema. Bro, if you do not like that, if you do not like those videos, you can't fuck with me. I don't give a shit. If I found out that Prim's Hood Cinema watches my shit and fucking hates my guts, I would never lose an ounce of love for him.
They might have been the reason I made the Black Panther video, because I like their content, but their review of Black Panther was so devoid of understanding any other black anything in the movie that I was like, oh my God. And I didn't even think it was like on some racist shit. It was just, they had absolutely no clue what to say. All right, Louis C.K. Louis C.K. was my favorite comedian for years. More than Dave, more than anybody. I loved Louis C.K. He was so damn funny. As an aging man that was having children, because I discovered Louis C.K.
We would not have iDubbbz without Louis C.K. because iDubbbz's famous line, NF, comes from Louis C.K.
Right when I was having kids and like was trying to figure out this next stage of adulthood, and his comedy had such a great perspective on like the horrors of aging and becoming not yourself anymore. Amazing at crafting jokes. The last thing I saw from him wasn't very funny. His post-cancellation special was not funny. It was probably worse than Dave's post-cancellation stuff. Is he doing the right way? I know he's not doing the right way.
Someone said, why is Andrew Schultz playing Dan Hibiki in that Street Fighter movie? Because someone hates black people. I'll tell you right now, this is me flexing the entirety of my awareness of black culture, more than a barbershop or anything. Black people want a fucking Street Fighter movie like you wouldn't believe, because all fighting games are owned by black folks. Now, this isn't like all black people. Like, there's going to be some lady you tell her, she's like, I don't give a fuck about that. What the fuck is that whack shit? Fuck off. You know what I mean? But there's other people, they're like, I have always wanted to see a good Street Fighter film. I'm stoked about this. And Dan Hibiki is a gag character that sucks. but he could be very funny. And playing as Dan Hibiki in Street Fighter and winning is a flex because he's dog shit, right? No, he's not. I'm fucking okay. I get it. All right, dreads with the fucking little tap. Wooly here with this little fucking thing. It's crazy. I don't know where it came from. But like, I would have always thought that being a fucking big enough geek to have a whole special joystick would be like a fucking stank ass white guy thing. Black folks, run the fighting game circuit. This is an intentional act of racism against the black community to put Andrew Schultz, who is one of the most hated white men on earth right now, in entertainment. Not just because he's racist, and he is, but because he is he's lame racist. He's not funny. He's always around somehow, and he got his start talking about black culture. I think Andrew Schultz came from what? He on like Charlemagne or something? I don't fucking know, but he's around and irritating as fuck. And just putting him, of all people, in the like, oh, he's going to be the irritating guy doing irritating guy comedy in the Street Fighter thing is just a fuck you. I'm here to see my dudes, Dalazim. I love my Baraka. E Honda. Who's Chun-Li? I'm going to check out some legs. Maybe a little booty. Why the fuck is Andrew Schultz here? And why the fuck is he the guy that's going to be telling jokes? Fuck. Is he going to die immediately? If he dies on screen, it's good. If it's not, no, it's a fuck you. Someone was trying to be cool and go like, who's going to go watch the Street Fighter movie? Kids and 30-year-old plus fucking high dedication fighting game guys. The vast majority, black dudes that wear a lot of Green Lantern merch. All right. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I don't know. But this is people I've known personally and motherfuckers I've seen online, and then I put it together, and then I found out, no, black dudes own the fucking fighting game circuit. I don't know what it is. Black excellence, I'll give it to y'all. They give a fuck about this movie. I don't give a shit. I haven't cared about Street Fighter since the anime back in the day. And it's only because Chun-Li's boobs were in it for like 2 seconds, and I was like 12. Like, wow, this is amazing. Putting Andrew Schultz in that film is a fuck you of epic proportions, bro. Just because you got to see him. Understand, Andrew Schultz is like that guy that if you're even remotely like attuned to some black people stuff, fuck, can't stand him anymore. Because he was around. He's in black spaces as a white guy. And he's a lame-o. And he dogs on like black women. Even if you kind of like fuck with his comedy a little bit, if you're with your lady, she's probably heard of him and fucking hates him. If he's around, it's going to be, oh no. And it's not like a cute, like, oh, he's in the movie, he's going to get beat up. It's like, I don't want to fucking see him. Why is he in this film? It's that level of like, are you fucking serious? There's people that are pissed off that the movie is they won't go watch it in theaters because they don't want him to get 10 cents off the ticket. It's fucking crazy, bro. It is crazy. Somewhere Thundercat is furious. No, Thundercat's furious. What am I talking about? The changes starts with the fucking a quarter drop in the fucking Street Fighter 2, doesn't it?
Wing circuit. Fox Freeman, this is dope Louis C.K. shit right here. You're not raising the kid, you're raising the adults they're going to be. That was the type of shit Louis C.K. was putting on record before the weird sex stuff. Andrew Scholes. Is Andrew Scholes better than White Jesus? Because he's worse than Sus. He's not as bad as Rogan, but he's worse than White Jesus. Andrew Scholes is only here because of Charlemagne the God. Do y'all realize that? Scholes has done the whitest thing possible, which is come up under someone black, pivot to.
I didn't pre-watch this. I know it because I probably watched a different FD Signifier video. All right, I don't know anything about the fucking Andrew Schultz. Andrew Schultz got pitched to me as a white person well after the black community fucking hated him. And he only got pitched to me as a person that not like. It's like, first time I ever saw him, it was like some black lady on fucking TikTok going like, when are we going to be fucking done with Andrew fucking Schultz? Like, okay, I don't know what's going on. And then cut from her to this guy being like levels of cringe that would make me fucking off myself instantaneously in front of black ladies. Like, dude, I don't know how you fucking made it out of there. That's crazy.
a white audience base, get bigger than the black person that brought them there, and then start being low-key racist. Andrew Schultz was just a comedian. He would do Guy Code, Charlemagne the God. That was his show on MTV2, back when that was a thing. I'm showing my age. Charlemagne had no white associates for years. And Charlemagne presented shows as this sensible, kind of down white boy. And I think at the time he might have had a black wife. Didn't Shows used to have a black wife? Mix, whatever. His wife was biracial. Y'all know I don't do the biracial thing. This wife looked black. If the police were looking for his wife, would they say this is a black woman? We're looking for a black woman. If they were, then she black. Then again, she dated Andrew Schultz, so she didn't look black. So where did he find so when Schultz starts being a Trump guy, what did that look like to Charlemagne? What did that look like to him? When he starts hearing Andrew Schultz say, I'm voting for Donald Trump, what does that conversation sound like? Yeah, they still have a pod together. But no, one of the reasons why I was a Charlemagne apologist is Charlemagne is one of the first straight black men to platform black trans women. And not in a super exploitative, shitty way. He was probably one of the first, if not the first straight black man.
Hear that, ladies? You're fucking welcome.
With a major platform to consistently platform black trans women. And though I'm sure he probably had some goofy, edgy jokes, he definitely platformed them in a way that they still don't get outside of their spaces. What's the girl from Orange is the New Black? Charlemagne's not the typical misogynist though, Juanisha. He's more like that quiet misogyny we were doing earlier.
I think white Jesus should be above
I often make the comment that if
it goes lower to the right,
had the politics of Charlemagne, the world would be in a much better place. That doesn't give him a pass on all his other fuckery, but that's kind of why I was like, maybe there's value in where he's at. So I don't think he was ever on the trans stuff is too woke shit like Schultz. And that's kind of the thing that's so fascinating to me. When Schultz starts saying the trans thing is getting too woke, what does Charlemagne, the first black man to platform trans women, think when he says that? I'm so curious as to how that conversation went. All right, Adam Conover. I like him a lot. I like him so much. I don't think there's any. Are there any complaints? Did he do a Zionism that I don't know about too? Adams Ruins Everything is iconic, pedantic, know-it-all nerd moment. And I just refuse to allow anybody to disrespect that. Adam Conover, holla at me.
Tap me in, coach. I don't like Adam Conover. Adam Conover does not exist to do anything other than to reinforce stereotypes about people left of center by being pedantic and irritating as fuck. If you like his content because you like his content, you like it because you like it. But as far as convincing people of anything, I remember hearing him talk about alpha male shit on Joe Rogan and absolutely eat it. And I think he repped ContraPoints actually during that. And Joe Rogan was like, yeah, okay, cool. But it was one of those things where I think that Adam Conover has a deep NPC mode to him. Deep NPC coding, right? So he'll say some shit that's just fucking wackadoo, right? And stay on message, and not hear what the person is trying to counter with because he's already kind of prepped. He's a scripted guy that got put into a non-scripted world, and I think that fucking killed him. Because he had Adam Ruins Everything, and that was the 2016 era and shit, and it was informational. Did you know, really? Actually. And, I can understand people that like that, but I find it grating, and I couldn't share any of his shit. I could never be caught watching that by people I agree with, who agree with the stuff on this. It's just too... It's all the worst impulses. Every person like Vosh and Destiny that irritates you, it's just Adam Conover is them, but he fucking washes his balls and gets haircuts. I think Vosh is trying to turn into Adam Conover. He's stealing the dude's fucking haircut. I wouldn't be surprised. The guy's a fucking skinwalker.
I'll come on the pod or whatever. Right. I really hate Dean Withers. I hate him so much. He is the most punchable liberal in the world. And he's not bad. I want to be clear. I hate him, but he's not bad. Does that make sense? He's just making lefty brain rot slop content. No, he doesn't get a plate because I punch him in the face. For no reason. I have no reason to hate him as much as I do, but I might slap the shit out of him if I see him in real life.
No notes. Agreed.
All right, CM Punk. Oh my God, CM Punk. I got to put CM Punk at there's a point in time where I'd have brought CM Punk a plate, but CM Punk is the epitome of live long enough to become the villain. CM Punk is a lot he's like wrestling Bill Burr. Maybe I should put, to be fair, I'll put CM Punk above Bill Burr. Punk started.
This is another thing that dude, I fucking cleared CM Punk and I cleared Bill. Billy fucking Bartle. I guess I didn't see all these get put up here, right? Hank Green's up here. Hank Green should be below me. Hank Green should blow me. This is another thing I found out late in life is that black dudes love wrestling. I never thought it was the case. I thought wrestling was for cringe 12-year-old children like I was when I liked it. And then find out they're no, we're about this shit. It's crazy. some of the most dedicated followers. It's like, I don't know. I'm not bringing it up for any real reason. It's not like it's a cultural tidbit to learn. Like, it's entertaining shit. It's kind of crazy considering so many fucking people in the WWE that run it are racist as shit and have never given, Booker T had to work for everything to get on that fucking stage. But it's like one of those things you kind of find out late. Like, there's black dudes fucking love wrestling. Some of the most dedicated wrestling people I've ever known or heard from in my life, the black community. It's crazy. Crazy. I think that's why they all like Baki. Fucking, they're into that shit. It's fucking professional wrestling stuff. I don't know. I don't know anything about CM Punk outside of, like, I know him getting his ass kicked. I believe it was him getting fucked up in UFC. Like, he was one of the wrestlers that tried to UFC transition and got fucking rocked.
Out like he was a punk, like real punk, low-key anarchist type vibes. Said some real shit every once in a while. He's definitely left coded, left wing overall, probably more of a lib. But yeah, somebody said it. CM Punk will tweet free Palestine on a plane to Saudi Arabia to do a WWE show. And so it's just frustrating. We got left Bill Maher. I think Bill Maher's worse than Joe Rogan. Am I tripping? Is Bill Maher worse than Joe Rogan? I think he is. I think Bill Maher's worse than Joe Rogan. Because at least Joe Rogan is kind of anti-genocide. They have the same.
I will say they both said the N-word on stream. Said it. Not like cringe fucking Tyler reading a rap lyric too fast and stuttering. Bill Maher called himself a house N-word. And while he wasn't necessarily being like intentionally hyper racist in the moment, I have to say that I think it is one of my, if not my top most soul crushing to hear uses of the N-word of all time. I can't remember what would be higher. It's right up there with Drake saying, I'm light skinned, but I'm still a dark. Where it just doesn't sound right. But Drake's like kind of allowed until Kendrick said he wasn't. When Joe Rogan has said it, I've seen the clips of him. This is just a competition between them. Joe Rogan was like, I'm having conversations with idiot friends, and I'm old enough to think that this is okay. But he whispered. Do you know what I mean? Like in a conversation between two people over a microphone, he's still like, and then it's like, this, that. He did one of those, which is not an excuse, but it shows that at least subliminally, he was not comfortable saying that word at full volume. Do you know what I mean? You get it. If it doesn't track, it doesn't track. Do you have to forgive him for this? Absolutely not. Lay it into him. He said some wacky shit. The fucking theater full of monkeys at Planet of the Apes was possibly one of the most racist things I've ever heard someone casually say. That was a Joe Roganism. I looked that one up to go, I think that might have been why I stopped listening to him. He's like, yeah, I went to go see the Planet of the Apes movie. There's a lot of black people in the audience. Talk about Planet of the Apes or something like that. I was like, what? You get hit with one, you're like, you might as well just came by and fucking dusted me with bleach in the fucking eyes, bro. What the fuck was that? But like Bill Maher says it like, and I consider myself something of a house, and like he hits that consonant UH on the end of it because he's trying to not say the hard R at least, but it's the white guy version, so it's not an A, it's a UH, which is that's the secret other white N-word is the UH. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm telling you. The secret other white N-word. There's a hard R and the hard R's real equivalent, which is the UH. And he just, And when you hear it in that Bill Maher voice, it feels like, even to me, I'm a white guy, but it feels like if you found out a dude owned slaves and fucked him up, but his kid was like, didn't agree with his dad and wanted to fit in with actual slaves, that's how he would say the N-word. trying to like fit in. It has such cultured racism in it. And it was said so confidently and so loud that it feels like something I would hear on a Kentucky plantation in like 1835. It's an insane read. He spends a lot of time enunciating the word with no reservation whatsoever. You know, like, and you can just see the please clap sign going on in front of the audience because people are like, like, he's got a captive studio audience of people that come in there to watch real time. He's like, and you know, I consider myself a house dude. And it's like, bro, just have someone with halitosis come over and breathe in my fucking eyes before you say it is a rough listen. One of my top 3 most fucking profane uses of the N-word ever. God damn. It's how Stink Meter said it. It is exactly the same affectation as Stink Meter saying it. He doesn't quite get that Y in there.
Joe Rogan, real talk. Joe Rogan knows he's not really a progressive. Joe Rogan is a centrist. He's a normal guy. Whereas Bill Maher imagines himself a progressive, imagines himself a liberal and a evolved guy, despite the fact that he is a misogynist and Islamophobe, a Zionist. You know what I'm saying? Mac Jones is very sus. I made a video about Mac Jones. A white boy named McCorkle from Alabama? No way. No way. Punching niggas in the dick. Nick Bosa on there too. Him and Nick Bosa, that whole crew. He has at least 2 incidents of hitting niggas in the dick on the field. All right, Bernie Sanders.
McCorkle's crazy because in West Virginia, that's a whole major road in the capital city is McCorkle Avenue. Yeah, that motherfucker's first name's a last name. If you're a white guy and you have 2 first names, you're sus. If you're a white guy and you have 2 last names, you kind of almost have to be racist. You know what I mean? You run into somebody and his name is like Dunbar McMillan. That motherfucker is gonna be racist. You might not even know. People are gonna call him Dunny. Well, that's old Dunny Macmillan. Oh. Who's that guy? Oh, that's Cartwright Metzinger. You're a white guy with 2 last names. You're fucking on it, bro. Oh. Johnson Sterling. Dude, I'm just trying to make him up. I haven't said one that doesn't sound like he's going to be in one of them fucking Civil War portraits like this. You know when they talk the fucking them white folks getting taken in black and white photos back in the day, they got like light colored eyes so they look like they got the devil in them. Fucking. Oh, you have blue eyes and you got a fucking daguerreotype taken in 1832. I can see the devil in you. Fucking eyes glowing. Who is that? Why, that's Stanfield Jefferson. Oh, fuck. Why they call him Old Strong Arm? How did you know that?
I'll put Bernie at the bottom of we'll associate publicly. Bernie Sanders, I've already made enough videos. The liberal Zionism of it all. Ooh, I might have to drop him for that. Yeah, you're right. We got to drop him for the liberal Zionism. Because when Candace Owens calls the genocide before you, and don't get me on no, like this is not me giving it to Candace Owens. He endorsed Graham Plattner? Yeah. Bernie's everything I ever said he was. Okay. Bernie's everything I ever said he was. I've never not cooked on Bernie Sanders. I've never not had the correct take on this motherfucker. Every time I've talked about Bernie Sanders, I've been 100% right. Both positive and negative, because I've never said Bernie Sanders was a bad guy. I didn't see the liberal Zionism coming. I didn't know what liberal Zionism was before a couple of years ago. I want to be clear. I never like to get too high and mighty around what's happening in Palestine, because that was a topic I was barely aware of before October 7th a couple years ago. He's not attached to any useful perspective on black anything, and he swears that him marching with Martin Luther King in 1965 is all that we ever need to know about him when it comes to race. Norm Finkelstein.
I don't know. I think Bernie Sanders is fine. Which it's probably, I probably have the almost exact same take as FD Signifier. I think Bernie Sanders is like fine. I don't think he was a savior. I think he had his chance and he blew it, missed it, whatever it was. When it comes to being a president, you win or you don't. That's it. You didn't win twice. You're never going to win. Sorry, buddy. I don't know. If somebody can fucking do enough politics to make it so that you can't win president, then you don't get to be president. They tried with Donald Trump and he was president. So whatever you needed to do, you should have done it. I think it's just the problem with a lot of leftist commentary online. It kind of poisons people's perceptions of what they should expect of people. You know, it's like, I don't give a fuck. Bernie Sanders never won president. So I only care so much. Now, Bernie Sanders does go to places like fucking, you know, out in the middle of nowhere. Fucking, where was I? I wasn't in Sophia. Where the fuck was I? In West Virginia, all the way out in them hills, right? And talks to folks, which is more important than a lot of things that other fucking senators do. Just making people feel like, you know, trying to build something in the way of bonds here, which is more important than fucking anything else I've seen most senators do. But people put a lot of fucking weight on like the one candidate that we get through, and they think it's we, but it's not. I didn't get Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez elected once. I never voted for her. I would never vote for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez because I won't ever fucking live in her district in New York. Do you understand that? Because I can't afford it, and I like where I live. I like Kentucky. I know it sounds crazy, but I do. Lucky me, I guess. I don't know. I would never vote for Bernie Sanders for senator because I'm never going to live in fucking Vermont, and he'll probably die before he can run for office again. That's just kind of the thing. Like, that's the case. I can't get them elected. I can't vote for them. Graham Plattner, it's a bunch of New Englanders, as far as I'm concerned. I'm from fucking Kentucky right now, from Ohio. Fuck New England. Fuck people from New England. I don't give a shit. Fuck all the motherfuckers. Their goofy fucking haircuts. I liked him for president. I think it would have been better than what we got, which was nothing and then Joe Biden. I don't think you can argue with that. But if people are like, I want his record to be perfect, on what, bro? Do you live in Vermont? Shut the fuck up. With all due respect, it's just people get hyper fixated. Like, I think that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez betrayed us. Like, you live in respectively Argentina and California. So no, she didn't. You have your own elected official. Who the fuck is in your district, bitch? I don't want to tell you because I live a secret life. I can't tell you where my congressional district is, you know? Bro, Thomas Massey is one of my guys. I mean, he's not anymore because I moved. I've got to study up on my locals now that I've got some fucking time. I'm hyper fixated on where I used to live in Louisville, but now it's been a couple years. I'm going to have to get ready for the midterms. I did a video of Bernie talking to people, and that warmed me up to Bernie a lot. Dude, it's IRL shit. That's the thing. It's like, dude, this is the other thing with lefties online is like, bro, no one cares. You know? Maybe a little bit, but like Bernie going out and talking to some random people and some random fucking podunk in the middle of West Virginia means more to those people, and it means more to his value as a politician than ever saying anything on Twitter. And the thing is a lot of you guys have to focus on Twitter shit because you don't live where he is. He ain't visiting you because you ain't important to what his plans are. And if that's the case, then you don't need to concern yourself with that motherfucker all the goddamn time. People hyperfixate. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is going to fail you. Zoran Mamdani likes Jews a little too much, including ones that live in Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like, dude, I don't give a fuck about Zoran. If Zoran Mamdani died tomorrow, I'd be sad because I do want to see what he does in New York as an act of perverse curiosity. But nothing he does in New York is going to benefit me until I save enough money to go there and visit. And I've never fucking seen a bus in New York when I visited. I rode on the fucking subway a few times, and I lied to a person's face in Times Square that was trying to get me to buy something. I told him I'm from New York, like in this voice. No, I'm from New York. I'm from here. What are you talking about? No, buddy, you are not from here. I'm from here. Born and raised. New York motherfuckers they probably think that people from the Midwest are all sorts of different shit. They don't know how Midwest people will lie to your face. I was in New York. I told this guy I was from Alaska. He believed me. He was trying to sell me a bridge or something. I had him convinced that I own reindeer. He thinks I'm a rube. I'm from Wisconsin. That's not anywhere near Alaska. Closer than New York, but not near Alaska. Okay.
I feel like I'm gonna put Bo Burnham above Bad Empanada. Norm Finkelstein is Bad Empanada with a PhD. I think I cook with that. If Bad Empanada had a PhD and wrote some books, he'd be Norm Finkelstein. Where at the end of the day, he says a lot.
Insult to Norm Finkelstein or over estimation of Bad Venado. I don't know. I've listened to Norm Finkelstein. I hate his accent. He's got that fucking irritating New York accent I can't stand to listen to for too long. That I don't know. And so like I can't follow what he just sounds like he's like it's too smarmy. You can't understand what I'm talking about. He does that thing. That's what fucking New Yorkers do. They fucking groan and fucking screech before they answer something while they're thinking. Y'all don't know that you do that? All you New Yorkers, you can't fucking, you ever think, you can't think quietly. You're all thinking out loud. I can hear you throwing away 15 sentences. Do you want to keep any of those? You can dump all those in the trash bin? I get fucking sick of it. It drives me fucking nuts. He's such a fucking space filler. He's one of the worst for it. And then his actual voice, yeah, taking back here. It's like, oh, I'm good. Sorry, it sucks to suck, but it's an audio medium. I don't know. Have a fucking vocal translator write scripts and have someone read them. Norm isn't an anti-Semite, so he can't be bent. Well, he's won anti-Semite of the year like fucking 10 years running. Right?
Of shit that I'm like, yeah, but he's so spicy and so up his own debate bro ass that every third time he talks, he's gonna say something where you're like, what are you talking about? Norm Finkelstein is a professional edgelord. He's a professional white leftist. All right, John Brown. If anybody should be invited to the cookout, it's John Brown, but there is no cookout.
Based.
There's no cookout. There are no invites to the cookout. None whatsoever. The cookout is still closed. Now, John Brown is the #1 white man in history. He's the white man heavyweight champion of all time. I want to be clear on that. John Brown's crusade and his righteousness and his beliefs were actually to him more important than what he was doing for black people.
FD, if you want to know a fun, horrible fact, the raid on Harper's Ferry, right? I've been to Harper's Ferry. Harper's Ferry is where Tim Pool lives now. Just if you want to be unhappy about something. If you want to see how far whites have fallen.
That's low-key probably why they got caught. Don't get me wrong. Murder slave masters, that's dope. It's kind of like Batman. You know how you say if Batman really wanted to stop crime, he would not be beating up mentally ill criminals on the street and he'd be like creating infrastructure in Gotham City? That's kind of my critique of John Brown. This is not to say that John Brown isn't bad. John Brown should have been organizing, helping to arm and fund the slave uprising militia. I know Bruce Wayne does do philanthropy or something. I don't know enough about Batman. I don't know if that critique of Batman is all that great. That's just the one I know makes sense. All right, how we feeling about this? Anything else we want to change? Do we put Sky above Noah? That's why we dropped Noah one spot because Sky is really white and Noah is cheating by not being all the way white. Sky's doing real work. Sky is a white guy from Boston. Sky is fighting demons. You know what I'm saying? Noah's cheating a little bit. Noah's a white passing Asian from the West Coast. So he ain't really had to fight the same demons everybody else is fighting. You know what I'm saying? Like Noah didn't get the N-word discourse in his household the same way that I'm sure Sky did in his community. So Noah kind of got a head start. He has almost white privilege. Until food gets here, I guess we can play a little Tekken. Oh, no, food is here. Nobody's invited to the cookout, no.
Playing Tekken.
There is no cookout. I'm about to go eat. I love y'all, appreciate y'all. Happy New Year's.
Edited by Oni Spimoni. All right, cool. Very cool. Matrix colors somebody also owned a Windows XP computer in 2001. It's the most important thing to do. Download the fucking Matrix crawl as your screensaver. No, Noah Sampson. Maybe John Brown would have dialed it back if you know a Turkish guy would be selling merch of him in the future. A Muslim. He was very religious. I don't know how he felt about Muslims. Maybe he wrote on it something. I don't know. Hopefully he wasn't mean about it. I think John Brown's okay. I think if he would have succeeded, it would have been better. You know what I mean? I don't know how much money he could have raised. What are you doing? I'm putting together cash savings bonds to buy rifles for black people. It was a little doomed. Our heart was in the right place. His mind wasn't. I mean, a traditional fucking leftist. Fucked it all up. Oh my God, it's 2:44. I can't believe I watched the entire video. I'm fucking exhausted. I was doing this stream as a lark because I was tired. And I thought it would make me so tired I would get off and go to bed because I was fucking tired enough to fall asleep at 9. It's now 6 hours later. I think that's a good list. I think it makes sense. Can I tell you the trick to that list? FD Signifier is a shrewd individual. I'll say that. FD Signifier, I believe, he can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll delete this if I need to, but I don't think I do because people will be told the truth of stuff. FD Signifier is a shrewd operator, and I think he knows the most important thing to the healthy soul of a white man is compliments. It's fucking true. If you want to get a white guy to do shit for you, compliment him. Compliment him and put him on a list so that you can grade him against other white people, and they will start behaving in different ways. I think what this really is like this is FD Signifier's white folks shopping list, which I support. That's fine. And it's also a way for him to reach out and communicate with people, both in his audience and outside of it, about where people stand. Obviously, the moving of people up and down, myself included, on the list and side to side, is comic in its way. I think it also helps articulate, hey, you are and aren't meeting expectations for me as a black creator relative to you as a white person. And it's very difficult to have interpersonal conversations with people about race in a general sense. Everything I've ever heard from black folks is just like, I don't want to fucking talk to you about how you feel about race today, whitey. I don't want to talk about race at all today. As a matter of fact, I wasn't fucking thinking about it for the first time in 2 days. And you fucked up my streak, you stupid bitch. That's how people feel. So, if you're going to have to talk to white people about how they interact racially, because probably they'll fucking ask if, statistically speaking, they're white. Eventually, look, I would never bring this up. I would never bring this up to you like normally, but I just want to know. I just feel like, I just want to know, like, am I doing good as a white? Can you give me some little back pats? And this is a way for you to get out your back pats as a black creator in a way that will preclude having to talk to people, while also letting motherfuckers know probably if they can reach out to you or not. If I was I was talking to you, but you're sus now, would be crazy. It kind of lets you know where your audience know where you stand with white people, and let white people know where you stand with them, without having to be hyper confrontational and being like polite about it, and fucking around. It kind of gets everything out there. And I think, and this would be my opinion, is him being able to gauge people's reactions to it. Gives him some fucking heads up on how stuff's going to come down the pipeline. You know what I mean? If I'm giving up the game, my bad. But I think it's a good move. I think it's something that other black creators should do. Now, if you're a white guy, don't do this. Don't create a list of black people if you're a white guy, okay? Don't do it. Even if you've done it, don't share them. Do not show rankings of other races or lists, Mr. Schindler. But I think it's a good move. I think it's an interesting technique. It's not something I would have dreamed up, but I'm not in a position to have to dream it up. But I kind of like, I think I picked up on what he's putting down, even if it was like unintentional or whatever. I think it's a good move, a good way to let people know, like, hey man, I don't know if I should talk to you. Hey bro, I don't know if other people should talk to you. Hey, I really want to recommend this guy's content, but I don't want to just shut him out. And then you kind of get to put people in perspective, because I've seen these conversations happen with other black creators online, and it immediately the comparisons happen whether you want them to or not. So you'll go like, yeah, I'm a black guy. I'm gonna talk to Destiny tomorrow. Well, do you like him? No, I don't like Destiny. I don't want to talk to him, but I feel like it's a good idea to have a conversation with him about this. Well, why will you talk to Destiny, but you won't talk to Nick Fuentes? They're like the same guy. They hung out. Why don't you put it? And then it's like, okay, well, it's a positive one. Like, yeah, I'm going to talk to Big Joel. I made some time for him. Well, you made some time for Big Joel, but I think like fucking Westside Tyler's been talking about you. I think he would like to talk to you. Why don't you talk to him? Like, well, why is he worse or better? And then you get stuck in that kind of shit. I've seen that happen. It probably happens. I think people were talking about it here in the comment section of this literal video. You know what I mean? Because it's like, hey, I don't know if you know this, black person, but that's my favorite white. And that right there is my least favorite white. And you are kind of, I don't know if there's a word for this, but you're acting like a little bit above your station by fucking up this order. Like, I know that that's the vibe. And there's nothing you can really do to avoid racism in America, aside from shutting yourself off to the world and hoping nobody notices you. So, like, in like I was saying, fucking whitey's fucking hanging out around. I don't know why I'm saying that. Like, I'm down. I'm cool. Whitey's. White fucking people. There you go. That's how you say it. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. You're talking about fucking white people you know, they'll come up with a fucking reason to be complaining about fucking anything, and they'll end up fucking up their own ability to talk to people with their own fucking hurt feelings, as I was talking about before. I think this is a good way to have a conversation that honestly doesn't need to be two-sided. I respect that. I already reached out to FD after I saw it, and I was like, fair. I think that shit's funny as fuck. I liked it. I thought he was pretty accurate, except for the Vosh thing. That's fucked up. That actually, no, I don't fuck you. But like, you know, I think it's fine for folks that normally get put to one side of a conversation when they get their chance to have a one-sided conversation with people, especially, you know, because that's just giving a speech is really what it is. And getting to have a lot of one-sided conversations with a lot of people that you don't need to hear back from them. I mean, I wrote them back, but I didn't have any like notes, you know what I mean? Literally, I said no notes as a joke, but like, you don't really need to hear back from them. It doesn't need to be conversational. And I think a lot of people can pick up on that. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, it's your opinion on me. I'm making my business because I feel like knowing your opinion on me. But when it comes time, it's not like you don't have to start it. It doesn't come with that insinuation that, oh, I need a fucking response here. You know what I mean? Oh, we got to have this out. You know, if I have a problem with you, we've got to sit here in DMs for 2.5 hours while I fucking wear you down to the point where you forgive me for slavery. Like, I respect that. I know it. I know it happens. That's why I respect it. People have talked to me about it. People have said it's fucking exhausting. I avoid it for that reason. Like I try to let people have their space and have their fucking dues. It's hurt me none. All right, I get to meet people. I get to talk to people I like to talk to. And the people that I do like being around me. That's all I like. That's all I need. So I think it's a good video. I think it was very funny. I think I'm going to get out of here. My voice is fucking fucked right now. I can hear it. And I can tell that my contacts are wearing my eyes out. I look extra white. Yeah, I'm starting to get that fucking, like, it's too late in the morning. My skin's getting a little greasy. I look like I was just born 5 minutes ago. I'm starting to get born ugly. Like, all my middle of my face is like bright red. What the fuck is that? Explain it. How dare you guys know what goes on inside my face because it doesn't block out the light. All right. Thanks to everybody who donated. Thanks to everybody who stuck around. We got a lot of big donos. The rabbit and the dog very much appreciate all of you. I'm going to get out of here. You're not going to see me until next week. I'm working on a thing about Venezuela. So keep an eye out for that. Join the Discord. The CD album is finished. It's been submitted. It's been approved. I think it comes out next Friday. So that'll just be on streaming services, but you can also buy one if you want physical copies of it that I can't take from you and change maliciously in the middle of the night so that the songs are different. Technical difficulties is different now because fucking FL Studio updated something and changed the hat. The hi-hat at the start is different because when I turned on the fucking system, it had changed it. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. So technical difficulties will never sound right to you. Get fucked. You'd have probably never noticed if I didn't say it there. So great vengeance. Great vengeance against you. Okay, I love you guys. Thanks for hanging out. 2:58 this late in the night. What the fuck? God bless. Good night. You've been watching Westside Tyler. I have been Westside Tyler Bell. I love you guys. And until next time, as always, stay safe out there. Ciao.